Hiss.
Tonight, the biggest meteor shower of the century. Hiss. Once in 100 years.
Splash.
Chun-Ku rested her chin on her hand, sitting by the small river. Beside her was an old radio with a long antenna she had pulled out. The news it played came through with heavy static, the voice breaking off again and again. But from her expression, it was clear she wasn't really listening. That radio was the only working thing left from her late mother's home, the mother she had just met before she passed away. Chun-Ku only wanted to hear some sound from it, to ease her loneliness. The dust mixed with mist under her feet stuck to her black sneakers, leaving ugly marks when it dried. Similar traces glistened at the corners of her eyes. "Mom, why did you disappear so easily right after I learned you existed? That woman took everything from me, and when I finally found out where you were and came to see you, you were already gone." Life really plays cruel jokes. The cold wind blew along the empty riverbank. No one answered her except the rustling grass. She hugged the crackling radio and said softly, "Mom, you wouldn't believe it. Wang Lina, that woman, has become the head of our family now. Her child even took away my boyfriend. Jiang Peng, that fool, left me for Qin Lu just because she gives him a little spending money every week. I don't want to admit it, but yes, I was hurt. Still, what I feel more is disgust and anger.
My pride was crushed by that man.
So, I changed my name from Chun-Ku to Chun-Ku, same sound, different meaning. You wouldn't know the characters, but it means turning from a piece of worn jade into a stubborn illness. They've become the pain in my heart, so I changed my name. I hate Chen Zicheng. He should be called Chun the Heartless instead." She paused, then pointed at the radio again. "And you, Mom, you were too kind. Why did you have to have a child with him? You gave birth to me, and then left. I became the one that woman took her anger out on. I've had enough of it all. When I saw Jiang Peng and Qin Lu together, I really lost control for a moment. But when I took out the fruit knife, they stopped me before I could do anything foolish. I originally wanted to stab them, but they overpowered me, and I accidentally cut my own face. How foolish of me. If I had really hurt them, I would have been arrested, and their hearts would have been filled with regret for what they did to me. I was really being terrible. But thinking about everything they did to me, I don't think I went too far. Still, maybe I had a bit of kindness left in me, because in the end, I dropped the fruit knife and ran away. Then I went to Qin Zicheng, secretly found your address, and came to find you. I didn't expect that after giving up everything and coming to you with my luggage, you were already gone. Oh, right, I have two things to tell you, one good and one bad. Since you can't answer me, I'll start with the good one. I got accepted into Zhuhong University. Isn't that great? I was so happy when I got the letter. The bad thing is I tore up the letter and placed it on your memorial tablet. That was a terrible thing to do, wasn't it? After seeing that you had passed away, everything just felt worse and worse. I can't go back to Qin Zicheng, and I can't return to my old life. I don't want to see that arrogant Wang Lina, who acts so proud, or let Qin Lu and Jiang Peng see the scar on my face and laugh at me. All I can do now is take my suitcase and use the little money I have left to find a quiet place where none of them exist. Or maybe I'll just keep wandering. I never thought I'd end up living like this. My future is gone, and maybe all I have left is this old recorder. As Chun-Ku spoke, she tapped the recorder. It crackled and began to play a faint song, mixed with static and the cold wind by the riverbank. To her, it sounded almost like distant cries. She turned the rusty knob, and the station switched back to the news. The meteor shower has begun. Best viewing locations. The news about the meteor shower had been playing all evening, and it finally caught Chinka's attention. She looked up at the starry sky and thought to herself how lucky she was to be in the countryside. Without the noise of the city or the bright lights that made night look like day, the sky was clear and cloudless. The stars twinkled beautifully, and it seemed she was lucky tonight. She could finally see a meteor shower, something rare and precious in the city. Chun-Ku couldn't help but feel a bit grateful. Maybe her sad life had finally touched the heavens, and fate was giving her a small gift to let her feel the endless beauty of nature and the universe at her lowest point. She put down her recorder and lay on the grass with her hands behind her head. Looking up at the peaceful sky, she hoped the meteor shower could ease her heavy heart. When a bright meteor streaked across the sky, she felt a little less sad. Watching the glowing tail of the meteor, she closed her eyes and said softly, "All right, if making a wish on a shooting star really works, then I'll make one. Meteor shower, if you're truly powerful, then let a star fall on me. I don't want to live anymore anyway. Just end it quickly." As soon as she finished speaking, the meteor shower began in full splendor. One after another, meteors cut through the dark sky like blades, bringing life and color to the quiet night. Watching them, Chun-ko felt her heart lighten. For a while, she stopped thinking about all the worries that had been haunting her and simply enjoyed the sight. After some time, her eyelids grew heavy and a deep tiredness washed over her. Maybe it was because she hadn't slept for days while traveling. Her vision blurred, and she thought she saw one meteor growing brighter and larger. Oh no! Seeing the meteor rushing straight toward her, Chun-ko shouted in surprise and ran toward the small clay house behind her. But she couldn't outrun it. A blinding white light flashed before her eyes, followed by a deafening roar. Her body felt weightless, and pain spread through her as if she were breaking apart. Just before she lost consciousness, one last thought flashed through her mind. "Oh my goodness, I didn't think wishing on a star would work this well." It seemed a long time had passed, yet also just a moment. Beside Chun-ko's ears came the sound of noisy voices. The buzzing made Ling Yi's ears itch, and in front of her, a crowd of people had gathered, all talking at once. "Who is this girl? Why is she lying here? Quick, take her to the hospital. She must have caught a chill. Hey, isn't this the girl who came yesterday looking for that strange woman who lives here? I heard she's her daughter." "Really? That woman has such a pretty daughter?" "But still, if the mother's not well, the child might not be either. Look at her, sleeping by the river like this." Chun-ko slowly woke up, her head heavy and aching. Her vision was blurry, and as she stood up, the villagers, afraid of getting involved, quickly left one by one. "How ignorant these people are," she muttered weakly, still managing to pick up her old recorder before staggering toward the small clay house by the river. After lying down on the heated brick bed inside for a while, Chun-ko finally regained her senses. She sighed, thinking how strange her dream had been. She had dreamed of being struck by a falling star. But just as she thought that, an image of a scroll appeared in her mind. The scroll slowly opened, and the writing on it was clear. "Fate drifts like mist, threads intertwine. Whoever sees this scroll gains a fragment of the Weaver Girl's soul. Nothing in this world cannot be mended. If one practices this art with determination, when the spirit grows strong, the soul can be restored and the Weaver Girl saved." The rest of the words became blurry no matter how hard she tried to read them. After a while, she finally came out of her dazed state and let out a long breath. Was she still dreaming? But that dream had felt so real. Chun-ko gave a small, self-mocking smile, then reached for her torn university admission letter, now in 4 pieces. "A dream is a dream," she thought. "Might as well play along. It's not like I have any hope or courage left anyway." She spread the letter flat on the table, pressed her hand on it, and said playfully, "Oh, admission letter. Please return to your original form. Be whole again." Then, without any warning, she let go of her hand and looked at the wrinkled admission letter that had been torn into 4 pieces. To her shock, a brand new letter appeared on the desk, its edges still rough from being freshly cut, with her name, Chun-ko, clearly printed on the acceptance notice from Zhuhong University. She couldn't believe it was real. With a cry of surprise, she exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, it's really fixed. Could it be that being hit by a meteor gave me some kind of special power?" Chun-ko could hardly believe that something so impossible had happened in her own hands. She gently touched the letter. She had thought she would never be able to attend her dream school, but now, seeing the perfect letter before her, she felt a spark of hope reignite in her heart. Could this be a blessing from above for someone like her, who had suffered so much? For 18 years, she had struggled between her father and stepmother, dreaming of finding her real mother and escaping the home that looked perfect to outsiders but was full of pain inside. When she tore up the letter in front of her father, then secretly put it back in her bag, she had placed all her hopes on her mother being able to support her through college. In her wealthy but unhappy family, paying 10,000 yuan a year for tuition was nothing. At 18, she had never worried about money. But now, facing a future with no income, no guardian, and no help, Chen Ke felt her heart breaking. She was afraid of what lay ahead. Would she really have to return to that house, to watch her sister take away her boyfriend, to endure her stepmother's harshness and her father's cold eyes?
No.
She refused. She would stand on her own and never again accept humiliation or scorn. This strange new power felt like a spark of light cutting through the darkness of her life. She didn't yet know how to use it, but the fact that it had restored her university letter gave her a fragile but precious hope, and she would hold on to it no matter what. But how much could this mysterious power really help her? As soon as the idea came to her, Chen Ke eagerly started looking for something to repair. She first thought about tearing the admission letter and fixing it again, but she was afraid her new ability might not be stable, so she put the letter down. If it didn't work, that would be terrible. She looked around. The house was almost empty, with nothing valuable inside, but in this old earthen house where her mother once lived, there was no shortage of old things. Chen Ke opened her mother's cabinet. Inside were some worn-out clothes and damp, faded quilts and pillows. She looked at them and felt they were too big to test on, so she pulled out a pillowcase and spread it on the cabinet. The pillowcase was a bright peach-red color that had been popular decades ago, with a pattern of mandarin ducks playing in the water and a white stitched border. It had been used for so long that the fabric was thin and shiny with old oil stains. Looking at it, Chen Ke felt her nose sting. She thought of how her mother had worked so hard to support her father's studies in the city, only for him to become successful and abandon her in this small mountain village. He even married another woman, leaving her mother to fall ill and pass away in loneliness. So many who act righteous are not truly kind, and those who study often forget their hearts, she thought bitterly. Her father was truly disappointing, a real-life chinshimi. She shook off the sad thoughts and focused on testing her strange ability. Remembering how she had repaired the admission letter before, it seemed she had only placed her hand on it and said, "Letter, letter, return to your original form," and it had worked. Could it really be that simple? Chen Ke coughed twice, then softly said, "Pillowcase, pillowcase, return to your original form." She lifted her hand, but the pillowcase didn't change at all. Frowning, she wondered if maybe only broken things could be repaired. So she took a nail clipper from her bag, cut a small slit in the pillowcase, and tore off a strip. Her heart was pounding as she closed her eyes again and repeated, "Pillowcase, pillowcase, return to your original form." When she opened her eyes a little and peeked, the pillowcase still looked the same, old, ugly, and now with a tear. It hadn't changed at all. Feeling weak and discouraged, Chen Ke sat down in the chair and wondered, could it be that my method is wrong? It worked just fine a moment ago, why not now? She carefully recalled how she had used the restoration spell before. Suddenly, a flash of understanding rose in her heart, and the scroll that had appeared in her mind when the meteor struck her during the meteor shower unfolded once again. She stayed silent, raised her hand, and placed it on the pillowcase. She caught that faint insight sharply, and at once felt a warm sensation at her fingertips. To her surprise, the pillowcase began to change. Starting from where her fingers touched, the fabric became clean and neat. The change slowly spread outward, as if in slow motion, replacing the old pillowcase with something that looked brand new. But Chen Ke's expression grew worse. A wave of dizziness, like losing too much blood, washed over her. Her vision darkened, and tiny golden sparks danced before her eyes. Sweat gathered on her forehead and rolled down her nose. She quickly lifted her hand from the pillowcase and leaned on the cabinet, breathing heavily. After resting for a while, Chen Ke raised her hand again and gently touched the pillowcase. The restored part felt soft and warm under her fingertips, It had truly returned to its original, fresh state. She thought to herself, so this is what it feels like to use a special power? Why is it so exhausting? I couldn't even finish fixing a pillowcase before feeling drained.
Wait.
She suddenly remembered the words written on the scroll. Fate is elusive, threads intertwine. Whoever finds this scroll gains a fragment of the Weaver Girl's soul. Nothing in this world cannot be mended. To master this art, one must train with all their strength. When the mind grows strong, even the soul can be restored and the Weaver Girl saved. Train with all your strength. That must mean I can only master this ability through hard practice. Mental power. So this ability uses mental energy. If one's mind becomes strong enough to restore even a soul, that would be an incredible power. She realized that only through constant training could she strengthen her mind and fully master this gift. At that thought, a faint light of hope appeared in Chen Ke's eyes. Chen Ke's head felt heavy and dizzy. She wanted to keep practicing her ability, but it was clear that her mental energy was already completely drained. She lifted her head and looked out the window. The morning sunlight shone softly through the misty glass, warm and gentle. Dust danced in the light, and the late July air carried a quiet comfort. This old clay house was where her mother and father had lived after getting married, and it was also where she was born. But not long after her birth, her father had taken her away. Because of that, she had no memory of this place. Leaning on the cabinet, Chen Ke slowly stood up from the long wooden bench she had been sitting on. The bench creaked loudly. It had clearly been used for many years. After resting for a moment, her dizziness faded, and she decided to step out of the dim room where sunlight barely reached. She walked through the main hall and pushed open the wooden door, which groaned as it moved. Lifting the flimsy screen door that didn't match the rest of the house, she finally stepped into the small courtyard. The yard was small, and so was the house. To the east stood a little storage shed, and around the yard were walls made of mud and stones. Years of rain had washed away the top layer of mud, exposing the stones beneath. The walls were uneven and full of cracks. In one corner was a small vegetable patch, now overgrown with weeds. It seemed her mother had been ill for a long time, and with no one to care for the garden, it had become wild, just like her mother's worsening condition. In the yard stood a small stone stool, beside it a washboard and a large aluminum basin. Chen Ke sat on the stool, imagining her mother sitting there years ago, washing clothes. The surface of the stone was smooth from long use. Her mother must have often sat there, looking toward the gate, looking at the sky. Perhaps she believed that heaven was watching, and that one day, justice would come to Qinzichang. The nearest neighbors lived far away. For some reason, her mother's house was the only one by the river. As Chen Ke walked slowly to the gate, she saw villagers standing at a distance, watching her, the city girl, the so-called daughter of the madwoman. How could they let a woman live here, all alone? She whispered to herself. But she knew she had no right to blame them. After all, even she, her mother's own daughter, had not come back to care for her. How could she expect others to do what she herself had failed to do? She turned back to the house quietly, not caring what others thought. She hooked the iron chain across the gate and sat in the yard to enjoy the sunlight. Sitting on a stone block and leaning against the wall, Chen Ke basked in the sun for half a day. Only then did she feel her spirits lift a little. She went back inside, touched her stomach, and thought that she couldn't just go without food or water. So she emptied her backpack onto the bed and began to sort through everything carefully. Inside the bag were mostly clothes, a small notebook, a pen, a phone, and a wallet. The wallet held only 1,200 yuan, along with some store membership cards that were now useless. That 1,200 yuan was all she had. Usually, Chen Zichang gave each of his two daughters 2,000 yuan a month for pocket money. But Wang Lina spoiled Chen Lu far more, treating Chen Ke like an outsider. Wang Lina often gave Chen Lu extra money behind Chen Zichang's back, so Chen Lu naturally spent more. Because of that, even though they were in the same class and knew the same people, everyone treated Chen Lu better, out of pure self-interest. The 1,200 yuan Chen Ke had was from early July, given by her father. She had saved it carefully because she had found the address of her birth mother after graduating from high school. When her admission letter arrived, she quietly left home and came to this remote village. The place was called Shitogu Stone Valley. After folding her clothes and putting them back into the backpack, Chunku slipped her wallet and phone into her jacket pocket, put on her sunglasses, and went out. She wore them because she didn't want the villagers to see the guilt in her eyes. When she first arrived, she had noticed a small shop at the entrance of the village, with a dark curtain hanging over the doorway. That was her destination now. After locking the iron gate, she saw that the villagers were still watching her. As she walked closer, their chatter stopped completely. Dozens of eyes stared at her as if she were something strange. Chunku was glad she had put on her sunglasses. Otherwise, under so many curious gazes, she wouldn't have known where to look. When she entered the small shop, lifting the curtain at the door, she was met with dim light. A glass counter stood before her, filled with all kinds of bagged goods. However, everything was covered in dust. Fortunately, the shelves behind the counter still had some fresh instant noodles and other food. Chunko bought a box of instant noodles and checked the date. Thankfully, they hadn't expired. The total was 38 yuan. She took out her wallet from her jacket pocket and handed over a 100 yuan bill. The shopkeeper began rummaging through drawers to find change. While waiting, Chunka looked around the shop. Suddenly, she noticed an old brown envelope in the corner of the glass counter near the wall. Looking closer, she saw a dusty, faded stamp on it. She lifted one corner of the envelope and gently brushed off the dust. Indeed, there was a complete 8-cent stamp on it, though it had a few small holes and curled edges. It looked very old and worn. Her heart stirred. If this stamp was valuable, she could use her special ability to restore it and maybe sell it for a good price. Although she had never collected stamps, she knew that their value depended on how complete and rare they were. Her ability could make the stamp look brand new again. She wasn't sure if it was worth much, but since it was found in such a remote place and looked like it was from decades ago, it might not be worthless. The stamp was darkened with age, so she gently wiped it clean to reveal its original color. It was a stamp with an image of Tiananmen. At the bottom center, inside a frame, were the words People's Government of China. Below that, on the white border, were 3 small characters: Tiananmen. Beneath the 8-fin mark were layers of floating clouds, with straight lines shining through them like rays of sunlight. The whole stamp was reddish, and surprisingly, there was no postmark on it. "Here, your change," said the shopkeeper, handing her a handful of wrinkled bills. Chunku took the money, thanked her, and then asked, "Annie, do you still need this envelope?" The shopkeeper glanced at the envelope in Chunku's hand, slapped her leg, and laughed. "Oh my, that thing must be from so many years ago. Back when my husband was still working away from home, I once wanted to write him a letter. I had already prepared the stamp and the envelope, but then he suddenly came back, so the envelope was never used. Girl, if you need an envelope, I have plenty of new ones here. Since you bought a whole box of noodles, I'll give you one for free. This old one is too damaged. Bugs have chewed holes in it. It's definitely useless now." Shunka quickly shook her head and said with a smile, "Haha, no need, ma'am. Please just give me this one. To be honest, I like the stamp. I collect them for fun." The shop owner tied a plastic string around the box of instant noodles, handed it to Shunko, and said with a laugh, "You city folks really like unusual things.
Take it, take it."
I'd almost forgotten I even had that. Really? Thank you so much.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Come back if you need anything else. After saying goodbye, Shunko slipped the envelope with the stamp into her pocket, carried the box of noodles, and left the small shop with quiet satisfaction. Back at the clay house, Shunko tossed the box onto the bed and took out her mother's old sewing basket. She carefully used a pair of scissors to cut the stamp from the envelope. After resting for half a day, her mental energy had fully recovered. She placed the stamp in her palm, focused all her energy into her hand, and felt a strange sensation flash through her. She could tell that the stamp had changed. When she slowly opened her hand, the stamp looked brand new, except for one small hole that hadn't been repaired. It seemed her power could only restore what still existed. The part eaten by the bug was gone completely, so it couldn't be fixed. The piece of envelope stuck to the back of the stamp had also come loose, turning into a small scrap of new brown paper. Shinka took out her little notebook and carefully placed the stamp inside. She didn't start practicing her ability again right away. Instead, she looked around for tools she could use. She planned to stay here for a few more days, both to get used to her repairability and to wait for school to start. But most of all, she couldn't bear to leave her mother and didn't know where her path would lead next. After searching around, she found a well in the yard and a stove with an iron pot in the main hall. Chen-ke drew some water from the well, planning to boil it in the pot to make instant noodles. But she had never done this kind of work before. At home, meals were always prepared by the housekeeper, and even when the housekeeper was away, there was gas and a convenient stove. She had no idea how to use this big iron pot that needed firewood. After much effort, she finally managed to light the fire, but when she added more wood, she accidentally put it out again. She had water ready, but no container to hold it. After a long, clumsy struggle, she finally got the water to boil. By the time she finished her instant noodles, her stomach was full, and it was already afternoon. After cleaning up the mess, Chen-ke looked into the mirror. Her face was covered in dust, and her once white casual clothes had turned gray. The long scar running across one side of her face was especially noticeable. Every time she saw it, unpleasant memories came back, and she always wished she could erase it. Wait, her repairability could fix objects. Could it also work on the human body?
Tien keskiviikko hesitater.
If using it on herself caused harm, that would be terrible. But she couldn't stand the scar any longer. It had become a mark of shame, and she even wore sunglasses just to hide it. With that thought, she placed her hand gently on her cheek and closed her eyes. A familiar sensation flashed through her mind. Her face felt warm, and a wave of dizziness hit her, stronger than before. She leaned on the cabinet to rest for a while before slowly raising her head to look in the mirror. The scar was still there, but to her surprise, all the soot and grease on her face had vanished, and the scar had become noticeably lighter. Chen-ke's eyes widened in disbelief. The scar had really faded, and her skin felt cleaner than after washing. Now she was sure, if she used her ability a few more times, the scar would disappear completely. It felt like she had just been given a second chance at life. In other words, in the near future, she would no longer have to carry the scar that symbolized her boyfriend's betrayal. Excited, she kept looking at herself in the mirror from every angle, even pressing her face close to it. She pinched her own cheek, and when she felt the pain, she finally believed it was real.
Wait.
If my ability can remove scars, why don't I use it in the city to help others get rid of theirs? I'm sure it would be popular. The thought had just flashed through her mind when Chen-ke quickly shook her head. Her power was still weak, and besides, there was no way to explain how she could remove scars so completely. Even if she could do it perfectly, who could prove it scientifically? So, she decided that only after she became stronger could she reveal her ability through secret means. Nothing is ever easy, Chen-ke sighed. The dizziness in her head had lessened, so she gathered her focus and began to train her power again. Her first target was paper. She found a few old newspapers used to wrap eggs. A warm feeling passed through her hands, and the torn papers became new again. She didn't feel very dizzy this time. Perhaps repairing paper used less energy. Then she turned her attention to a half-repaired pillowcase. After fixing several sheets of paper, she no longer felt much dizziness, and soon the pillowcase looked completely new again. It seemed her repairability had improved a little. Without resting, Chen-ke used her power on her clothes. A gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and a faint white light expanded outward. Wherever it touched, her clothes regained their original brightness and cleanliness. She was delighted, thinking she might never need to wash clothes again. But that would only work if her power allowed it. Just as she thought that, she suddenly felt dizzy and fainted. When she woke up, it was already dark. Opening her eyes, she saw nothing but darkness. Cursing her weak mental strength, she stood up and felt her way along the edge of the bed. When she arrived, She already knew there was a light cord under the edge of the bed. With a gentle pull, the dim bulb gave off a soft glow, lighting up a small area and finally bringing some brightness to the room. Chun-Ku always thought she was brave, but in this quiet village with no neighbors nearby, she still felt uneasy, especially with her mother's photo placed in the room. It gave her a strange, uncomfortable feeling. "Oh no, this is too scary. I'd better find a way out and leave this place as soon as possible," she murmured. She turned on the old television. The screen was full of static, and it could only receive one local channel. That was fine, at least she didn't have to bother changing it. Just then, an advertisement came on about a rental house in a small, not-so-wealthy county far from the village. The rent was only 100 yuan a month. The news made Chun-Ku a little excited. She quickly wrote down the phone number, thinking that once she improved her special ability, she could move there for a few days, find a way to earn some money, and be ready for school when it started. Thinking about making money, Chun-Ku looked at her clothes, which had been repaired to look brand new, and an idea came to her. The county was different from the countryside. If she could fix up old clothes and sell them cheaply, she might make a small profit. The thought made her restless. If she could keep repairing clothes, she might even open a small second-hand clothing shop. These ideas kept circling in her mind, and for the first time, she couldn't fall asleep. She left the light on all night, lying on the bed and staring at the wooden ceiling. A small plan slowly took shape in her mind, and before she knew it, dawn had arrived. When she checked the time, it was already 5 in the morning. She looked at her phone. It was July 20th. There was just over a month left before school started on September 5th, and she still hadn't figured out how to pay her tuition. She sighed. If she didn't hurry to the county, she wouldn't be able to gather the 10,000 yuan she needed, no matter what she did. Touching the scar on her cheek, she made up her mind. Once she improved her ability, she would leave this old clay house and go to the county to earn her tuition money. Breakfast was still instant noodles. Having the power to repair things made life much easier. She didn't even need to wash the dishes. With just a wave of her ability, everything became clean again. Still, out of habit, she rinsed them with water before putting them back into the old cupboard. Then she began her intense repair work. The first thing she fixed was her clothes. From head to toe, inside and out, she repaired every piece. When her energy started to fade, she rested for a while, ate some more noodles, and continued. Most of her effort went into healing the scar on her face. Each time before she was completely exhausted, she used her power on her cheek. Her skin became smoother and fairer, and the scar grew fainter and fainter. Now it was almost invisible. She felt truly happy. The scar was nearly gone, and after days of constant practice, her repairability had improved a lot. Now she could fix 5 pieces of clothing before needing a break. The only problem was that the process was still too slow. She kept repairing, again and again, her energy fading and returning in cycles. After several days, almost everything in the house had been restored. The cupboards, the television, the bedding, the tables and chairs, all looked brand new. It felt like a dream to watch everything transform under her hands. Her power had become faster and lasted longer. She could feel the warm energy stretching into a thin line in her palms. It was still short, but when she first gained this ability, it had been no more than a tiny spark at her fingertips. What amazing progress! Smiling, she held her bowl of noodles, eating as she watched the sunset. A plan for her future was slowly forming in her mind. She just needed to follow that path step by step. Tomorrow, after repairing the walls, she would set out for the county town. With the final use of her power, the scar on her face had completely disappeared. Her hair was dark and shiny, her skin fair and smooth, her eyes bright and clear. She looked pure and graceful, as if she brought light to everything around her. Lately, she had used her repair ability on herself more than anything else. Since she couldn't take a shower in this place, she used her special power to care for her skin instead. The result was surprisingly good, and she even wondered if she could open a beauty clinic to make a fortune. However, she knew her special ability was not something she could reveal to others, so she set that thought aside. She planned to go to the county town to trade old clothes and items, and decided to start the trip tomorrow. For the past few days, a box of instant noodles had been her only food. She was already tired of the taste, but she was afraid to spend her last 1,000 yuan before earning her first bit of money. If that happened, all her plans would be useless. So she packed the remaining noodles into her backpack, carefully arranged her new clothes and the notebook with a restored old stamp, and cleaned up every trace of her stay. That night, her mental energy had fully recovered. She stood before the wall, ready to repair it. The wall had once been whitewashed, but the plaster had fallen off, exposing the sand underneath. The part above the TV was even worse, soaked by rain and dropping bits of dirt from time to time. Repairing this wall was not an easy task for her. She had spent days restoring everything in the house, including this wall. She could now fix an entire quilt without feeling tired, yet she still couldn't completely restore the wall. Each time, she could only fix a small part before becoming exhausted. But since she was leaving tomorrow and there was nothing else left to repair, she was determined to finish it. She turned on the dim light, took a deep breath, and placed her hand on the wall beside the TV, ready to begin. Focusing her mind, she gathered her energy. A gentle warmth spread from her fingertips, and a faint light flickered before sinking into the wall. But strangely, the wall showed no sign of change. No way. Has my power stopped working? Her heart began to race. She couldn't bear the thought of losing her last bit of hope. So she steadied herself again and sent her energy through her hand into the wall once more. At that moment, she suddenly felt a strong force pulling from inside the wall. Her head spun, her vision went dark, and she almost fell to the ground. Quickly, she pulled her hand away and stared at the wall, confusion flashing through her mind. She had only felt this kind of pull once before, when she was repairing that old television. The TV was so old that fixing it had been extremely difficult. Could it be that something inside this wall was able to absorb her special energy? She didn't dare to use her power again, and instead began to carefully examine the wall. Soon, she noticed something unusual, a faint, almost invisible line running around the edges. The crack had been painted over, making it impossible to see without close inspection. Clearly, there was something hidden inside. Thinking this, Chun-ko gently tapped the wall, then fetched her tools. Following the line, she struck it lightly. With a soft crack, a neat opening appeared. She pulled at it carefully, and to her surprise, it revealed a hidden cabinet. When she opened it, she saw something completely unexpected inside. Inside was a blue and white porcelain plate with a small chip on the edge. The wall had been hollowed out to form a small wooden cabinet, and the plate stood upright on a tiny wooden stand. As Chun-ko opened the cabinet door, her eyes were immediately drawn to it. The plate was decorated with a delicate spring garden scene in blue glaze. It looked smooth and elegant, though it had several flaws. Beneath it, she found a small plastic bag containing a folded note. Chun-ko took out the note and read, "Imitation Ming-style blue and white porcelain plate. Estimated value, 100,000 yuan." She was stunned by the number. She had rarely seen her mother since gaining her own awareness, and she never imagined her mother had kept such a valuable antique. For Chun-ko, who was struggling with her studies and had only 1,000 yuan left, this discovery felt like a blessing. As she thought about her mother, she couldn't help but feel admiration and curiosity. What kind of person had her mother truly been? Filled with both wonder and determination, she carefully lifted the plate, ready to restore it to its former beauty. However, she hesitated a little. What if the repaired plate turned into a fake, something completely new? It was worth 100,000 yuan. If the repair ruined it, that would be terrible. Suddenly, she felt the plate lighten in her hands and realized it was broken. The plate had a crack right through the middle, with the two halves carefully placed together. Because the craftsmanship was so fine, the edges fit perfectly, and under the dim yellow light, she hadn't noticed the break. When she picked it up, she had only lifted half of it. "Well, I have no choice but to try," Chun-ko sighed helplessly, gathering her mental energy. She took out both halves of the plate, preparing to repair them. She really had no other option. No wonder her mother had kept this plate all these years, even through such hard times. Without selling it, it was broken. But her mother couldn't bear to throw it away, so she hid it here, leaving behind that little note, perhaps to remind herself that even in desperate times, there's always a way out. After all, even a broken antique might still attract collectors willing to buy it at a low price. As Shunke's thoughts wandered, she began to prepare her special ability. The earlier repairs on the wall had already drained her energy. She focused her mind, placed her hands on the joined pieces of the plate, and slowly activated her power. But as soon as she did, the plate seemed to come alive, pulling at her energy with a powerful force. Startled, Shunke quickly pulled her consciousness back and released her hands, breathing heavily. The plate, however, remained unchanged. Her repairing energy had vanished, as if it had sunk into the sea. It seems I've reached my limit for today. I'll try again tomorrow. After thinking for a moment, Shunke carefully placed the plate back on the shelf. A wave of dizziness hit her. She had overused her power again. It had been a long time since she'd felt this kind of exhaustion. With no other choice, she decided to rest. It was already late anyway. Tomorrow would be soon enough to try again. As that thought crossed her mind, the deep fatigue returned, and she quickly drifted into a deep sleep. In her sleep, Shunke had many dreams. She dreamed of her mother in the photo playing with her, of her father and stepmother smiling proudly with her half-sister Chenlu, and of Jiangpeng holding a knife, leaving her face covered with scars. Phew! When she woke up, daylight had already filled the room. She quickly touched her face and, feeling the smooth skin, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it had only been a nightmare. After getting up, she used her special ability to clean her face, skipping washing and brushing her teeth. Then she cooked a pack of instant noodles. Once she felt her energy fully restored, she finally dared to face the troublesome porcelain plate. She placed the plate on the heated bed, preparing in case she fainted again. Last time, she had collapsed from overusing her power and hit the floor, waking up with a painful bump on her head. This time, she wanted to be ready. Restoring an antique was far more difficult than fixing a stamp. Shunke calmed her mind, placed her hand on the plate, and gently activated her ability. Thin rays of light flowed from her palm to her fingertips, spreading over the porcelain. A faint glow appeared, and tiny fragments seemed to emerge from nowhere, drawn toward the plate by the light. Perhaps the night's rest had helped her recover, because she felt her power stronger than the day before. Then, that familiar pull returned. She tried to control it carefully as the plate shimmered softly. Countless ancient fragments responded to her power, gathering from all directions. Sweat began to form on her forehead as her energy drained. She gritted her teeth. She couldn't fail this time. Forcing herself to continue, a drop of blood appeared on her lip, but she ignored it and focused on the plate. The sharp pain in her head grew stronger, a loud buzzing filling her mind. She bit the tip of her tongue, the taste of blood clearing her thoughts. Then, as if breaking through an invisible barrier, a steady stream of new energy suddenly surged within her. It felt like breaking down before rebuilding. This new power made Shunke sense that her ability had reached a new level. She quickly grasped the faint trace of this new energy and focused on repairing the plate. Finally, she succeeded. When she let go, there was a soft popping sound, like pulling off a suction cup, as if her hand had been stuck to the plate for too long. Exhausted, her mental strength completely drained, she fainted the moment she lay down. The plate slipped from her hand and rested on the blanket. Sunlight from the window shone on it, reflecting a bright gleam. The plate looked as good as new. When Shunke woke up, it was already afternoon. She rubbed her head and suddenly felt a warm current flow through her body. The feeling passed quickly, but it was real. Delighted, she wondered if her ability had improved again. She picked up the plate beside her and was thrilled to see that it truly looked brand new. Of course, the traces of age and history couldn't be erased. Although she didn't know how to identify antiques or whether this one had turned into a modern piece, she carefully wrapped it in paper and her own clothes, It was worth 100,000 yuan after all. Then she checked the time and realized another day was almost over. It seemed she couldn't leave today, but that was fine. She could rest, prepare, and set out again in the morning. Only 5 packs of instant noodles were left. Suddenly, Chen-ku wondered if her power could restore something completely, like a half-eaten pack of noodles. She immediately tried. Gathering her energy, she directed it toward the noodles. But nothing happened. Only the crumbs stuck together into a lump. The noodles didn't return to their original form. Then she understood. The repairability granted by the Weaver Girl's soul fragment couldn't restore things that no longer existed. The noodles she had eaten were gone, so they couldn't be repaired. So, her power could only mend what still existed. For example, the antique plate. Though its edges were worn, the fragments were still there. Her ability simply reconnected those pieces, binding them back into a complete plate. Even though those fragments were from a long time ago, they could still be perfectly repaired. This special ability was truly strange. For someone like her who studied scientific principles every day, it was something that could not be explained by science. That night, she packed her backpack again, then sat in front of her mother's photo and talked for a long time. The next morning, she put on her hiking pack, locked the doors and windows, hid the key in the crack of the main gate, and took one last look at the village before quietly getting on a small tricycle heading toward the county town. The trip from Shitugu to the county cost her 20 yuan. At last, she arrived in a slightly better place, and her phone signal was finally full. She found the note she had saved and called the place that rented rooms for only 100 yuan a month. "Hello, is this the place that rents rooms?"
she asked.
A hoarse but friendly old man answered. After asking where she was, he said he would come to pick her up soon. She had never met such a kind landlord before. Although she had never rented a place herself, she had heard about rent prices. 100 yuan a month was far too cheap, even for a small county town. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of old house it would be. After waiting impatiently for more than half an hour, a small tricycle finally came toward her. An elderly man stepped out, holding a phone and dialing her number. Seeing him, she ran over with a smile and greeted him. The old man looked quite aged, but he was energetic and cheerful. After she introduced herself, he warmly invited her to get on the tricycle, saying he would take her to the house. She hesitated for a moment, but eventually got on. The tricycle moved slowly along the uneven road. When they turned a corner, the tricycle stopped. It was a nice neighborhood, which made her even more puzzled. Could she really be this lucky to find a place for only 100 yuan a month? "Grandpa, it can't be here, right?" she asked doubtfully. The old man quickly nodded with a smile. Yes, it's right here. Come on, follow me." Still confused, she followed the old man forward. The old man led her through several buildings in a roundabout way before finally stopping beside a row of bike sheds. Shun Ku's face darkened. She had expected something like this. Next to the sheds was a recycling station, and beside it stood a small, low room. That was where the old man had brought her. This place? Shun Ku's face twitched slightly as she asked awkwardly. The old man chuckled and said, "Yes, that's right. This is where I live. I stay at the recycling station now. I plan to rent this little room for 100 yuan a month. What do you think? Pretty cheap, right?"
Hien Keskiviko nodded helplessly.
She told herself it didn't matter. She would only stay for a few days, earn some money, and then leave. Besides, she was quite interested in the recycling station next door. Maybe she could find something valuable there. She looked around. The recycling station was built behind a residential area, which made it convenient for collecting secondhand goods. But how to repair and resell them? That was still a big problem. Then, by chance, she noticed a mark on the corner of the old man's coat. It looked like a wave pattern with the head of a mythical creature, and beneath it was a number. She couldn't quite remember the brand, but it felt familiar. Many wealthy guests who visited the Chen family wore clothes with that same mark. That brand was known for designing clothes for the elderly, simple and elegant, yet every piece was handmade and limited in number. Each logo carried a unique number, making the clothes both rare and expensive. They weren't sold publicly. only given as gifts to show status. So, was the old man's coat genuine? That couldn't be right. If it was real, the coat alone could buy a house here. Why would he live in such a small room, and even rent it out when he wasn't using it? Questions filled Shinka's mind as the old man kept talking, praising the little room and urging her not to mind its condition. It seemed he had tried to rent it out many times, but no one had wanted it. He was clearly afraid she might change her mind too. Shinka looked at the old man who was talking so fast that his spit was flying, and her confusion grew stronger. But since she had no money left, she just wanted a place to stay. A prefab room was fine, even if it was shabby. Hee, sir, no need to say more. I'll rent it. But I really don't understand. Why would you spend money on a TV ad just to rent out such a broken place? And I'm only renting for 1 month, for just 100 yuan. That's not even close to your ad cost. Does that make sense to you? The old man's face lit up with joy. He laughed and said, haha, really? I knew someone would rent it. Ha! Young lady, you've got a sharp eye. Don't worry about the ad, just look at this place. So clean, so tidy. Shinka sighed and looked around the small prefab room. There was only a wooden bed and a small table. Of course it was clean, there was nothing in it. She sighed again, thinking how strange and talkative this old man was. Stop, sir. Take care, I need to rest. Shinka finally couldn't stand the old man's chatter anymore. Ignoring the logo on his clothes, she pushed him out of the room and shut the flimsy door that blocked sight but not the wind. At last, the world was quiet again. Outside, the old man grinned widely and chuckled. Finally rented out. Now those old fellows owe me 800,000. Haha. I only spent a few thousand on that ad. That young lady is so cute. Time to collect my winnings. Those old guys will be furious. Who would have thought such a place could actually be rented out? Shinko had no idea the old man was laughing proudly outside. She just muttered to herself about how stingy he was. The room had nothing in it. But for 100 yuan, what more could she expect? At least the bed had bedding, and it looked new. She used a small repair spell to clean and refresh it before sitting down. She didn't dare imagine how clean a 100 yuan rental could really be. What she didn't know was that this place was just a toy for a few old men who had bought it on a whim for a bet. The bedding alone probably cost more than the entire prefab room. The prefab house was just that, a simple prefab house. Under the blazing sun, there were plenty of drafty spots inside, so it didn't feel too hot. Luckily, it was summer. If it were winter, she wouldn't live here even for free. Such a place could freeze a person before the first snow fell. To save some money for college, she sighed to herself. Well, I'll just make do with this place for a month. Besides, the recycling station was right next door. For the sake of her future, she decided to set aside her pride. After all, no one here knew her, and collecting secondhand goods wasn't such a big deal. At least the place had a small kitchen and bathroom combined. It was simple but complete. After resting for a while, she suddenly remembered the antique plate worth 100,000 yuan in her backpack. With all the bumps along the way, she worried it might have broken. Otherwise, she'd have to spend a lot of effort fixing it. Thinking of this, she quickly sat up, tossed her backpack onto the bed, and took out the plate. After carefully checking it, she was relieved to see it was still perfectly intact. Shunka studied the plate for a moment and thought she should find a chance to sell it soon. Otherwise, she'd have nothing to live on. Knock, knock, knock. Just as she was thinking about this, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? She was puzzled. Who would come to such a shabby place? When she opened the small door, she saw the old man from before. He poked his head in and said, "Young lady, I just realized you haven't paid the rent yet." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I completely forgot." Shinka quickly invited him in, took a red bill from her wallet, and handed it to him. As the old man accepted the money, his eyes fell on the antique plate on the bed. He didn't ask anything, just picked it up and examined it carefully. Then he smiled kindly at her, took out a black business card with golden letters showing a phone number and the character Fu. "Here, young lady," he said. "You don't look like someone from a poor family. Why are you renting a place like this? If you ever need help, give me a call. I can tell you're a good girl. Don't hesitate to ask. Shin-Ke gave a faint smile. Who could really help her with her troubles? Still, she appreciated his kindness and said, "Thank you, Mr. Fu. I'll be fine." The old man nodded and smiled. "That's good to hear. Girl, where did you get this plate?" Shin-Ke thought the old man seemed nice, but she couldn't tell him everything. So she smiled and said, "This plate is just for holding fruit. I bought it by the roadside for 15 yuan. Old Mr. Fu frowned and thought to himself, that can't be right. This looks like a fine antique imitation from the Ming style. How could she have bought it on the street? Either she's pretending not to know or she doesn't want to sell it. I'd better ask someone about it later." With that thought, he smiled and said, "Don't be fooled by how cheap this place is. It's actually where a few of us old men like to gather. In a few days, when we meet up, you'll need to leave some space by the door for us to play chess. If you agree, I'll rent you the place. If not, I'll have to raise the rent." A dark line seemed to flash behind Shin-Ke's head. What kind of unreasonable old man was this? But she had no choice. She nodded and said, "All right, but you can only play chess at the door, not inside the room. Is that okay?" Old Mr. Fu nodded quickly, grinning. That's fine. We'll just stay by the door. You rest, young lady. I'll be off now, haha, goodbye."
Goodbye.
Watching the old man hum to himself as he disappeared around the corner, Shin-Ke finally relaxed. What a troublesome old man, she thought. After locking the door, she carefully put the plate back into her backpack, hung up her clothes, and went to check the kitchen and bathroom. The kitchen was narrow, but surprisingly, it had a wok and a rice cooker, both brand new, with the tags still on. That was strange. With such facilities, the rent should be at least 300 yuan a month. Shin-Ke couldn't help but wonder what the old man was thinking. Could the place be haunted? The thought made her shiver. "Stop scaring yourself," she muttered. She opened the bathroom door. Nothing unusual, just a squat toilet. After comforting herself for a while, she thought, it's only 100 yuan. I shouldn't complain. Back in the room, the walls of the prefab house looked dark and patchy. Shin-Ke suddenly remembered her special ability. She couldn't repair the walls. That would be too suspicious if anyone found out, but she could cover them with newspapers instead. Thinking of this, she happily put on sunglasses and a mask, changed into dark clothes, and got ready to go out to see if there were any secondhand markets or bookstalls around. The county was small, and outside her neighborhood, most places looked quite run down. With her hands in her pockets, Shin-Ke walked past the vegetable stalls outside the community and headed toward a lively, crowded street. It seemed to be the local market. The street was really messy. Not only were there vegetable vendors, but also stalls selling all kinds of daily goods. After eating instant noodles for 10 days, Shin-Ke felt like eating everything she saw. But since she hadn't found the stall she was looking for, she didn't rush to buy food and instead wandered slowly through the market. When she finally reached the end of the market, she spotted a stall selling pirated and secondhand books. Her eyes quickly caught sight of a pile of used magazines next to the books, titles like Jean, Reader, and Youth Digest. The covers were all worn and torn, and a small sign lay crookedly on top, reading 1 yuan each. That wasn't what she was looking for. She squatted down and searched carefully until she found 5 old issues of Rayleigh. They were missing pages, and the color inserts were damaged in different ways. The seller was a scruffy young man. Shin-Ke held up the magazines and asked, "How much are these?" The man looked at her, showing a grin with yellowed teeth. "Pretty lady, if you want them, I'll sell them to you for 5 yuan each. How about it?" Even new ones only cost 10 yuan, so it was clear he was trying to take advantage of her. Without a word, Shin-Ke dropped the magazines, stood up, and turned to leave.
Hey, 2 yuan, okay? 2 yuan.
These are Rayleigh, not Reader's Digest. He shouted after her. Shin-Ke turned back, handed him a 10 yuan bill, picked up a clean newspaper from the side, and smiled. "All right then, I'll take this newspaper as a free gift." Without paying attention to his protests, she stuffed the magazines into her bag and walked away. At the end of the street, she turned back along the other side, where food stalls and small shops lined the road. She bought some bread, a roll of clear tape, and a cup of iced tea from a supermarket. Slinging her bag over her shoulder, she shook open the newspaper, sipped her tea, and read casually as she walked home. The newspaper turned out to be today's edition. Chun-Ko thought to herself that she was really lucky. It must have been the one the book vendor had been reading. She glanced at it casually, and her eyes landed on the headline. Company President Fu Delong attacked by an assassin half a month ago. Police say the suspect has been identified. Below the headline was an enlarged photo of Fu Delong, along with another picture of a handsome man wearing sunglasses, his sharp nose clearly visible. This person looks so familiar. As Chun-Ko lowered her head to look more closely, she accidentally bumped into a middle-aged woman. She quickly apologized, but the woman's herbal tea spilled, soaking the newspaper. The woman, holding a bunch of green onions, turned around and glared at Chun-Ko. "What's wrong with you, child? Don't you watch where you're going? Didn't your family teach you any manners?" Chun-Ko looked at the wet newspaper and sighed. She had already apologized, but the woman kept scolding her, and even mentioned her family. Her temper flared up. She wasn't someone with a mild personality to begin with. "Auntie," she said sharply, "you take up half the road when you walk. Even the air feels squeezed when you pass by. This street is narrow, and you bumped into me, spilled my drink, and ruined my newspaper. I still apologized, yet you're blaming me? Don't you have any sense of decency?" The woman was stunned by Chun-Ko's rapid-fire words. Chun-Ko gave a cold snort, brushed off her clothes, lifted her chin, and walked away proudly. She didn't forget to tuck the newspaper away. Maybe she could fix it later. "Hey, you rude girl. Don't let me see you again," the woman shouted after her. Chun-Ko just snorted again and walked off with her things. Arguing was one thing, but if it came to a fight, that woman could probably handle 3 or 4 of her. Besides, she was new to this area. If the woman called her family over, Chun-Ko wouldn't stand a chance. Better to retreat while she could. Panting, Chun-Ko hurried back to her small room, dropped everything onto the bed, and burst out laughing. That argument had somehow swept away all the gloom she'd been feeling these past few days. After she had laughed enough, she used her restoration ability to repair all 5 books. Fortunately, Chun-Ko's special ability had improved a little. It wasn't like before, when she couldn't even fix a pillowcase. Otherwise, after using her power so many times today, she would have fainted long ago. As for why she bought Rueli magazine, it was because it was full of colorful pages, perfect for decorating the walls. After eating a little, Chun-Ko started working. She tore the magazines apart and taped the pages to the wall. Soon, 5 magazines were in pieces, and the wall was nicely covered. By then, the sun was almost setting. She went to the market again. She couldn't just keep eating bread. Chun-Ko bought some rice and vegetables, planning to cook dinner herself. But when she came back, she found her doorway blocked by several tricycles. What's going on here? After squeezing through the narrow gap for a while, she finally managed to get inside, put her things down, and then went back out. The tricycles were loaded with large sacks and piles of old household appliances. Chun-Ko's eyes lit up. Of course. There was a recycling station nearby. These must be people bringing in scrap items at night. Right in front of her was a tricycle full of broken computers, TVs, and washing machines. A young man covered in dust and sweat was sitting on the tricycle. Chun-Ko knocked on it and called out, "Hey, young man, how much do you sell these secondhand appliances for?" The man looked at her, his dark face turning slightly red. After a pause, he said, "I'm delivering these to the recycling station. They pay a few dozen yuan each." Chun-Ko walked around to his side, smiling as she pointed at a smashed computer case. The monitor was cracked but still mostly intact. "Sell me that computer," she said. "I'll give you 100 yuan. The young man looked surprised and said, "Honestly, miss, that computer's no good. It's already broken. 100 yuan is too much. The recycling station would only give me 30. Seeing how honest he was, Chun-Ko thought for a moment, then wrote down her phone number and handed it to him.
"Don't worry about it," she said.
"Just help me carry the computer down. I'll buy it. Keep this number and call me tonight. I'd like to work with you again in the future." The man standing nearby wasn't happy about it. He snorted, holding a cigarette between his lips, and said, "Young lady, I've got a better computer than that one. I'll give you 100 for it, how about that? The young man saw someone trying to take his deal, so he just smiled shyly, took the money, and helped Chin-ko carry the computer into the house. All right, just put it here.
Oh,
Not bad, it even comes with a mouse. The young man set the computer down, scratched his head, said he'd leave it there, and walked out. Chun-ko smiled and saw him to the door, then closed it tightly. She looked at the computer from different angles, but since it wasn't dark yet, she thought it might be troublesome to start fixing it now. She decided to wait a bit. That's when she remembered the newspaper that had been soaked with herbal tea. Right? She hadn't read it yet. She went to the table, took out the newspaper, and used a small repair spell on it. The paper instantly became clean and smooth again, with no trace of the wrinkles or stains. She began to read slowly. Company President Fu Delong of Di Shilong Group was attacked by an assassin half a month ago. Police say they have identified the suspect.
wait.
I remember now, wasn't that the old landlord? When she noticed the Di Shilong Company logo printed in the corner of the article, Chun-ko finally realized why it looked so familiar. It was the same logo she had seen on that old man. So who exactly was he? Fu Delong was already dead, but the old man looked just like him. Could he be a relative? Or had she seen a ghost? Or maybe the two had nothing to do with each other at all. A flood of questions filled Chun-ko's mind. That old man really was mysterious. She tossed the newspaper aside, made herself some dinner, and began to eat. Since leaving home, this was the first proper meal she'd had in days. The loneliness she'd been feeling slowly faded, and thinking about her special ability made her mood brighten again. After eating, she turned on the light and looked at the computer. Although the computer was badly broken, all the main parts were still there. The equipment was complete, but it looked like it had been smashed hard. Wires were tangled everywhere, and many plugs were broken or twisted together. It looked almost beyond repair. But Chun-ko wasn't worried about how broken the computer was, only about missing parts. Luckily, the one in front of her was complete, so she gathered everything together and began to repair it. She could feel a warm current flowing through her arm, and a faint white light brushed across the machine. The computer seemed to come alive, each part finding its place and merging together. The scattered pieces floated mysteriously in the air. Chun-ko closed her eyes to focus. Her repairing power slowly faded, but soon the computer was fully reassembled. Strange. This computer looked bulky, yet she hadn't used much energy to fix it. Normally, it should have taken several times more effort than that old disk she repaired before. Could it be because of its age? Maybe restoring antiques consumed more energy than modern items. Realizing this new pattern in her ability, Chun-ko felt a quiet excitement. After half a month without touching a computer, she quickly plugged it in. The screen was spotless, the machine ran smoothly, and soon it finished starting up. When she opened the hard drive, she found it completely reset. No trace of the previous user's data. What did that mean? A new business idea flashed in her mind. She could repair old computers until they looked brand new and sell them as nearly new ones. No one would ever notice. But the thought faded as quickly as it came. She didn't know anyone here, and if she tried selling computers, people might think she had stolen them. Sighing, she thought, even with a special power, making money isn't easy. Forget it. Better to summarize what I've learned. She opened a document on the computer and typed out the rules of her ability. 1. The repairing power came from the meteor that hit her, said to be a fragment of the Weaver girl's soul. 2. The power isn't endless. It depends on her mental strength, which must grow for the ability to improve. 3. She can only repair existing things no matter their age, but she can't copy or clone them. It's more like mending. 4. It can also be used on the human body, such as healing scars. After finishing, Chun-ko read it once more, then deleted the file. Her power was too unusual. What if someone else saw it? These things are better left to rot inside oneself. There is no phone line or internet in this house. Sighing about being unable to connect online, she turned off the computer, turned off the lights, and lay back on the bed. She wasn't sure if it was because she used her special powers too much during the day, but she felt mentally tired. At this moment, She surprisingly felt a strange sense of peace. The window of the makeshift house had curtains. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, as if from a car outside, with its headlights shining through the curtains into the room. She turned over and thought to herself that she should find a way to make money soon and leave this terrible place. If even the car lights could shine into her house, she decided to fall asleep. Outside, the culprit was a black car. On the front of the car, a small figure with wings and gold color reflected in the headlights shone brightly even at night. The double R logo flashed as the car stopped in front of a junkyard. In a small town, a Rolls-Royce was parked in front of a junkyard. Such an unusual sight was very confusing. The car door opened quietly, and a man in black sunglasses stepped out from the driver's seat. Then he went to the back, opened the door, and an old man with a golden-headed cane appeared. At the same time, there was a clicking sound at the junkyard entrance. The warehouse door lit up, revealing an elevator inside. The elevator's display changed from -20 to 1. Then, an old man and a handsome young man walked out of the junkyard. The young man pressed a button in front of the door, and the elevator cleverly disappeared. He then went forward, opened the door, and led the old man out. The old man was very familiar to her. He was the old man who had given her a dark business card, Mr. Fu. When the two old men saw each other, they immediately patted each other's shoulders. The old man from the Rolls-Royce looked happy to see Mr. Fu. He patted his shoulder and scolded, "You old kid, living in such a broken place. You're really embarrassing the kids. Haha, who says this place is broken? And you coming to my poor neighborhood in that thing. Go as far away as you can. Come on, those old guys are waiting to see you. Haha, you guys are really a bunch of old children. If you weren't an old child, then why are you coming here? Every time we argue, I can't win. Fine, let's go see your secret hideout." Haha. She woke up to a bright morning. Chun-Ku rubbed her eyes and became alert. As she looked around, a strange feeling of loneliness suddenly filled her heart. This sadness came from the empty house and her noticeably thin face. She thought to herself, "I've suffered a lot these past 2 weeks. When will this end?" After tidying up her room, Chun-Ku used a healing spell on herself. She didn't bother to wash up, and her whole body became clean. She also noticed her hair was becoming more flowing, her skin softer, and her scar was gone. She looked like a different person. Her clothes were now truly clean and dust-free, which made her feel out of place in this empty house. She picked up her phone and suddenly saw a new message. When she opened it, it said, "I am Li Er, the guy who sold computers yesterday." Chun-Ku immediately thought of an idea. She wasn't sure if it would work, but she decided to ask Li Er to collect some second-hand clothes. Then she could set up a stall at the market to sell them. Thinking of this, she quickly called Li Er. "Hello? Is this Li Er? This is Chun-Ku. I need to talk to you." "Yes, it's me." "Haha, I was worried you wouldn't get my message." Chun-Ku took a small basin, soaked some rice in water, and said while washing the rice, "Li Er, can you help me collect some old clothes? You can buy them for 5 yuan a kilogram, and I'll buy them back from you for 10 yuan a kilogram. Is that okay?" "What? Old clothes? Why do you want them? Those torn clothes are unwanted and won't sell. Besides, how can I make so much money off you?" Chun-Ku thought to herself, "Surprisingly, I've met a good kid. In this society, it seems only scavengers can be trusted. It's okay, just do it this way. The sooner you give me the clothes, the better. You'll definitely make good money. Don't worry. Alright, I'll do that. No one wants old clothes anymore. I think I can fill a truck by noon. Are you sure you want all of them?" "Yes, I do. The more, the better. Thanks a lot for your help. But please make sure there are no holes or tears, or I will have to pick them out. No need to trouble yourself. If there's money to be made, who wouldn't want to earn it? Rest assured, I will check carefully. Just wait and see. Alright, goodbye." After hanging up, Chun-Ku was so happy, she almost jumped for joy. She buys old clothes at 10 yuan per jean, half a kilogram. In winter, a coat might weigh 1 to 2 jean, but even if she turns the clothes into new ones, she can sell them for at least 50 yuan. That's a huge profit. Plus, summer clothes are lighter and cheaper. Many pieces can be bought for 1 jean. Even if each piece costs 10 yuan, she can earn 40 or 50 yuan. If she sells everything, each jean of clothes can make at least 40 yuan profit. This calculation is based on the lowest prices. Her repaired clothes are all new, so if she sells them as new, her profit per jean could double. No one would find faults, and in this small town, clothing prices are low. Slightly lowering the price could bring in lots of customers. After all, who doesn't like cheap, good quality clothes? Thinking of this, Chun Ko felt her path to making money was becoming clearer. She felt more confident. Soon, she planned to check the market location and buy some bags to hold clothes and set up her stall. After a quick meal, she put on sunglasses, tied her hair back, grabbed a bag, locked the door, and left. It was just past 8 a.m., and the morning market was already less crowded. She looked around and saw many vendors selling clothes, mostly cheap t-shirts. However, few shops nearby had customers. The shop owners were lazily sitting at the door, yawning, not expecting to sell many clothes today. The morning market mainly sells food and vegetables. With such a short time, who would have the leisure to buy clothes? The ground was divided into many numbered sections. All the stalls were rented out. Chun Ko was just thinking about making quick money and had no interest in renting a stall herself. Then she thought about checking if there was a pedestrian street nearby, where vendors often set up stalls outside specialty shops. Usually, the shop owners turn a blind eye, and no one cares much. So, Chun Ko asked for directions to the nearest pedestrian street to gather more information. What surprised her most was that the pedestrian street was actually just on the other side of the neighborhood. The location of the neighborhood was really good, next to a market on the left and the pedestrian street on the right. It would definitely help her a lot. She also found that on the other side of the old item recycling station was a back gate of another neighborhood. Going out through that gate led to the end of the pedestrian street. She just needed to set up a small stall in a quiet spot. After checking the land, Chun Ko went to the department store. She bought some standard-sized plastic bags for nearly 100 yuan and also bought a cheap single bed sheet. The preparations were now complete. By the time she got home, it was already past 11. Chun Ko looked at the few remaining packets of instant noodles in her bag. She thought she shouldn't waste them, so she cooked a pot and ate. After eating, she looked at her computer. She was worried that Li Er might notice it had been replaced overnight, so she covered it with something. Soon, around 1 o'clock, Chun Ko was resting with her eyes closed when she heard a knock. She got up and opened the door. She saw Li Er smiling, pulling a cart full of bags and packages. She thought to herself, finally, he's here. Girl, look at these clothes. If any are not good enough, just pick them out. You paid too much, and Brother Li Er doesn't want you to spend too much. Huh, why are you talking so much nonsense? Help me carry down the clothes, I want to see. Chun Ko only had a few hundred yuan left in her bag. She was worried that some clothes might be damaged or missing parts, which wouldn't be worth it. After all, those clothes couldn't be fixed easily. Li Er quickly took down the clothes. Chun Ko opened her bag and carefully put each piece into her prepared bags. The clothes weren't too bad, mostly just dirty. It seemed Li Er had already sorted through the old clothes when collecting them, so they weren't as worn out as she had imagined. Especially the small shirts. They were light and came in many styles, about 5 pieces per jean. There were also quite a few clothes for children and the elderly. Chun Ko thought she couldn't ask for too much. Maybe someone else would want these clothes too. After counting, she realized there were quite a lot of clothes on the cart. The most were small shirts, 43 pieces. There were only 2 coats, probably because of the season, especially winter coats, which people usually don't want to throw away. There were also 8 pairs of pants and 3 sets of children's clothes. That was all. Together, they weigh 15 jean and cost 150 yuan. After carefully calculating, it seems that small shirts are more affordable. So she said, "Second brotherly, I checked and small shirts are still cheaper. Once I finish dealing with these things, please help me collect the small shirts. We can pay 5 yuan per jean. Does that sound good?" Li Er took the money, and his face immediately changed. He said, "Sister, what are you talking about? If you have any requests, just tell me. Earning 75 yuan so quickly is a lot. It's usually what I make in a whole day. Plus, It won't interfere with my old appliance collection. Don't say those things anymore. Chunka smiled but said nothing, only nodding and replying, all right. Take care, and if I need these clothes again, I'll call you. Okay, I'm leaving now. After sending off Lier, Chunka spread the clothes on the ground, closed the door, and began repairing them. The new book rankings are very competitive. During the new release period, there are no recommendations. If you like this story, please support it with recommendation votes to boost the Nun. It's risky to stay at the bottom of the list. Chunka's repairability with her supernatural power is very fast, especially for thin, small shirts. With a gentle flash of light, the shirts become brand new. After repairing each piece, she rewrapped it with a packaging she just bought. Apart from lacking a brand label, they look almost identical to new ones. An hour passed and she finally finished repairing all the small shirts. But she felt a wave of exhaustion coming over her. Constantly using her power had drained her energy, leaving her looking tired. To avoid passing out, Chunka decided to rest for a while. But just as she lay on the bed, her phone rang. Who could be calling her at this time? She was still using a very cheap tablet phone. Its black and white screen and soft buttons had only one good feature. It wouldn't get viruses because it wasn't smart at all. Its only uses were making calls and sending messages. Plus, this phone had a good trait. It had never been broken. Looking at the name flashing on the screen, the name she had been trying to forget these days appeared again. It was her father, Chun Zichang. After thinking for a moment, she hesitated before pressing the answer button. Hello? Daughter, where are you? How can you be so reckless? Just decide to leave without warning. Do you really think I am your father, hey? Are you listening? Shun-hee sneered. This man showed no sadness or discomfort about leaving home. He didn't even seem a little bit upset. Does he really deserve to be her father? Thinking of this, she ignored the noisy voices on the phone. She pressed the red button quietly and turned it to silent. Casually, she tossed the phone onto the cabinet. Finally, the world was quiet again. After sleeping for 2 hours, Shun-hee got up and fixed the remaining coat, pants, and baby clothes. It was already dark outside. Actually, it was 5 o'clock. She quickly packed her things, rolled the clothes into a big bundle using the cheap new blanket, and carried it on her back. Then, she headed toward the back door of the scrapyard. As soon as she stepped outside, she felt a gust of wind. She suddenly looked back and saw a car rushing toward her. There was a loud screech of brakes, and the car stopped just 5 centimeters in front of her. Shun-hee wiped her forehead, sweating coldly. The double R logo and the winged little figure on the car made her dizzy. Before anyone got out of the car, she hurriedly continued walking forward, lost in thought. Since she hadn't been hit, what was there to say? The car door opened with a sound. 2 old men got out, one from each side. At that moment, Shun-hee had already turned a corner and disappeared at the end of the street. One of them was old Fu, dressed casually in long clothes. The other was the owner of the Rolls-Royce, the old man who had come last night. Is this little girl the reason we lost tens of thousands, causing us old guys so much trouble? The old man spoke gruffly as he stepped out of the car and stood at the entrance of the scrapyard. Old Fu nodded and smiled. Haha, I have some good news for you. Your precious subordinate has been looking for a Ming-style blue and white porcelain. I found one in her bag the other day. It's in excellent condition, but because it looks so perfect, I can't be sure if it's the one you're after. What do you mean by precious subordinate? She's my adopted daughter, not some underling. But my adopted daughter was looking for a broken blue and white plate. Anyway, to make my daughter happy, if this plate is genuine, I'll buy it and take it home. It's not expensive anyway. I've already left a message for that girl. Anyway, you need to hurry. I'm not even sure if that young girl can stay for a whole month. I'll buy this plate myself. Your godson helped me a lot last time, and I haven't had the chance to thank him yet. It's just an antique plate, not worth much. We'll talk about it later. Come on, let's go before those old fellows get impatient. Shunka couldn't hear their conversation. She carried a large bag of clothes on her back, her expression distant. The phone call from her father just now, though she hadn't said a word, had completely shattered her hope in him. She clutched the bag on her shoulder as if it were her only support. What she needed was money, enough to finish college. And now, she had to rely on these clothes. The pedestrian street was already filled with vendors. It was the busy night market, crowded with both licensed and unlicensed stalls. Shunko found an empty spot, spread out a bedsheet, and neatly arranged the clothes she had repaired. On top, she placed a sign she had written earlier, 20 yuan each. The coats were priced at 80 yuan, pants at 50 yuan a pair, and baby clothes at 50 yuan per set. Soon, a crowd gathered around her stall. To her surprise, the 3 sets of baby clothes sold out first. Many people also came to look at her affordable shirts. Although more people looked than bought, she still managed to sell more than 10 pieces in no time. Not a single coat sold, and before she knew it, 3 hours had passed. Only 3 or 4 shirts were left, and the pants were all gone. Even so, her success made the nearby vendors stare in disbelief. After all, no one sold clothes this cheaply. It was cutting into their business. Shunku smiled as she counted the money, amazed at how quickly everything had sold. Then she decided to offer a final discount, shirts for 10 yuan each, coats for 40 yuan. Just then, a woman with curled hair and a black long dress walked out from a nearby boutique and approached her. "Hey, young lady, I'll take the rest of your clothes," the woman said. She looked to be in her 30s, already a bit plump, her bright red lips lacking the charm of youth. She looked every bit the shrewd businesswoman. Still, a sale was a sale, and Shunko wouldn't refuse. She nodded, took the money, and handed over the last few pieces, wrapping them up carefully. However, that woman was not a good businessperson. Instead, she seemed to be setting a trap with her words. "Little sister, why are your clothes so cheap? If you sell them so cheaply in front of my house, you're cutting into my profits. Tell me, where do you get these clothes from?" Chunko was clever and always kept her guard up when dealing with her stepmother. She could see through this woman's intentions. On one hand, she was warning herself not to be tricked into giving away her profits. On the other hand, she seemed to want to steal her sources of goods. The way she called her little sister made Chunka feel nervous and uneasy. She thought to herself, no one likes a sister like that. Even so, she couldn't give a vague answer. Chunka chuckled and said, "Oh, sister, honestly, my family runs a clothing factory, but I can't tell you which one. All I can say is that my dad wants me to gain some experience on my own, so he cut off my funds. I had no choice but to secretly take one piece from the factory stock each time.
You understand, right?
Otherwise, why are my clothes without tags? It's because I'm short on money." While speaking, Chunka kept winking and making gestures, acting as if she was revealing a big secret. She looked like she knew something others didn't, trying to appear mysterious and a little mischievous, a typical young troublemaker. The so-called shop owner nodded, as if she finally understood. She smiled and said, "Oh, I see. Hee hee, little sister, I have a good idea. I wonder if you're willing to cooperate. Why don't you come into my shop, and we can have a proper talk?" Chunka's heart moved. Could it be that she wanted to work with her? But she still kept her innocent-looking smile, chuckled and nodded, saying, "Sure." Chunka rolled up the cheap bedsheet on the ground and packed the remaining plastic bags. The woman, holding the clothes she bought cheaply from Chunka, swayed her hips and led her into the clothing store behind her. This wasn't a branded store. The clothes inside were varied, but none of them were cheap. The most obvious thing was the coats. Although they were marked as off-season clearance, each priced at 199 yuan, their quality couldn't compare to the coats Chunka sold for 40 yuan each. Since Shunko is pretending to be a carefree girl who steals from her family's clothing factory, she needs to act convincingly. Watching the middle-aged woman, who is about her mother's age and keeps calling her sister in a sweet, flirtatious way, hang her clothes directly on a rack, Shunko immediately understands her intention after seeing the price tag of 199 yuan. "Little sister, I can tell just by looking at your soft, tender skin that you're not someone who has suffered much. You're actually the daughter of the clothing factory owner. And as you can see, I mean exactly that. You secretly take clothes from home and sell them to me at a low price. No matter what style, as long as you keep the same price you just mentioned outside, I can handle it. What do you think? I can even pay you 5 yuan more per piece." Shunko is momentarily stunned, then pretends to be an innocent girl and smiles, saying, "Wow, sister, are you serious? I'm really worried that my dad might recognize me if I set up a stall outside. Otherwise, each of these clothes for my family makes over 100 yuan profit, and just by putting a tag on them, they become high-quality fashion. My dad would be so angry about the loss that he might get really mad at me. Sister, how about this? You take all the clothes I brought and we work together for a month. What do you think?" The woman pauses, then replies, "Don't be so quick. A month is too short. Little sister, if you need money, as long as I'm here, I will always take your clothes whenever you bring them." Shinku pretends to frown and says, "Oh no, that really won't do. Sister, I'll be kicked out of my house to go to school in a month. And, since it's my family's business, I can't steal too much. I just need to indulge for holiday, and then it will be inconvenient." The woman sighs deeply and says, I really wish I had met you earlier, little sister. Well, here's a deal. Any clothes you send, whether men's, women's, old, or young, I will take them. But during this month, you need to send more. I can be picky about the price, so it can't be too high." Shunko quickly nods, appearing generous, and says, "Sister, don't worry. I won't charge more than what I sold outside tonight. I'm happy to meet someone as straightforward as you. But I don't have much time to deliver, so please don't mind." Of course. If you're willing to agree, then it's settled. All right, I'll go now. Sister, I need to go back to the clothing factory tonight to see if I can get some more. Take care, sister. Here's my business card. At the same time, the woman closed the door with a smile and said, "Really, I was so quick to be tricked by my own mother. Little girl, wait until your dad finds out and gives you a spanking." Meanwhile, he was overjoyed. As long as the sales of these old clothes stayed steady, she wouldn't worry about anything else. After walking a long way and entering the neighborhood, she thought to herself, "What a disgusting old lady." When she got home, she started calculating her earnings. 40 small shirts at 20 yuan each, 3 at 10 yuan, 2 coats, 8 pairs of pants, 3 sets of baby clothes. She sold everything for a total of 1,460 yuan. After subtracting the 150 yuan cost, she had made 1,310 yuan in just one day. Oh my, this was incredible. Earning over 1,000 yuan in a day, which could add up to over 30,000 yuan in a month. Shinhee suddenly felt like she had fallen into a money pit. This was her first time earning money, and she never expected it to be so easy and successful. But these old clothes wouldn't sell this much every day. Her tuition for the year was over 10,000 yuan, and the money she earned now was far from enough. Luckily, she still had nearly 2 months before going to that city. Maybe she could find other ways to make money there. Still, she was already very happy. Earning over 1,000 yuan in one day, she never even thought about it before. Shunhee chuckled happily, then threw the colorful bills onto her bed, feeling an indescribable happiness. Now, she had no one to trust but these bills. Only money could give her a real sense of security because it wouldn't betray her, be unkind, or bite her. How wonderful! He counted the remaining 700 yuan she had left and now had a total of 2,000 yuan. It was like being trapped with no way out, then suddenly seeing a bright light. She finally didn't have to worry about money anymore. She tore off a piece of the leftover magazine she used to cover the wall, took out a 150 yuan bill, and wrapped it with a colorful magazine before putting it into her backpack. After tidying everything up, she turned on Li Er's phone. Since the old lady wanted all the clothes now, she didn't need to be so cautious anymore. She told Li Er how many clothes she would send tomorrow. Li Er was so happy that he quickly responded. For him, this was like a huge windfall from the sky. But how could it be different for someone like Chen Ko? After solving the problem of selling old clothes, she happily turned her attention back to the computer. Yes, maybe someone would buy such a computer. Why couldn't she do the same as with the clothes? Tell some lies, fix up some household appliances and computers, and sell them to merchants. It seemed she should ask about it tomorrow. In this small town, regulations weren't very strict. She wasn't doing anything illegal or wrong, just hiding the source of the goods. Even if she sold them as second-hand items, she probably could make a good amount of money. Chun-Ku's eyes sparkled with excitement as she thought about how to use her special ability to earn more money. Quick update today, please support with votes. In the morning, Lee Er arranged to deliver some goods to Chun-Ku at noon, so she could relax a bit longer in bed. For the first time in over 10 days, she felt so free. With money in her pocket, her mood improved and her stress eased. The annual tuition fee of 10,100 yuan no longer seemed so far away. After breakfast, she started tinkering with her computer. But since it wasn't connected to the internet, she felt quite annoyed. There was nothing to do for fun, not even music. So she transferred some songs from her player and played them aloud, lying on the bed and zoning out for a while. Later, she felt it was a shame to waste her time like this, so she locked the door and went outside. She wanted to find an electronics market, but after asking many people, she learned there was no such place in the county. To buy a computer or other electronics, she had to go to the city. Realizing this, Chun-Ku sadly understood she couldn't transport appliances to sell in the city due to regional limitations. She had to give up on reselling electronics. Just then, a gust of wind blew a piece of paper onto her face. She took it off and saw it was a small advertisement.
Yes.
She could post small ads to sell electronics privately. However, for a good girl like Chun-Ku, this was a bit difficult. Posting ads. It wasn't exactly a noble thing to do. While she was wandering outside, 2 old men arrived at her house. Knock, knock, little girl, are you in there? They knocked for a long time, but there was no response inside. Old Man Fu and the Rolls-Royce old man exchanged a glance, realizing the girl was not at home. What should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? I have no idea. You're the landlord.
How come you don't know?
Listen, I didn't do anything. While talking, Old Man Fu took a bunch of keys from his pocket and then pulled out one to open the door. The Rolls-Royce old man had already gone inside. As he walked in, he said, "Since you opened the door, if anything happens, it's your responsibility." I didn't go into that room. Hey, you old fool. Why do you always talk so coldly? Look quickly, where's that plate? Old Man Fu glared at the Rolls-Royce old man, then opened the only bag in the room. Sure enough, the plate was inside, wrapped in some cloth. The Rolls-Royce old man seemed to have a strong love for antiques. He hurriedly grabbed the plate and said, "Let me see it." Old Man Fu disdainfully handed him the plate and snorted, "Humph, you old man, just love these weird antiques. One day I'll smash your antique shop," but no one responded to this. The old man was entirely focused on examining the plate. He kept praising, "Not bad, real deal. But I wouldn't say it's a valuable item. To me, it's probably worth at most $20,000. And that's only because it's well preserved. Honestly, this thing isn't very valuable. The only thing worth money is how carefully it's kept. You old fool. Forget it, let's go. If we stay, that girl will come back, and we'll be stuck. Just put everything back as it was. When she's here, we can talk about the price. I think even if 20,000 isn't much for us, it might interest that girl. Alright, let's go quickly." Unaware that her most valuable plate had already been examined, Shin Kashiwa was thinking about whether to advertise it or just leave it at the door for sale. But putting it right at the entrance was too easy for others to see. Still, she couldn't figure out what to do, so she decided it was best not to get involved with electronics. After a whole morning of shopping, I made this decision. I felt helpless about the ongoing trouble. Suddenly, my phone rang. It was Lee Er. "Hello? Sister, I just arrived in front of your house and saw 2 old men coming out. They kept talking about a plate or something." "What?" 2 old men came out of my house. She immediately became worried. "I have a beautiful blue and white porcelain plate, and the old man was interested in it when he moved in on the first day. Could he have taken it while I was away?" Hurrying back home, I knew the plate was probably gone now. But I didn't want to give it up easily. It's worth 10,000 yuan. I still hope to sell it when I move to the city for college. I rushed back quickly. When I turned the corner, I saw Lee Er riding a tricycle in the shade of the building. I hurriedly asked, "Lee Er, I'm back." "Ah, sister, you finally returned. I just saw 2 old men leaving your house. I thought you were home, but after they left, they locked your door." I was worried something might have happened, so I called you. Turns out, you weren't there. Li Er saw my concern and rode his tricycle slowly, matching my pace to my door. I nodded seriously and asked, "Did you hear what they said?" Li Er shook his head. "I only heard them mention that the plate is real, or something like that. Nothing else." "Did they take anything out?" "No, they went in empty-handed and came out the same way." Hearing this, I felt relieved. But I was still worried that my plate might have been swapped or stolen. I quickly opened the door to check. If I had known that each of those old men was very important and wealthy, I might not have worried so much. Their clothes alone looked worth tens of thousands, so they wouldn't have cared about my little plate. Inside, everything looked the same as before. The package was still wrapped around the plate, just as it was when I first saw it. No change. Not even a folded newspaper. Phew, that was close. I was so scared. However, that old man sneaked in secretly. Could it be that he was looking for someone to verify whether this plate is truly an antique? Thinking this, she reached into her pocket and touched the black business card. Should she make that call or not? "Miss? Miss?" Li Er called out twice from outside. She suddenly snapped out of her daze, responded, and then went outside. "Is everything okay?" She helped him take the clothes and bags from the car while saying, "It's fine. Nothing is missing. Oh, haha. Today this weighs 20 Jean. Miss, please weigh it." She didn't even look and just smiled, replying, "All right, I trust you." Same time tomorrow, Li Er took the money and said with a smile, "Okay, just wait and see." Today, it weighed 20 Jean, and she had more clothes than usual. Probably, Li Er from yesterday was also worried and didn't charge much to avoid losing her. Today, she had many large coats, each weighing over half a Jean. She carefully repaired all the clothes, took a break in the middle, then rested briefly before continuing. She rolled all the clothes into a bundle, tied it up, and carried it on her back toward the clothing store. The store was surprisingly busy today. The few clothes she sold to that sister were marked at 68 or 70 yuan, which was already the cheapest price in the store. Only one coat remained unsold, and that sister made a huge profit. However, she knew she didn't have a shop, so she had nowhere to sell the remaining clothes. Now, with a boss who accepts all kinds of goods, she had to seize the opportunity. Once the store was empty enough, she sat on the sofa, untied the cloth, revealing various clothes inside. She smiled and said, "Sister, look at these clothes. I picked them last night when it was dark. I didn't choose carefully. I sold them all to you at the same prices as yesterday. There are 21 small shirts, 40 coats, and 50 dresses. Just pay the money." "Oh, girl, you're really good at making money. Since that's the case, let's settle the bill soon." Because today's clothes weighed 5 Jean more than yesterday, the total reached 1,800 yuan, almost 10 times the original price. However, if the shop mainly focuses on takeout, it will naturally earn more than traditional sales. Shen Ku doesn't worry about this too much. She fears stockpiling clothes because she doesn't have enough American time to waste on them. She earns as much as she can. This small town is just a temporary place for her. Soon, she will have to leave. Holding the money, Shen Ku happily puts on her hat and sunglasses. She walks around the shopping street, then confirms that the older sister hasn't sent anyone to follow her. Only then does she go back home. At night, Shen Ku takes out another 1,500 yuan, adding it to the 1,500 yuan from yesterday. In 2 days, she has saved up 3,000 yuan. After organizing the money, she takes out the porcelain plate again. Unconsciously, her hand touches the black business card. She thinks for a long time, but then notices it's already 9 p.m. It's so late. Bothering the old man might not be polite. Shen Ku considers this and suppresses her desire to call Fu Lao. She doesn't want to explain everything clearly. What if Li Er misunderstands? Besides, she hasn't lost much. The plate was left by her mother. Should she sell it or not? Her mind is filled with messy thoughts. She hesitates for a long time, unsure whether to sell the plate. Finally, she simply puts the plate aside, planning to decide when she leaves. As a result, 10 days pass. Shen Ku has saved nearly 20,000 yuan from selling clothes, so she is ready to stop. First, repairing and selling clothes no longer excites her. Moreover, because she keeps buying old clothes, the stock is running low. The town is small and the amount of old clothes has decreased significantly over these days. Also, that sister seems to have tasted some profit and wants to lower the price further. Shinku refuses to accept such a low offer. There's no need to continue if they keep pushing the price down. So last night, she called Li Er and told him she wouldn't buy old clothes anymore. Li Er was surprised and thought about it. Recently, she had been buying too few clothes, so he reluctantly agreed. Before hanging up, she reminded him to contact her if she wanted to buy again. After the call, Shunku also felt it was necessary to tell the sister. Of course, it was easy to find an excuse for her not to deliver anymore. Shunku said her father found out she was stealing clothes from the clothing factory to sell, so she wouldn't be timid anymore. The older sister seemed quite upset and even said that if she knew which clothing factory Shunku's family owned, she would tell her father if she stopped supplying her with clothes in the future. Shunku immediately burst into laughter. She said, "I don't even know who my father is." "How would you know?" Then she hung up the phone. The woman on the other end was so angry, she stomped her feet. After finishing all this, Shunku remembered the old man. She took out a completely black business card with big gold letters. When she called, the voice of old Fu came through. "Hello, little girl." "Yes, Grandpa Landlord. I plan to leave. You can rent out this house." "What? You're leaving so soon?" "Don't go yet. I have something to tell you." "Actually, I have something to say too. Come over quickly." "Okay, wait a moment." "All right, see you then." After hanging up, Shunku wasn't sure how to start. Should she just say she knew he had sneaked into her room? But that didn't seem very believable. She paced around, thinking whether she should ask the old man directly. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Shunku opened it and saw the old man, along with another old man with white eyebrows, also looking aged but lively. "Grandpa Landlord, please come in." Shunku tilted aside and let the two men into the house. Old Fu looked around at Shunku, who had already packed everything, and asked, "Girl, the rent is due in 10 days. Are you planning to leave?" Shunku nodded, then poured 2 cups of water for the old men, smiling and saying, "Thanks to Grandpa Landlord for taking care of me. Sorry for the trouble these days." Old Fu placed the water on the table and said, "No trouble at all. We all have our needs. To be honest, girl, we came to see you about something very important." Shunku's heart sank. She thought to herself, could this old man really want to buy my place? Though she thought that, she didn't say anything. Remaining calm and steady is better than blindly asking questions. In the past few days, she also made a decision. Although the 20,000 yuan she has is enough to cover the school startup costs, once she arrives in Juhong City, the living expenses and tuition fees will quickly use it all up. If she can sell the antique plate now, she will feel more confident. She needs to keep going alone. It seems she must sell this plate. Although she still cares about her biological mother, they have hardly met. She is used to being alone, and her personality has become somewhat cold over the years due to her family situation. She can keep her mother in her heart, but the plate cannot replace her mother. Selling it for living expenses is more practical. Thinking of this, she decided to sell the plate. So, Chunyi smiled slightly and said, "Grandpa Fu, just tell me if you need anything." Old Mr. Fu chuckled softly, looking at Chunyi's calm and composed expression, which surprised him. She is only 18, but he always feels there's something about her that he can't quite understand. She doesn't have the impulsiveness or naivety typical of someone her age. This unusual feeling is quite puzzling. "Actually, when you first arrived, I saw a blue and white porcelain plate in your backpack, right? Today, I came to buy that plate. I wonder if you're willing to part with it? Also, one day, I brought old Bai Mei here to see the plate. You weren't home, so we looked at it ourselves. Please forgive us, haha." Chunyi didn't seem surprised, but she appreciated the old man's relaxed attitude. She didn't expect him to say everything openly. Since she had already expected to sell the plate, she smiled and nodded. "Of course I'll sell it. But, Grandpa Fu, it's not right to enter someone's house without permission." Old Mr. Fu was momentarily stunned. He looked at the old man with white eyebrows and a beard, and they both burst into laughter. He pointed at Chun-Yi and said, "You're quite interesting, girl. You're actually lecturing us. But I admit I was careless about this. Haha, now please take out the plate so we can see it." The old man took out a magnifying glass from his pocket and looked at it carefully. "Little girl, you're not very honest. When I asked you about this plate, you said you bought it at a street stall for 15 yuan to hold fruit. I almost let go of a good plate because of you." Old Mr. Fu looked like he wanted to teach her a lesson and brought up past events to scold Shenke. Shenke smiled and said, "Grandpa Fu, when I came to the county, someone on a tricycle picked me up. But yesterday, a Rolls-Royce almost hit me, and I think you were in the car. Also, with your skills, you could buy a house in the neighborhood, yet you still live in this small room. You're not more honest than I am." Old Mr. Fu was surprised. He thought Shenke knew to Shilong, which meant she wasn't from a poor family. So why was she so down on her luck? Thinking about this, he stopped thinking about Shenke's teasing words and quickly asked, "Girl, you actually know de Shilong? You also know that his clothes are rare and few people know about him. How do you know? And how did you end up so poor that you have to rent this 100 yuan room from me?" Shenke didn't expect old Mr. Fu's expression to show a hint of sympathy. Maybe it's a common problem for older people. They can't stand to see others sad. Shenke sighed inwardly, thinking maybe old Mr. Fu believed she was the only child of a fallen family. But she didn't want to say too much. Some things she didn't want to talk about, and just thinking of them made her sad. Hee, Grandpa Fu, look at what Grandpa Bai thinks of this. If it's okay, you can make an offer. Since you can see I'm down on my luck, I need some money for self-defense. Plus, I'm about to start college, and I'll have to rely on myself from now on." When she said this, Shenke suddenly felt a wave of sadness. Sometimes she kept these feelings hidden deep inside, but once she spoke, her face changed. Grandpa Bai put away his magnifying glass and, like Grandpa Fu, also showed some sympathy. He hadn't spoken since entering, but seeing Shenke so down, he decided to comfort her. "Girl, don't be discouraged. This plate is authentic Ming Dynasty blue and white porcelain, made in a famous kiln. It's not a fake, and it's so well preserved. Based on the current market price, it is worth at least 150,000 yuan. If the girl doesn't mind, I will pay 200,000 yuan to buy it. Honestly, my friends and I were just gambling with this small house, never expecting someone to rent it. I lost 20,000 yuan to this big-headed guy, so I don't care about your little plate." Shenke was surprised and suddenly understood the situation. No wonder she could rent such a cheap house. It was all a trick by these old men. Shenke looked unhappy and said with a mixed smile, "All these cheap things I ended up taking." Old Bai raised his eyes and scolded, "Hey, girl, don't say that. Since you call us Grandpa, we can't let you suffer too much. Here's a check for 20,000 yuan.
Take it."
By the way, where are you planning to study? When she mentioned the school she wanted to apply to, Shenke felt confident. After 10 years of hard study, this was her goal. Zhuhong University was one of the top schools in the country, and it had strict score requirements. Getting into Zhuhong would prove her ability. She shyly smiled and said, "Zhuhong University." Old Fu nodded sincerely and said, "That's a good school. You're really impressive, girl." Haha. Old Bai also nodded repeatedly and then took out a business card from his pocket, handing it to Shenke. Strangely, the card was black with gold lettering, with only the surname, Bai, on it. "Girl, here's my card. I came here to visit old Fu, but my family also has a shop in Zhuhong. If you have any trouble, just find Grandpa Bai. If anyone dares to bully you, call me, and I'll send someone to teach them a lesson." Haha, old man, don't spoil this girl. I'm not the one spoiling her. Hurry up and pay. Are you trying to make old Bai pay? We agreed on this before. I'll pay, but not you. Stingy old man. Shenke watched the two old men argue and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Old Fu took out his phone and asked, "Girl, do you have a bank card? I can transfer the money directly to your account." Shenke frowned and said awkwardly, "I haven't had time to get one yet. I was planning to do it when I get to Zhuhong." "Oh, I see." Old Fu put his phone away again, then took out a checkbook, signed a check quickly, tore off a slip, and handed it to Shenke. When Shenke received the thin piece of paper, her hand trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. 20,000 yuan. This was the first time she had earned so much money in her life. If she saved and spent carefully, it would be enough to cover all her college expenses. Girl, don't forget us old men in the future. When you have free time, give us a call. You know, as people get older, they prefer peace and quiet. Shunke smiled shyly, feeling a warm feeling inside. She didn't expect that a stranger she just met could bring her the warmth she couldn't find at home. She replied, "Of course, don't worry, Grandpa. Rest assured." After seeing off the two elders, Shunku packed her belongings and prepared to leave. She had already returned the keys to the elders, and everything that belonged to her was packed neatly, just a few clothes and her phone and wallet in her original backpack. The only new thing was an extra 20,000 yuan and a thin piece of paper with 200,000 yuan written on it, floating lightly. Shunku knew her own situation was not worth that much money. Like Old White had said, although the item was in good condition and genuine, it was probably worth no more than 150,000 yuan. The extra 50,000 yuan was likely a gesture of kindness from the two elders, seeing her as someone in a difficult situation, to take care of her. To avoid misunderstandings, they included the money with the item. She glanced at the computer and suddenly remembered Lier. She picked up the computer and took it outside the door, wrapping it in a cheap bedsheet that was originally used to cover clothes. She also left a note inside the sheet, roughly saying she was saying goodbye to Lier. She wasn't worried about someone taking the computer, since she couldn't take it herself. Whoever took it could keep it. Lier was very happy on the phone, but Shunke felt a bit awkward inside. She had earned nearly 30,000 yuan from the clothes Lier had given her, but she only gave him a few hundred yuan. That made her feel uncomfortable. She decided to consider the computer as a small apology. Just as she stepped out of the community, she heard a sharp screech of brakes. A black car sped out suddenly, rushing toward her. The way the car crashed forward startled Shunke. She quickly moved to the side, and the car narrowly missed her. But then it stopped abruptly, blocking her way. Shunke frowned, feeling a bit uncomfortable. When she looked up, she recognized the car. It looked very familiar. When the double R logo on the wheel caught her eye, she suddenly remembered that this was the Rolls-Royce belonging to the old man with white eyebrows. A man stepped out from the driver's seat of the car. He wore black trousers, a casual black shirt, and a loose silver tie hanging around his neck, shining brightly. His face was partly hidden behind sunglasses, and he was tall and strong, with short hair that looked lively. He moved lightly and quickly approached Shunke, speaking calmly and politely. He said, "Are you Shunke? I am here to take you to the station." Shunke was surprised. She recognized the car, but she had never seen the man before. She asked nervously, "Did old Fu and old Bai send you to pick me up?" The man smiled and said something like that. Then he reached out and opened the car door. Chen couldn't think much and simply got in. She didn't know where the train station was anyway, so it was convenient. During the ride, the man drove smoothly. Chen Ko felt a bit shy and didn't want to say much. But the man asked, "Where did you get that porcelain plate?" Chen Ko looked at him and initially wanted to lie. But as she hesitated and looked at his back, she suddenly lost the courage to tell a lie. She said directly, "That's my mother's keepsake." Maybe because of how special that porcelain was, Chunko couldn't bear to hide her background. Her honesty caused the man's hand to tremble slightly. Observant, Chunku asked carefully, "What's wrong?" The man smiled but didn't answer. The car fell silent. As they approached the station and her figure became clearer outside, the man asked, "Miss Chen, are you going to Zhuhong City?" Chunku's expression changed. That surname reminded her of things she didn't want to think about. She nodded blankly, then, when the car stopped, she opened the door and got out. The man also got out, said goodbye to Chunku, and returned to the car. He watched her walk into the train station. Then he picked up his phone, dialed a number. After a few rings, he said into the phone, "Thank you, old Bai." Chunku had thought that the man was probably a driver or bodyguard sent by old Fu or old Bai. She didn't think much and bought a ticket to Zhuhong City with her backpack, then waited in the waiting room. She bought a soft sleeper ticket. When she got on the train, she headed straight to her carriage. The three people in her train carriage were actually together. She was on the lower bunk, while the two on the upper bunk were a couple. The person on the lower bunk was alone. They were all quite young but dressed nicely. They had gotten on the train earlier at the previous station, before Shinko. When she boarded, she saw the couple on the upper bunk looking at something in a magazine, while the guy on the lower bunk was playing with an iPad. Occasionally, the three of them would exchange a few words. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known they were together. However, the guy on the lower bunk kept glancing at the couple, seeming to watch them closely. His iPad was sometimes tilted to the side. Shinko quickly noticed that this guy seemed unhappy with the couple. He looked sneaky and suspicious, and Shinko instinctively felt uncomfortable around him. She placed her backpack at her feet. The train ride from this small town to Juhong City would take over 10 hours. She had planned to sleep well, but seeing this suspicious man made her nervous. Her backpack contained 20,000 yuan in cash, so she had to be extra careful. Even though the man on the other bunk didn't seem like he needed the money, she still worried about what he might be thinking. Moreover, when Shinku entered the carriage, the man had glared at her harshly, which made her dislike him even more. In this small space, Shinku felt uneasy. Maybe it was because she had been in this town for a long time, and now, with strangers suddenly close to her, she felt a bit uncomfortable. She lay down, listened to music, and placed her backpack next to her head for safety. She kept her eyes half closed and half open, casually glancing upward. The train carriage was small. The couple on the upper bunk was whispering and looking at a magazine, studying it together. The magazine looked old, wrapped in dark red velvet fabric. Shunko had good eyesight but only managed to see the two large characters on the cover. Stamp collecting, she secretly found it amusing. She had once again encountered a stamp collection. Thinking about the small card she kept in her own notebook, Shunko couldn't help but look at the stamp album a little longer. But it was just those two eyes that made the man across, with his suspicious look, feel unhappy. He lowered the iPad below his eye level, and his triangular eyes scanned the faint glow of the screen. He looked at Shunko, who, sensing the gaze of the person beside her, suddenly turned her head and met the man's eyes. His deep gaze seemed to be telling her not to look at that thing again. Shunko didn't want to cause trouble, and she wasn't particularly interested in the stamp album either. Since she gained this special ability, she became very curious about old things. But looking at the album just happened to be within her sight, and it was an old album. She was just imagining in her mind what it would look like if it were new. Most importantly, she remembered a small note tucked into her notebook, which made her eager to look at the stamps. However, she had never collected stamps before and didn't understand why people found it interesting. There was no need to attract attention. Now, she just wanted to stay low-key and hide herself completely. She didn't want any trouble before arriving in Juhong City, especially in this small space where there were 3 people on the other side and only her alone. So, she simply closed her eyes. The player was playing some calm guzheng music, enough to help her relax in this slightly bumpy ride. But she didn't expect that the more relaxed she was, the easier she was to be startled. At 10 o'clock, the lights in the carriage went out, and the attendants closed the doors. Only the 2 small beds on the upper bunk still had their lights on. Shunku relaxed her guard a little and gradually fell into sleep. She didn't know how long had passed when she heard a rustling sound. She frowned, slightly opened her eyes behind her glasses, and saw her luggage sitting safely beside her. She then closed her eyes again, feeling that sleeping on the train was really tiring. "Hey, what are you doing?" Just as Shunku wanted to continue resting, she heard the girl on the upper bunk speak. Although her voice was soft, it still made Shunku hard to fall asleep. She had no choice but to turn over and face the blinding light. She saw the man on the lower bunk across from her suddenly spit out his chewing gum onto the floor and softly said, "What's wrong? This stamp album was stolen from my home. Can't I even look at it on the way? You 2 lovebirds flirting and kissing on it. Now I can't even look at my stamp album?" Shunko silently sighed and turned over, pretending to sleep. This was someone else's matter, and it had nothing to do with her. But her eyes were tightly closed, yet she could still hear everything. Shunku's ears buzzed, and the girl on the upper bunk was still arguing with the sleazy boy on the lower bunk. Do you even know you stole it? If I hadn't tempted your father upstairs, would you have gotten it so easily? We agreed to find that stamp, then sell it and split the money. You get half and we get half. What else do you want? Lower your voice. At this moment, the boy was flipping through the stamp album loudly. Huh? Where's the stamp? Why are you talking so quietly? Didn't you say the stamp was in this album? Then why can't I find it? Don't tell me you hid it when you stole the album. I would hide it? I was playing a game downstairs just now. Maybe you two took the stamp away. My dad told me yesterday morning that the stamp was in this album, and it was our last hope. Tell me, where did the stamp go? The girl sounded very excited. She suddenly took a pillow from behind her head and threw it at the boy on the opposite side, waking him up. Her face turned fierce as she said, So you stole and hid the stamp, making us search for so long, and now you're asking me. You two lovebirds can't enter the auction house without my permission. Now that you've hidden the stamp, what good is it to go to the auction house? Just give me the stamp. Then another boy's voice was heard. Let go of me. If I can't find the stamp, give me back this album. I won't tear this album apart, even if I have to. Give it back to me. The three of them started tearing at the album, and Shinku's head was also overwhelmed by their loud voices. It seemed this was a secret matter, and she thought it was better not to get involved. She simply sat up. The boy on the lower bunk was surprised, thinking that Shinku was asleep. At that moment, the woman took advantage of his distraction and tore sharply. There was a ripping sound as fabric tore apart. The stamp album suddenly split in the middle. Hey, what are you looking at, you brat? Leave here quickly. At this time, Shinku had just put on her shoes and stood up. She glanced at the man, then slung her backpack over her shoulder and said, I didn't plan to stay long. You three can keep arguing. I'm about to get off anyway. No one paid attention to her words, and the three of them started arguing again over the stamp album. Meanwhile, a small red shadow flickered past the edge of the remaining half of the stamp album in the man's hand. It was blocked by Shunku's figure and fell unnoticed in front of her. The attention of those three was drawn to the torn stamp album, and they didn't see the stamp drop. Because the train carriage was dark, even Shunku didn't notice. She just wanted to leave this place quickly and get away from the three noisy people. But as she lifted her foot, Shunku felt her shoe was sticky. She clenched her teeth, cursed the man for being disgusting, and realized she had stepped on the gum he had just spat out. She frowned in disgust, looked back at the three fighting on the bed, and shot a glare at the man. Just then, a bright flash of a knife from the upper bunk caught her eye. She immediately thought something bad was about to happen. There was no time to remove the gum. Shunku lifted her foot, opened the carriage door, and stepped out, then closed it behind her. She didn't want to get involved in anything that could endanger her life. Since she had already taken everything out, she decided to sit on the soft seat in the aisle for a while. Looking at the time, she realized there was still an hour before they reached Juhong City. Suddenly, she remembered the gum under her foot. She tiptoed, not wanting to dirty the floor of the carriage with the disgusting thing, and headed toward the bathroom at the end of the carriage. Outside, the sky was already bright, and they would arrive in Juhong City in an hour. At the end of the corridor, Shunku happened to meet a crew member walking this way. The crew member was holding a tray with a new ticket. Shunku, feeling helpless, said that her carriage was too noisy, so she had already left and exchanged her ticket, then went into the bathroom. In the bathroom, Shunku took out a tissue from her backpack and leaned against the wall, removing her shoes. When she looked at the soles, she froze in surprise. Yes, her shoe soles were sticky with chewing gum, but oddly enough, there was also a postage stamp stuck to it. Shunku thought it might have fallen out of the stamp collection she had just torn open. According to what a few people said, the entire collection was supposed to have only one valuable stamp, but no one knew which of the three of them had stolen it. It seemed that the valuable stamp was not in that collection after all. The stamp on her shoe was just an ordinary one. Since it wasn't worth much, she didn't see the need to return it. The three of them didn't even care much about the collection, let alone this small stamp. Shunku carefully peeled the stamp off her shoe. She was about to throw it away when she noticed it looked quite old, and the picture on it showed a person holding a book of quotes. The stamp was bright red, with a map of China on it. Could it be a special stamp from a certain time period? And the color was very similar to the stamp she bought from the village shopkeeper. It was bright red, with words saying the whole country is red. Thinking of this, Shun Ko found the stamp interesting. It would be a pity to throw it away. She carefully fixed the stamp and tucked it into her notebook. After tidying her backpack and cleaning her shoes, Shun Ko finally left the bathroom. Suddenly, she heard loud noises. She saw the train conductor and some crew members gathered in front of the door to her original carriage. Inside, there was chaos. Shinku instinctively placed her hand on the strap of her backpack and looked over with curiosity. When she looked closer, she was shocked. The crew members were pulling two people out of the carriage. One was the man from the upper bunk, and the other was the man with the triangular eyes from the lower bunk. The man with the triangular eyes had a fresh, bloody scar on his face, and they were shouting at each other. The girl was being comforted by a crew member, leaning against the window and crying loudly. After she left, the two men suddenly started fighting. It looked serious, with blood on their faces. Shinku remembered the glint of a blade reflected in the light before she left. She sighed to herself, thinking she was lucky. Otherwise, even if it wasn't related to her, she might have been pulled into the trouble. While thinking, Shunku patted the hand cream she had just applied, preparing to sit on the soft seat by the window and wait to get off at the next station. Suddenly, the situation ahead changed. The man with triangular eyes quickly escaped from the train conductor's control, holding a shiny knife, rushing out into the crowd. Shun couldn't notice this and heard a sudden warning, "Be careful." Then she felt a heavy body fall on top of her. She let out a muffled sound and hurriedly looked up. She saw the man with triangular eyes had already run out, holding a dagger, and was pulling the man who had been protecting her. The man had a bloodstain on his neck from the knife, making his face look even more fierce and scary. "Don't come any closer." The man was shielding Shunko from below. Now that the man with triangular eyes had pulled him away, Shunko managed to stand up. But as she took a step forward, the man with the dagger pressed it hard against the man's neck, causing a cut and blood to flow. The other man had already been caught. The train staff on Shunko's side stood still, threatened by the triangular-eyed man. Shunko had never seen such a scene before. Her hands and legs trembled, and her whole body shook. But mostly, she was worried about the man being held hostage by the triangular-eyed man. The man looked very calm, with a cold expression on his face. He wore a black vest and looked quite fit. His eyes looked at Shunko, and when he saw she was safe, he seemed a little happy. He didn't seem to care much about the dagger on his neck. He was much taller than the triangular-eyed man, making the latter look even smaller and more sinister. "If you take another step forward, I will kill him." The man in the vest looked cold, and his face didn't change despite the threat. His eyes kept staring at Shunko. She was very nervous, not understanding why he was looking at her so intently. Her instincts told her she might be able to help him. The situation was becoming more tense. Shunko quietly took off her backpack and placed it aside. The train conductor quickly tried to calm the triangular-eyed man, saying, "Put down your weapon, and we can talk. What do you want?" The triangular-eyed man spat and wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve. The wound hurt him, making his face twitch. He shouted, "I don't want anything. Let me go after the train stops. Otherwise, I will kill this man. Okay, I promise you. Relax first, relax." The train conductor has no other choice but to try to calm down the triangular-eyed person. At this moment, there is half an hour left until they reach Juhong City. The tense person clenches their fists tightly, while the man with steady eyes keeps watching her. Behind the triangular-eyed person, his mouth moves slightly. The tense person frowns, carefully trying to understand what the man in the vest is trying to say. Finally, after he repeats himself a second time, she realizes he is saying, "Look behind me." She doesn't understand why he wants her to look behind him, but she still turns her head to look. Meanwhile, the triangular-eyed person has been watching her actions closely. When he sees her looking behind, he thinks something is happening there. The noise in the back of the carriage has woken up the passengers, who are all turning their heads to look. He suspects someone might be causing trouble behind, so he also turns his head to look back. In that moment, the tense person nods at the man in the vest. The man in the vest smirks mischievously, then suddenly leans back and hits the triangular-eyed person with the back of his head. The triangular-eyed person turns his head away, but accidentally gets hit directly, feeling a numbness in his hand and a sharp pain in his nose, then lets out a loud, distressed cry. Next, the man in the vest pulls out a small fruit knife from somewhere and stabs it into the triangular-eyed person's arm. There is a clattering sound as the knife drops to the floor. The man in the vest quickly grabs the triangular-eyed person's arm, causing him to kneel down in pain. Good. The train erupts into enthusiastic applause. Passengers and train staff are stunned by the quick and clean action of the man in the vest. It was so impressive. They rush forward to help, praising him. The tense person finally relaxes. The man in the vest leans back confidently, and her gaze lingers on his profile. His prominent nose and straight jawline look very stylish, but more importantly, she feels like she has seen this side profile somewhere before. However, no matter how hard she tries, she can't remember where. A beautiful train attendant suddenly pats her shoulder. She turns around and the attendant smiles. "Hello, miss. You are in that compartment, right? I've just put the things you left behind into your backpack. I'm sorry for the loss this incident has caused you." Before the flight attendant finished speaking, she saw the train conductor behind her seem to be calling her urgently. The attendant nodded apologetically to Shin-ko and quickly ran away. Shin-ko looked at the attendant in confusion, wondering if she had dropped anything. She then hugged her backpack, but before she could open it, she saw the man in the vest had already cleaned his wound and stepped out of the carriage. The train was also slowly arriving at the station at this moment. "Hey, wait!" Shin couldn't have time to search her backpack. She ran forward, gently tapped the man in the vest on the shoulder, but he turned around and grabbed her hand, pulling her arm back. "It's you." Seeing that he had caught Shin-ko, the man in the vest quickly let go. But Shin-ko's face twisted in pain, thinking to herself how cautious this man was.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
"It's just a reflex." Hee, little sister, are you okay?" The man in the vest, with his strong arm, lifted Shin-ko up. She grimaced and shook her head with a smile, then pressed her arm. The man in the vest was really strong.
I'm fine.
"Thank you so much just now. If it weren't for you, I might have been taken hostage by that guy with the triangle eyes. I don't have your skills." I couldn't have subdued him so quickly. Seeing Shin-ko's face, which looked like she was about to cry or laugh, the man in the vest's cold face surprisingly showed a faint smile. Before Shin-ko could refuse, he gently started massaging her arm. His movements were very skilled, but Shin-ko still gritted her teeth from the pain. She let out a cry of pain, and his actions became much gentler. Soon after he let go, her arm didn't hurt as much. Thank you, Shin-ko blushed. She had never been so close to a man before, not even with Jiang-peng, who had tried his best but never touched her even a hair. Maybe that was the real reason Jiang-peng left her. She had heard that Chen-lu seemed to have gone to a hotel with Jiang-peng the day after they started dating. "No need to thank me. It wasn't just about saving you. I just felt like doing a good deed." This man was really strange. Shin-ko had never heard someone brush off doing good deeds so casually. But that wasn't the point. The important thing was that Shin-ko wanted to repay him for saving her life. A loud rumbling sound came, and the car shook slightly. It was slowing down, a sign that it was about to stop. Shin-ko saw the man in the vest turn to leave, so she quickly followed and asked, "What is your name? Can I invite you to have a meal?" The man turned around, smiling as he took a pair of black sunglasses from his pocket and placed them on his nose. He smiled and said, "My name is King. Aren't you getting off the car yet?" "King like a king? Why does that name sound so strange?" "Oh, you're getting off now. Then hurry up and get off. We can talk more once you're outside." King had already reached the door, and Shin-ko hurried to catch up. As she walked, she wondered why everyone seemed so obsessed with sunglasses nowadays. Suddenly, a flash of realization crossed her mind. She remembered where she had seen this man before. King was very tall. Shin-ko, who was about 1.7 meters, only reached his shoulder. Even in the crowded moment of getting off the bus, King held his head high and looked down on everyone pushing toward them. At the same time, Shunko felt her shoulders loosen. The heavy hiking bag on her back was now in King's hand. He casually slung the bag over his shoulder with one hand, then wrapped his arm around Shunko, clearing a path through the crowd. No one came close to her from the moment she got off until she reached the ticket gate. However, along the way, Shunko was like a wooden doll, her mind buzzing. Suddenly, she remembered where she had seen this man before. On a newspaper. The photo of the murderer who had killed Old Man Fu, published as the headline story, was him. After he put on the sunglasses, Shunko was even more certain. Is King a killer? How could a killer take a train? And how could Old Man Fu still be alive in front of her? What is really going on? Shunko suddenly felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Could it be that Old Man Fu already knew she saw the newspaper and discovered his identity, so he sent King to kill her? That seems unlikely. If that were true, why didn't he do it in that small room, but instead let King follow her? Along the way, King clearly had chances to end her life. Just like earlier, he didn't have to save her. He could have let that man with the sharp eyes use her as a hostage. As a professional killer, he could have easily taken her life even while being threatened. But he saved her. Chen Ke's eyes darted around nervously. King had already led her out of the station. On the busy streets of Zhuhong City, King looked at the dazed girl with a smile, thinking how amusing she was. Had she still not recovered from the shock? Hey, silly girl, wake up. We're already out of the station. Chen Ke finally snapped out of her thoughts. She glanced at King, then remembered what had happened. Even if King had come to kill her, he had saved her once on the train. She couldn't just ignore that. Smiling, she said, "Thank you for saving me. Let me treat you to a meal." King gave a weak smile. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his face turned pale. He forced a grin and said, "Let's skip the meal for now. I need to take care of my wound first. If you don't mind, could you come with me to the hospital? You're hurt?" "It's not from the train," he said, stumbling suddenly. Chen Ke quickly caught him, panic rising in her chest. How could he be fine just moments ago and now collapse like this? She hurriedly hailed a taxi and helped him inside. Only then did she notice that King had lost consciousness. His chest was damp, stained with blood. Lifting his vest, she saw a deep wound on the right side of his chest, small, but still bleeding steadily. A terrible thought struck her. It looked like a gunshot wound. Wiping the blood from her hands, Chunku pulled out a red bill and handed it to the driver. "Keep the change, please. Just take us to the nearest hotel." The driver hadn't seen the wound, but the sight of the money convinced him not to ask questions. He stepped on the gas and sped away. During the situation, Chunko was worried that the hotel might refuse her check-in later. She quickly took out a coat and covered King with it, hiding his wound. Then she pressed her hand on King's injury and used her special energy. The coat blocked the faint glow from Chunko's hand, and her healing power fully activated to start repairing King's wound. The blood slowly flowed back from the air into the wound. After a short while, Chunko was exhausted and sweating, but luckily, King's injury was under control. At this moment, the taxi also arrived. The driver helped Chunko open the door, and she struggled to lift King's arm to get him out. Seeing this, the hotel bellhop quickly helped carry Chunko's backpack and supported King as they went to the front desk. At the front desk, Chunko spent 1,800 yuan to book a standard room. With the help of the staff, she finally got King into the room. After closing the door, Chunko finally relaxed her tense muscles. She rested for a moment, then carefully took a pair of scissors and gently cut open King's vest, revealing the makeshift bandage underneath. The bandage was stained red with blood. The recent healing only temporarily stopped the bleeding and couldn't fully repair the wound. Blood was still on the bandage, indicating the wound had torn open during the recent battle on the train. Chunko clenched her teeth. Life was at stake now. She didn't have time to worry about her own injuries or think about anything else. She placed her hand on King's chest and began channeling her energy to slowly heal his wound. A faint white light wrapped around her fingertips and touched King's injury. King furrowed his brows and remained unconscious. After half an hour, Chunku's forehead was covered with tiny beads of sweat, and the wound finally healed completely. She let out a sigh of relief, quickly packed her things, and prepared to leave while King was still unconscious. She went downstairs, checked out, told the front desk that the man was resting, and then took a taxi straight to Zhuhang University. In the taxi, Chunku's head was still dizzy. She leaned back on the seat and closed her eyes to rest. She leaned on the car and fell asleep. She only woke up when the driver called out that Zhuhang University had arrived. Unexpectedly, healing a wound used up her mental energy so completely. It seems that in the future, she should be more careful when repairing her abilities and avoid overusing this method. Otherwise, before anyone can save her, she might become mentally exhausted and turn into a fool. Oh God, I hope that killer named King didn't discover her special power. Even if he did, he's not that dangerous. Since she saved his life, she should stay quiet. She must not reveal her ability. During the rescue, he was unconscious and probably didn't realize she saved him. Even if he wakes up and sees his wound healed, he can just think it was an alien intervention. After she left for a while, King slowly woke up. His first feeling was that he was no longer in the hospital because he didn't smell the strong disinfectant. His second feeling was no pain. He was shocked and jumped up suddenly. Why doesn't it hurt anymore? That was a gunshot wound. The one that caused him to faint. He instinctively touched his original wound, but now it was completely healed, with no scar left. What's going on? How is this possible? Am I dreaming? He couldn't help but wonder what had happened. How did his wound suddenly heal? When he was with her just now, did she save him? No way. This feels so unreal. But strangely, the wound really disappeared. Where did that girl go? Why did she vanish? He frowned and thought hard, but had no idea. His experience felt full of mystery. After getting out of the taxi, Chun-hee looked at the somewhat modest entrance of Zhuhang University and stopped. It was currently holiday time, so the campus was very quiet. Chun-hee wasn't in a hurry to go inside. She wanted to rent a house outside the school as a temporary place to stay. Zhuhang City, being one of the more developed coastal cities in the country, showed the prosperity of the university district. Because of this, rental prices outside the school were quite high. Fortunately, she arrived in the morning, enough time to look around the area near the school. A short nap on the taxi helped her regain some energy. After taking a quick walk outside Zhuhang University, she finally found a suitable house. Opposite the university gate, there is a tall residential area called Xianyuan Community. She immediately liked the location of this community. It's not far from the school and close to the nearby shopping district. There's a convenient light rail station nearby, so the community has all the amenities she needs. She crossed the street and entered the community. The neighborhood was very quiet, mostly children playing and rarely any elderly resting. It seemed that most residents were staff members from the school across the street. As she walked, she looked at the rental ads posted on the buildings. Finding a place within the community herself was much better than going through an agent. Sure enough, not far from the entrance, she saw a household hanging a banner outside that said the house was for rent, with the owner's phone number. She stood downstairs and dialed the number. After a couple of rings, someone answered. It was a woman's voice, neither overly sweet nor harsh, but quite pleasant. She spoke fluent Mandarin, not the coastal accent with a hint of saltiness that some local people in Zhuhang City had. Her speech was clear and well-pronounced. Even someone as young and confident as her, who could easily be mistaken for a delicate girl, was quite moved by the voice. It sounded like a well-educated woman with a deep cultural background. She was still a young girl, inexperienced and naive. If she hadn't run away from home, she might still be wasting her time at classmates' graduation banquets or relaxing during a holiday. Of course, she also had her share of fights with her family, scuffles with her mischievous little siblings, involving knives and guns, blood and tears. That was normal. Over the years, she had endured all this. Who could say their youth wasn't passionate or exciting? But her passion was spent on endless, Shameless conflicts with her stepmother and stepsister, like a never-ending power struggle with her father. Of course, for the past 18 years, ever since she was carried from the Rocky Valley to her home, those endless repetitive days have never stopped. Her stepmother and sister's schemes rarely failed. In the end, she lost so thoroughly that she became almost estranged from her father, the cold-hearted, treacherous man, to the point where their blood ties seemed fake, like water-infused pork. In short, a child without a mother is destined to be unloved and unprotected, so she couldn't muster much anger. This also strengthened her confidence to keep escaping her troubles. She never believed in any gods, but by some strange twist, a meteorite struck her and gave her special powers. It seemed she should believe in the great gods of China. Jinnu was very helpful. While thinking about these things, she stepped out and headed to her sister's house in Xinyuan Community, Unit 1, 9th floor, room 901. A chime sounded as she arrived at the elevator. The sunlight inside this floor was very bright. Looking to the side, she saw that the staircase area was made of transparent glass walls. She pressed the doorbell. Soon, she heard the door open slowly. A fair arm reached out. She politely asked, "Excuse me, is Miss Zhu home?" Then, a gentle face appeared. The woman had narrow eyes, long eyebrows, and a delicate, oval face. Her long black hair flowed like a waterfall. Her slender figure was occasionally swayed by a loose chiffon nightgown. She smiled, her eyes curved like crescent moons, and nodded, saying, "Yes, I am. You must be Miss Chen." She felt helpless. Although she changed her name to Shen Ko, only she knew that. Her real name was Chen Ko, a broken piece of jade. But on her ID, various documents, and to everyone who heard her name, she was simply called Miss Chen. Sister Zhu, may I come in?" The woman in front of her, dressed lazily, couldn't hide her stunning beauty and quiet elegance. She was wearing high heels over 8 centimeters tall, even as slippers. Her skill was impressive, making Shen Ke feel a strong pressure that crushed her admiration. "Please come in. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." Shen Ke politely smiled, then changed her slippers at the door. She looked up to observe the house. As soon as I entered, I saw a cleverly designed entrance hall. The hall was separated by wooden panels into different-sized square compartments. Below these compartments was a shoe cabinet, and in the largest compartment in the center, there was a pot of orchids. The long, green leaves added a lively touch to the space. The area for changing shoes was raised by 2 steps, clearly dividing the indoor space from the entrance. The hostess had already led the guests to sit on the sofa, and her backpack was casually placed on a nearby wicker chair. Miss Zhu was very hospitable. As soon as the guest sat down, a steaming cup of tea was placed in front of her. "Please sit. Have some tea first." The guest was not particular and accepted without hesitation. She couldn't tell the difference in tea quality. To her, these adult drinks were just for quenching thirst. Having grown up drinking orange juice and Sprite, she saw tea as just water. Miss Zhu didn't mind this at all. She was renting the house, not visiting as a guest. While looking around, the guest listened to Miss Zhu's introduction. "This house is 70 square meters. 2 bedrooms and 1 living room, with a full kitchen and bathroom, hot and cold water, and complete decoration. I won't take anything from inside, except my personal belongings. Basically, I will leave all the appliances. The rent is 2,000 yuan per month. But I have one condition. My new home is also not far from the city center. If you need to come back, Miss Chen, please don't refuse. Also, the rent is paid monthly, and I reserve the right to stop renting out the house at any month." "What? Paid monthly?" Hearing this, the guest's eyes casually glanced at Miss Zhu's high heels, which were about 8 centimeters tall. She wondered if a woman obsessed with high heels might also have a similarly intense passion inside. If her home was decorated with high heels, her obsession could be imagined to be quite extreme. But then she thought, even if Miss Zhu wanted to reclaim the house after a month, she would be starting school by then. She could just think of other plans then. The house was just too perfect for her, even if the rent was a bit high. Right now, she could afford it. With that thought, the guest lifted her glasses, looked at Miss Ju's beautiful, delicate face and smiled. She nodded and said, "All right, I'll rent this house. But Miss Ju, when do you plan to move out? I have nowhere to stay tonight." High Heels nodded and said, "I've packed all my things. I'm leaving now. Let's exchange phone numbers. After paying the rent, I promise I won't bother you this month. Juja?" "Haha, Sister Ju's name is quite unique. Your name is pretty too." Chunhee held his teacup and followed Juja to the master bedroom. Sure enough, everything inside was already packed neatly, with no delay. The 2 suitcases were clean and tidy. A bright red light silk jacket still hung on the clothes rack. "I'll leave soon. Here is a contract. I've paid all the fees, so you can rest assured and stay comfortably." Juja handed Chunhee a folder, then walked to the side and faced the window to make a call. Chunhee looked at her slender back, smiled slightly, then opened the folder and examined it carefully. After confirming everything was normal, Chunhee returned to the living room, took out his wallet and prepared 2,000 yuan, placing it on the coffee table. After a while, Chunhee had carefully looked through all the books on the bookshelf behind the sofa. Juja finally finished her call. The sound of high heels echoed as she put a bright red light silk shawl over her shoulders. Under her dark hair, which looked like a gentle mist, she appeared noble and elegant, not at all flashy despite the bright red color. In short, Juja's elegant aura overshadowed the eye-catching color. Chunhee thought having a landlady like this was not a bad thing. "Someone will come to pick me up later. You can stay here by yourself then. I will contact you again next month." Chunhee spoke somewhat nervously to Juja, unsure if it was because of her strong presence or his own inexperience. He always felt powerless around women like her. "Okay, Sister Ju. I'll pay you this month's rent first." Juja was slightly surprised, then smiled warmly. She casually pointed at the money on the coffee table, then took out a delicate wallet and put the money inside. "Chunhee, what does your family do? Why are you here alone?" "It seems the university across the street, Zhuhong University, hasn't started yet." Sandalwood asked questions while taking out a box of women's cigarettes from her backpack. Her slender fingers held the long cigarette. It was hard to imagine that such worldly charm and beauty could exist in a noble woman. Perhaps this also showed that worldly appearance and inner grace are not always connected. She offered a cigarette to Chin-ko, who shook her head lightly. Chin-ko felt a bit uncomfortable in front of such a stunning woman. It seemed age could clearly define these feelings. However, Sandalwood's questions made Chin-ko feel a little heavy-hearted. A faint trace of sadness flashed through her mind. She said, "Yes, in a month. I came early to prepare." Not answering or lying, Chin-ko didn't want to share too much with her impressive but still unfamiliar landlord, especially about that soft spot in her heart, which always hurt when touched. No one who runs away from home can easily forgive the past. Mentioning it always brings a sharp pain. Kids these days are really capable. Only 18 or 19, and they can stand on their own. "Chin-ko, I believe in you, haha. If you have any trouble at school, just call me. See those books behind the sofa? Coincidentally, I am a teacher." "Oh, and I will move those books later. This month, the whole room is yours." Sandalwood smiled warmly. Chun-ko sat quietly, indicating she was fine. They sat face to face, without speaking. Chun-ko looked out the window. The dizziness she felt earlier had disappeared. She had spent a lot of energy in the morning treating King's injuries. Now she didn't feel so sad, but the handsome, wicked smile kept lingering in her mind. She was worried about King, whether he had woken up. After a while, the doorbell suddenly rang. Sandalwood put out her cigarette stub in the crystal ashtray and said, "They're here." Then she got up to open the door. Chun-ko also stood up. She looked at the person coming in. He was a middle-aged man. Even in the hot weather, he still wore a suit. He looked quite proper. He helped carry luggage and books. Chun-ko also went to help, but there wasn't much she could carry. Soon, Sandalwood's belongings were moved to the elevator, and she and the middle-aged man said goodbye to Chin-ko. After seeing off the landlord, Chin-ko finally took a deep breath of free air. To her, this place had become her home for now. After a restless night and a tiring morning, Chun-ko's body felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. She took off her shoes, changed into her pajamas, and casually cast a healing spell on this unfamiliar bed. The soft mattress made her feel warm and safe, and soon she fell into a deep sleep. In her dreams, Shunko felt very peaceful, like someone who had been wandering and finally found a temporary place to rest. In the hazy dream, she heard a noise near her ear. Suddenly, she woke up sharply, only to realize her phone was ringing. Looking at the number, Shunko frowned and firmly pressed the reject button. But the call screen lit up again. Finally, she answered the call. A very familiar voice from over 10 years ago came through, her father, Chen Zicheng. "Girl, why didn't you answer my call?" Shunko was surprised by how gentle Chen Zicheng sounded today. People say women can be unpredictable, but Chen Zicheng was also hard to understand. Just a few days ago, when he called from a small town, he sounded like he was the boss of everything. Today, he suddenly changed his tone. "Is there something you want?" Shunko didn't even want to call him Dad and asked patiently. "Is there something? You didn't tell the family about such a big, happy event. I wanted to arrange a celebration for your college acceptance. Where are you now? Come home soon. It's been so many days. You must have had enough fun outside." Shunko was stunned. What happy event? When did she ever have one? You're mistaken. What happy event? You're going to college. How come you didn't tell me you got into Zhuhang University? I just received a call today confirming your enrollment. Why did you leave without telling me? Shunko grew more disdainful of him. When the acceptance letter arrived, it was her father who kept it from her. And her stepmother. How could she tell him that Shunko scored better than her daughter? Where I got accepted has nothing to do with you. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you want to hold another celebration and earn more gift money? Chen Zicheng, I'm so disappointed in you. You're not fit to be my father. After saying this coldly, Shunko hung up the phone. But how could Chen Zicheng finally relax? He was angry and called again. The stubborn illness was also stirred enough to wake up. Patiently, he put the phone to his ear and heard Chen Zicheng shout, "Now go home immediately. Otherwise, don't even think about entering this house again. Now go home immediately. Otherwise, don't even think about entering this house again." Listening to Chen Zicheng's voice, the stubborn illness showed a faint smile of disdain and said calmly, "If I don't go back, I won't go back. Stop fooling around. Where are you now? Your sister also got into the art college in Zhuhang City. When you get there, you need to take care." The stubborn illness hung up the phone, and the noisy voice suddenly stopped. "Why should I go take care of an enemy? That's too funny. After all these years, when did I ever treat Chen Lu as an equal?" Thinking of this, the stubborn illness couldn't help but stretch lazily. A new home, a new environment. It's best to go for a walk nearby. All the red items in this room are gone. The empty cabinets show that the stubborn illness has become the owner here. She wanted to take things out of her backpack, but then remembered the 20,000 yuan check. She decided to go to the bank first and transfer the money. When she opened her backpack, she was stunned by what she saw inside. Because on top was that damaged stamp album, now torn in half, and an iPad with a broken screen. Aren't these the things belonging to those three people? How did they get into her backpack? The stubborn illness carefully recalled what happened that day. Suddenly, she slapped her forehead. It was that female stewardess who found the items in the carriage, thinking they were mine, and then put them into her backpack. She looked at the two damaged items with a bitter smile. No wonder the stewardess said she owed her an apology and caused her loss. It was right here. Maybe these things are a loss to those three, but for her, it's not a loss but an unexpected gain. Just this iPad alone was enough to make her happy. As for the stamp album, it didn't surprise her much because she didn't know the value of the stamps inside. After a good sleep, the stubborn illness felt her mental strength was stronger. So she decided to repair the iPad in one go and set it aside. She curiously flipped through the stamp album, which contained some small sheets and some 4-stamp strips without postmarks. The last page was filled with a full sheet of monkey stamps. She didn't recognize these stamps and wasn't a stamp collector, so she had no impression of what monkey stamps were. However, since there were so many, she thought these must be the cheapest kind. Otherwise, Why would there be such a large sheet? But the stamps were all messy and scattered. The most surprising thing was that the middle of this red silk-covered album had a hidden compartment. It seemed that whatever was inside the compartment was gone. She had already gathered all the stamps that looked similar, so nothing was missing except for the stamps that should have been in that hidden space.
Suddenly, she paused.
Could it be a coincidence that the red landscape of the nation stamp she stepped on was actually in that hidden compartment? Thinking of this, she quickly found the red landscape of the nation stamp in her notebook and placed it into the compartment. It fit perfectly. It seemed the album was designed specifically for the stamp. She looked at the now fully restored stamp and felt a bit foolish. Could she have found a treasure? Thinking this, she also put the stamp she got from the shop owner at Shitogu, which had Tiananmen written on the white border, into the compartment. She wasn't worried about damaging it. She could restore it even if it was cut into pieces. She had a special skill for fixing things. After finishing, she casually placed the album back in the cabinet, carefully repaired first. A phone call from home didn't disturb her mood. It was already afternoon. She hurried to handle the check and then celebrate her new home by fixing everything properly. She styled her hair carefully, checked her reflection repeatedly, and felt her appearance was perfect. Only then did she pack her bag, which she had emptied earlier, with her wallet and the new house keys, and left the house. She wasn't very good at dressing up herself. Actually, I think it's partly because I believe I have some natural beauty and also because I am naturally a good student. All those symbols of youthful energy, rock, hip-hop, wild hairstyles, are shattered under the weight of my perfect scores. Of course, to a large extent, I still hold on to hope, thinking that improving my grades might raise my status at home. When all these wishes fail, I can only be a bit wild, tough, and a little crazy to protect myself at home. For example, I might put some small reptiles in that mistress's purse, or glare fiercely when my father hits me. Because my father will never side with me. As long as that mistress and Chinlu are around, I will always be someone who can't lift her head at home. With so many messy things happening, I have no energy to put on makeup, curl my eyelashes, or do my hair. Honestly, because of all these causes and events, my hardships seem like a resilient snow lotus flower emerging from muddy water, ready to bloom into a beautiful, elegant, and unique flower. Pure and simple, yet strong and independent. A young woman with a gentle appearance, but a fierce spirit. All because of my poor, unfortunate mother and my own bad luck with wealth. If I don't take care of myself, who else will? The elevator symbol below lit up, and a small, happy smile appeared on my face as I entered. Inside the elevator, there was already someone. He wore a plain white cotton short-sleeve shirt, with a collar slightly open, revealing a nice neck. His bright eyes hid behind simple, clear glasses, an elegant young man. I was thinking about mundane things like checks and pink bills, so I didn't pay much attention to this handsome young man. Still, I stole a few glances because of his attractive appearance. The young man, however, caught a glimpse of my natural skin and beautiful, flowing long hair reflected in the elevator mirror. When I walked out, I didn't think about how this refined, handsome guy had also been observing me so carefully. He only looked away after I left the neighborhood. He pushed up his glasses and softly said to himself, "Pure beauty beyond compare. A perfect young lady." Near the school, the most common places are internet cafes, restaurants, and banks. Shunku easily found a branch of the industrial and commercial bank, then patiently took a number and queued. Since school wasn't in session, the bank wasn't crowded. Shunku waited just over half an hour before her turn. She opened a bank account and transferred the money from her check. Seeing the many zeros in her account, Shunku felt a little proud. At least she didn't have to go back and beg her father for money, risking more sneers and silent insults from her family. She had to fight for her pride and freedom. Luckily, fate had been kind. She was struck by a shooting star and saved from a worse situation. Otherwise, she might have had to wander far away and never attend university. But even so, she wouldn't go home. That place had never felt warm to her, only cold and uncomfortable. Next to the bank was a large shopping mall, and across the street was Carrefour. Shopping at the supermarket was one of Shunke's favorite activities. After looking at the mall and Carrefour, she chose to go to the supermarket. Being alone for a long time, she enjoyed wandering through busy supermarkets. There was no need to talk to anyone, unlike in the mall where she'd have to deal with various salespeople clinging to her like shadows. Besides, her clothes didn't need washing or repairing, thanks to her powers. She decided to buy some essential daily items first. She didn't save the 20,000 yuan. She still had to live. Her money was not enough, so she needed to think of ways to earn more. As she thought about this, Shunke picked items from the shelves: rice, fruits, vegetables, and some utensils and condiments. Her shopping cart quickly filled up. At that moment, she reached the large freezer selling yogurt. The broken ice inside often dripped water, and unfortunately, she stepped on a wet patch. Her foot slipped, and she fell backward. Just in time, a pair of strong hands reached out from her armpits, steadying her. Shunke's heart pounded as she regained her composure. Luckily, she didn't fall, otherwise, she would have lost face in this unfamiliar place. She quickly turned around, about to thank the man, when she saw him slightly smile at her from behind. The white shirt, the deep hollow of the neck, and the thin-rimmed, rimless glasses all told a story about her. This was someone I had seen before. "Is that you?" As soon as I spoke, I felt a bit nervous. Was I being too abrupt? I blushed slightly. The man had been smiling softly since I turned around. Now, seeing my awkwardness, he found the girl in front of him quite adorable. He thought that describing her as pure and beautiful was quite fitting. He helped push my cart to the side and turned his vehicle around to prevent it from tipping. He said, "Yes, it's me. What a coincidence to meet you here." His voice was warm and gentle, like warm, plain water, calm, soft, and reserved. He was that elegant elevator guy. His fine brown hair made the little stars in my eyes sparkle even more. He seemed more reserved than King, almost like a hero from a Korean drama. King was rough and aggressive, with muscles that showed his strength, and I could tell he was different. Of course, I wasn't sure if his real job was really what the newspaper said. I always felt those reports were fake, because old Fu was standing right in front of me, and King appeared confidently on the train. That meant the police weren't after King, and old Fu wasn't dead. I finally snapped out of my thoughts about his handsome face and smiled. "Yeah, what a coincidence. Do you live in that building too?" The man nodded, pushed up his glasses, and looked fresh and clean in front of the freezer. He glanced at my cart and replied, "Yes, I live on the 12th floor. You bought a lot of things." I moved my cart to match his direction. His car only had some fruit, milk, and bread, making my cart look even more crowded and awkward. I smiled shyly and reached out my hand. I just moved in, so I needed to buy some daily supplies. "Nice to meet you, neighbor. My name is Chen." The man's face lit up with a smile as he shook my slightly cool hand. "Mo, nice to meet you, beautiful neighbor. I'm glad to see you." At this moment, Shunke finally dared to look directly at Mo. She suddenly realized that behind Mo's glasses, his eyes were one blue and one green. She exclaimed happily, "Wow, Mo, are you mixed French and Chinese?" Mo was stunned. He didn't expect Shunke to guess so accurately. He awkwardly asked, "How did you figure that out?" "Oh, it's like this. I've seen French people with one blue and one green eye before, so I guessed randomly." "Haha, I didn't think I was right." Mo smiled bitterly and shook his head. He asked, "Have you finished shopping? The supermarket seems to be closing soon." Shunke suddenly realized it was almost 6 in the evening. She nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed and smiling shyly. Mo said, "Let's go home." His words made Shunke feel a little shy, and her cheeks warmed up. She thought to herself, how could Mo's casual words sound so suggestive? Even though he's just a neighbor, he shouldn't speak like that. Mo turned around and asked if she had too many things. He suggested, "You push my cart and I'll push yours." Shunke kept refusing, saying it was fine, but she couldn't resist, and in the end, Mo took over pushing her cart. Mo changed to push Shunke's cart. When he turned his head, a strange smile appeared on his face. Yes, he did that on purpose. Shinku wasn't sure if her height was lacking, but at 1.7 meters tall, she kept running into people much taller than her. Even Bai Mo, who looked delicate and weak, was taller than her by more than half a head when they walked side by side. The hands pushing the cart weren't delicate-looking. It turned out this man, though quiet and reserved, could hide some roughness in his nature.
There weren't many people in line to pay.
Bai Mo went ahead to the cashier. Shunku quickly took out her wallet, but she saw Bai Mo already handed over a bank card. Then, he mixed her items and his own on the checkout counter. Shunku was blocked by her shopping cart and asked eagerly, "How much is it?" But her question was blocked by Bai Mo's smile. After swiping his card and paying, Shunku awkwardly carried a small bag of Bai Mo's things and followed him back to the community. She felt a bit helpless about Bai Mo's generosity. Although she didn't buy many things, it still cost a few hundred yuan, while Bai Mo's bread and milk only cost a few dozen. Now, not only did he insist on paying, but he also kept grabbing the items. Shunku felt a little guilty about it. Bai Mo remained calm and kept smiling, simply saying that this was what a gentleman should do in front of a lady. Along the way, Bai Mo talked and laughed easily, looking relaxed and natural. Although he was carrying something heavy, he still appeared charming and carefree. This made Shunku feel less uncomfortable around the stranger and even start to like the feeling. Being with Bai Mo was relaxed, and every time she looked back, she felt warm and safe. When they returned to Xian Yuan community, the city lights were just turning on. They used a magnetic card to enter the gate. Shunku hurried to hold the door open and press the elevator button. Bai Mo pushed his glasses up with his other hand, and they exchanged a smile. The elevator doors slowly opened. Inside the elevator, maybe because the space suddenly felt smaller, both of them sensed a strange feeling of attraction. When the indicator light for the 9th floor lit up, Shunku and Bai Mo stepped out together. "I'll help you carry your things inside. They look heavy," Bai Mo said before Shunku could speak. She was a little flustered and said she didn't need help since she was already at the door. But Bai Mo asked if she wanted him to come in for a moment. When opening the door, Shunku's hands trembled slightly, but she soon relaxed. She instinctively felt that Bai Mo wasn't a bad person, especially since he was handsome with bright eyes and a charming smile. Inside the apartment, Bai Mo looked at her slippers, which she had just bought at the supermarket. She awkwardly smiled and took off her slippers, placing 2 pairs on the floor. Bai Mo didn't seem upset that her slippers were for a girl. He appeared to like the style of the room, which Shunku guessed was because of its traditional Chinese decor. He suddenly said with a smile, "This place is totally different from my home. If you're interested, you can see my place too." Shunku smiled but didn't reply. She picked up her things and headed toward the kitchen. Bai Mo entered the living room, looked around, and sat on a sofa with a traditional style. He casually tilted his head and tugged at the nearby hanging lamp, which could be adjusted at different angles. Shunku took out a drink and placed it in front of him, saying, "My good neighbor, it's already evening. I haven't eaten all day. Would you do me the honor of sharing a simple meal at my place?" Calling it a chronic illness is just polite talk. Actually, it's a way of telling him that the time has come and he should leave. But Bai Mo stubbornly acted cheekily and said, "Good idea. Maybe I can show you my cooking skills." Shunku was slightly surprised. What was Bai Mo trying to do? "Neighbor, I am a very good cook. Also, as a gentleman, I should cherish the chance to have dinner with such a beautiful young lady. Would you mind introducing me to your kitchen?" "No, I mean, you just moved in today, right? As my first friend here, shouldn't we celebrate our new homes, the 2 poor stray cats?" Bai Mo smiled charmingly and got up to head toward the kitchen. Shunku was stunned by his words and suddenly understood what was going on. He asked, "Did you also move in today? Let's have a feast for moving into the same building on the same day. I'm a good cook, so don't be picky." Shunku weakly rubbed his forehead. Oh my, he must have just come back from abroad. He was too casual. Whatever, since he bought all this stuff, just treat it as him using my kitchen to cook me a meal. Thinking this way, Shunku still felt uneasy and hurried to the kitchen. Who would feel comfortable letting a man cook in the kitchen? But what happened next surprised Shunku greatly. Whether it was his knife skills or the decorations, Bai Mo's craftsmanship was definitely top-notch. Corn chowder, some vegetable salads, grilled steak. Most importantly, all the food was neatly arranged on clean plates. The most disappointing part was there were no knives or forks. They both used chopsticks to pick up the steak, exchanging awkward smiles. Then, Bai Mo took a bottle of red wine from his bag. Although using chopsticks was not very romantic, it didn't ruin the cozy dinner atmosphere.
Cheers.
Congratulations to us for moving into our new homes on the same day and for meeting each other today. Fate is truly wonderful, bringing us together at this moment. Chun-Ku almost couldn't help but get goosebumps, but out of politeness, he still smiled and clinked his cup with Bai Mo's. After a light touch, he started eating the dinner, which seemed to be a mix of French and Chinese styles. Poor him, he hadn't eaten all day. White Mo's speed was no less than hers. After a satisfying meal, Chun-Ku asked curiously, "Why do you insist on eating at my place?" White Mo smiled brightly and said, "It's my first day moving into a new home, and I can't use my kitchen yet. Naturally, I have to eat out." Chun-Ku never expected that this well-mannered guy, who always talks about being a gentleman, was actually quite scheming. But outwardly, he said one thing, while inside, he thought differently. He just didn't want to leave this pure and beautiful little girl. It was the first time he met someone so adorable, and how could he easily let go? The meal quietly ended on a relaxed note. During the meal, White Mo easily obtained Chun-Ku's phone number, the phone number of the room, and even her QQ and email addresses. Chun-Ku wasn't naive. It was clear that White Mo was a skilled flirt. When dealing with such a person, pretending to be crazy and foolish was better than resisting. The two clever people worked together seamlessly. Chun-Ku had only given White Mo her backup contact info, because she had already decided to change her local phone number tomorrow and get a new set of online contact details. The old ones, along with past memories, would fade away. The long dinner finally ended, and White Mo couldn't stay any longer. Nothing inappropriate happened, and he left smiling. Before leaving, he glanced at a stamp album with a red silk cover on the cabinet, asked a couple of questions, and Chun-Ku quickly changed the subject, saying it belonged to a friend. White Mo, with his good manners, knew that if he stayed any longer, he might ruin everything, lose the good impression he had built. So, he skillfully praised Chun-Ku's beauty, politely said goodbye, and mentioned a few other things. After White Mo left, Chun-Ku sank onto the sofa and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, facing such a clever pursuer was exhausting. Yes, just before leaving, White Mo had asked, "Miss Chun-Ku, may I have a chance to pursue you?" She thought White Mo was a reserved and modest young noble, but now she saw he was actually a scheming, charming mixed-blood man. Unfortunately, although Chun-Ku felt a slight spark of interest, it was not love at first sight or a promise to be together forever. Her answer was simple. She neither denied nor admitted anything, just saying, "It's time for you to go home." Perhaps that meal made Chun-Ku feel very excited, so she couldn't sleep now. It was already past 9 at night. When Zhu Sha left, she said that Chun-Ku could use the computer freely. It had been reset to factory settings, with no data left. Chun-Ku was not polite. She logged onto the internet, checked her email, and found a few threatening messages from her father. They mostly said that if she didn't come home, her allowance of 2,000 yuan per month would be frozen. They also mentioned that they knew she got into Zhuhong University and that if she didn't return, she should forget about calling him her father, along with some nagging words. Chun-Ku smiled faintly, then logged into her online bank account. She took a screenshot of her account details. That 200,000 yuan might not seem like much to Chen Zicheng, but if that money appeared in Chun-Ku's account, it would be a problem. She opened the message page, uploaded the screenshot, and then wrote a message. "Chen Zicheng, my mother is gone. It was your past that caused her death. I don't need your pitiful 2,000 yuan. Look carefully, I have 200,000 in my account. I earned this money honestly, enough to last through university. Keep your pity to yourself. You are no longer my father. I don't want your humble money. Save it to buy treats for your 2 poodles." After sending the message, Chunke felt a little triumphant as she watched the small data message disappear in a flash. Her quick, decisive actions quickly lifted the gloom she felt after reading the letter. She had wanted to do this for a long time, but lacked the money and ability before. Even if she had struck back, it wouldn't have been so loud. Now, this letter was like a big slap, sharply hitting Chen Zichang in the face. It felt like holding a tiny white rabbit tightly, thinking it wouldn't bite or run away if you scolded or bullied it. But suddenly, without warning, it escaped. Not only that, after fleeing, it transformed into a big gray wolf and turned its head to fiercely bite your throat. Chen Zichang checked his email inbox. To his surprise, he was also sitting in front of his computer at the same time. When the email and the screenshot appeared before his eyes with a smile, he suddenly became very angry. He grabbed his teacup from the desk and threw it hard onto the ground. That unfilial girl. Unfilial girl. How dare she talk to me like that? I must find her. I must find her. 20,000? Where did she get 20,000? His voice was loud. Wang Lilina and Chen Lu, who were in the living room doing face masks, heard the shout. They were so startled that their masks tilted and fell off. Wang Lilina twisted her waist and, wearing a thin silk pajamas, tiptoed into the study. Normally, when Chen Zichang was angry about business matters and she spoke up, he would immediately turn gentle like a lamb, softly comforting her. So she thought this time would be the same. She gently opened the door and called softly, "Husband, what are you upset about?" 20,000. Chen Zichang was still angry. When he saw Wang Lilina's face covered with a deep green mask, he got even angrier. Plus, remembering the description of the VIP dog in the threatening letter, he suddenly shouted, "You worthless woman, get out of here." Suddenly, with a crisp sound, an ashtray flew and hit the door frame next to Wang Lilina. She screamed loudly in fright. Then, panicked, she ran out, grabbing her face mask and crying uncontrollably, as if she could bring down the whole building. Chen Lu saw her mother crying and, not knowing why, also started crying with a wide smile. This crying only made Chen Zichang's anger worse. It was like pouring gasoline on a fire. He stormed out of the study, shouting, "Everyone shut up! I'm not coming home tonight." Then he quickly grabbed his coat, swung the door open with a bang, and left without looking back. Meanwhile, the chaos was intense. Although Shen Yi didn't see it with her own eyes, she could imagine Chen Zichang's face turning pale. While I cannot accept the idea of enduring serious illness, Chen Zichang's actions are still unacceptable to me. He doesn't like others to oppose his ideas. This was true at work and remains true in life. He is very macho. I want to make him angry, to let him see that my past 18 years of rebellion only failed because I couldn't stand up to him and break free from his control. Now I can take responsibility for myself in every way. I can openly show him that I no longer care about his opinion. Not feeling like waiting for Chen Zichang's reply, I closed my email and searched the local online network of Zhuhang City. I registered an account and posted an ad looking to buy old clothes, leaving only my contact information. I thought of a clever plan. Just like in the county, I would buy old clothes and resell them. But this time, I wouldn't have a flashy Annie to buy my cheap goods. I am not short of money now, so I plan to open an online store. My cost remains 5 yuan per kilogram of clothes. After closing the local website, I logged into an online shopping mall. The ads and pictures there were dazzling and overwhelming. It was clear that online store competition was just as fierce as in real shops. Registering an online store wasn't complicated. After submitting my application, I finally took a deep breath. Although the process wasn't difficult, it still took patience. Unlike other online stores that simply download data from agents, I couldn't do that. My store's data had to be created from scratch. Turning off the computer, I felt my mouth was dry. I went to the fridge to get a soda. I wanted to drink it, but suddenly my mind flashed to Zhu Sha's face. Her elegant, yet slightly seductive look was like a vivid stamp pressed into my mind, impossible to forget. During my simple 18 years, I rarely saw a woman with such a combination of grace and charm. To put it simply, over the past 18 years, She has spent most of her time either at school or at home arguing with those two poodles. Her life experience and outlook are quite narrow, and her thoughts are simple and pure. If she hadn't run away from home, she couldn't imagine that the old man wearing a German-style dragon costume would be joking and laughing with her in a place that looks like a slum. She also couldn't imagine that a killer with an uncertain identity could have such a big blood hole on his body while protecting her as they slipped out of a crowded crowd. Moreover, she couldn't imagine that on her first day in this unfamiliar neighborhood, she would meet a mysterious man with two different colored pupils. So, she decisively closed the fridge, took the cinnabar-colored tea leaves that hadn't been taken, and brewed a strong, fragrant tea. She always felt that this person couldn't be tied down to one way of life. Whether in habits or lifestyle, some changes were needed. Especially now, she was finally free. The patient didn't understand tea and didn't know what kind it was. It tasted very bitter, but it left a fragrant aftertaste. Soon, the aftereffects appeared. She didn't drink tea often, and after drinking a large cup of this strong tea, she suddenly felt energized and couldn't sleep well no matter how she tried. Lying in bed, tossing and turning, she couldn't fall asleep. She started wandering around the house, doing sit-ups wildly. This had been her habit since high school, when she stayed at school dorms. It not only kept her waist muscles tight, but also increased her waist strength and maintained her slim waist. But mostly, it was because of insomnia and venting her inner resentment. In past years, whenever she did sit-ups late at night, it was because she was feeling very emotional. After sweating a lot, she finally drifted into a heavy sleep. Meanwhile, not everyone could sleep well. The triangular-eyed man and the couple on the train were perfect examples. The triangular-eyed man squatted on the curb, his face bandaged with a piece of gauze. He grabbed the cigarette butt in his mouth and crushed it under his foot, then pressed it down hard. The couple stood behind him, looking indifferent. The boy's nose was already swollen and bruised. Behind them was a police station with flashing lights that stayed on for 20 hours. A man with a pale face came out of the station after they left. He went behind the man with the triangular eyes and kicked him hard, causing him to fall forward. Luckily, it was late at night and there weren't many cars around. Otherwise, the man with the triangular eyes might have been run over. The man with the pale face was scared and quickly got up. He lowered his head and walked over to the man with the pale face. The man grabbed his collar and punched him, shouting, "You good for nothing. You're so bold you think you can hide from everything. Why didn't I shoot you onto the wall back then? Do you know how much that stamp album's worth? Huh. You lost it, and you even stole from my study. Do you know that I was going to give that album to someone? Do you think I didn't give you enough money? You stole from me, stole my stamp album. Darn it." The man was originally dressed in a plain suit, but now he was fighting fiercely, and his calm demeanor was gone. His shiny bald head was reflecting the bright lights of the police station. "Dad, please forgive me. I won't dare again, I swear." "Again? Ha! You dare to say again? How am I supposed to explain this to Mr. Bai in the future? And to you all?" The man with the triangular eyes suddenly turned his head and pointed at the young couple, glaring fiercely. "I hope you can still see the sun tomorrow." The young couple's faces turned pale with fear. They knelt on the street, begging, "Brother Chiao, please spare us. We were just confused, just confused." The man named Chiao snorted coldly. He grabbed the son of the man with the triangular eyes and turned around to leave. After they left, the young couple collapsed, exhausted as if all their strength had been drained. They had only taken a few steps back when they noticed several people emerging from a nearby alley. A strange scent wafted over. They didn't react and fell into the arms of the two people. The two looked at each other and quickly dragged the two young people into the alley. Then, a broken, unlicensed van sped out of the alley in the opposite direction along the street in front of the police station. In the dark night, the police station's lights still shone brightly, flickering in harmony with the dim lights of the abandoned van speeding away. After a moment, everything fell silent. Early in the morning, Shunke picked up her phone and checked the time. It was already August 2nd, less than a month before school started on the 28th. Maybe because she stayed up late yesterday, she still felt a bit off after moving to her new home. She ended up sleeping in until 9 a.m. However, thinking about her good days ahead, Shunko calmly washed up and had breakfast. After that, she turned on her computer and leisurely checked her email. To her surprise, she found many messages from people indicating that the old clothes recycling ads were very popular. Indeed, when she opened the webpage, there were quite a few impressive comments on the message board. Of course, there were also some spam messages. Shinku organized the emails into different categories and decided to ignore them for now. She didn't have time to handle each one individually. She needed to set a specific time to deal with them, or else she would waste too much time. Next, she planned to buy some tools for weighing clothes. This was easy. Her idea was simple. Just go to a local market and buy a large scale used for selling vegetables. That way, she could save time and effort. She dressed neatly and was about to go out when she heard the doorbell. Shunku wondered to herself, who could be here so early after moving into the new house? Looking through the peephole, she saw Mo standing outside, dressed neatly. His outfit hadn't changed much today, but he was wearing a pair of glasses with gold rims. Shunku opened the door and looked at him helplessly. "You're so early." Mo smiled innocently, hands behind his back. First, he took out a pure white lily. The other hand was holding something that made Shunku laugh and shake her head. Turns out it was a pair of men's slippers. "Why are you giving me a flower and a pair of men's slippers? What does that mean?" Shunku naturally pretended not to understand. Was this guy planning to keep coming to her house? He even brought slippers for her? Mo, with a typical innocent smile of a scheming man, concealed his mischievous thoughts and said innocently, "I just don't want my athlete's foot to spread to you through your slippers. These slippers aren't a gift for you. I had them when I arrived, and I'll take them when I leave. They're your exclusive slippers, but they come with me when I visit. If you ever miss them, just tell me, and I'll bring them over." What a silly mistake. Shunku couldn't help but laugh and let him into the room. Then, that guy really tore off the shoe packaging and put them on right there. He also handed a lily flower to Shunku, whose rich fragrance made Shunku feel a little happy. He found a bottle, put the flowers inside, and looked at Mo with a helpless smile. He said, "I'm leaving now. You can stay here with these slippers, or you can pick them up and go back to where you belong." Mo pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and smiled, saying, "Of course, wherever you go, those slippers go too. Hey, where are we going?" Mo followed Shunku out of the community. But Shun couldn't take a taxi or cross the street. Instead, he turned toward the nearby vegetable wholesale market. This is a large two-story indoor market filled with busy, noisy crowds. The floor was sometimes wet and looked quite messy. Mo and Shunka looked out of place here. Mo had never been to such a place. He usually bought vegetables and fruits at the supermarket. He couldn't do it himself. So, he was nervous and his face showed some bitterness. His white shirt was occasionally touched by dirty marks from passers-by. Both of them looked a bit disheveled. Shunka finally bought a big scale, similar to the kind used in hospitals. They carried it out of the market, pulling and lifting. Shunku also bought many bags and other things to bring back. Mo looked at his pure white shirt now turned gray, feeling awkward and upset. Shunku saw his unhappy face and laughed happily, scolding him. "So, do you regret following me around now?" Mo took off his glasses, put them in his shirt pocket, and took out a clean handkerchief. His fresh, two-colored eyes made Shunku feel dizzy and think, this person is really good-looking. He shook his head at Shunku's words, still looking proud and noble, and said, "Even if you go to the market every day, I'll still follow you." Shunku didn't mind and continued teasing him. "I once said that any relationship not aimed at marriage is just playing around. To prevent you from being labeled a troublemaker, I advise you to stop early so you won't be embarrassed later." Mo paused in surprise and said, "You really are quite sharp-tongued. But sooner or later, you're strong. Tough exterior will be broken down by me.
Don't provoke me.
If you do, I will make you understand what the cost of blood and tears really is. Believe it or not, someday I might hang from the 12th floor with a rope and scare you at your window." Shunku calmly shook her head and said, "I'm not afraid. You've made it so clear. How could I be?" But I might not still be living here a month from now. Mo immediately quieted down. He asked, "Where are you going?" Chun-ko pretended to be a carefree wanderer, flicking her flowing hair back and sighing deeply. "A gentleman should be strong. I drift like a floating leaf, wandering elsewhere." Mo rolled his eyes and put his glasses back on his nose. He replied, "A gentleman should be strong. But you're a woman, so you don't have to. I'll take care of you." Chun-ko shot him a quick glance and said, "It seems you've finally shown your true colors. Don't keep pretending to be a gentleman in front of me, or I might secretly fall for you." Mo lifted his handsome chin, looked at the sky, and said, "The qualities of a gentleman, grace and manners, are deeply ingrained in my bones. I can't help myself. It's not just acting, it's instinct." Chun-ko listened and then turned without looking back, saying, "My gentlemanly ways. If I keep going, your delicate skin might dry out and crack." She then carried her big bag and headed back. Mo carefully looked at his exposed arm, relieved he hadn't gotten a sunburn or dark spots, and then grabbed the heavy scale and followed her. He muttered gloomily, "Kid, this kind of thing that affects your appearance isn't a joke." Chun-ko secretly chuckled, thinking she wasn't afraid of the sun anymore. Since gaining her special power, her skin kept getting better, whiter, with fewer scars, blemishes, or large pores. That's part of why she looked so radiant. She wasn't stunning enough to topple kingdoms, but her growing elegance and natural aura made her attractive. She didn't think Mo liked her for her looks. Maybe he was just bored and looking for distraction. After all, someone like Mo, a noble young master, Chun could never like to imagine. He probably didn't lack admirers or flowers. They soon reached the 9th floor. Each floor only had 2 apartments, and there was some space outside the elevator for placing miscellaneous items. Chun-ko and Mo put their things next to a pile of discarded furniture and other unused items. There wasn't much else there. Then the two of them went back inside. Chun-ko quickly took some ice from the fridge and poured it into a glass, then added a large cup of cold water and handed it to Mo. Mo unbuttoned the 2 buttons at his collar, his face turning red from the heat. He thanked her politely and continued to drink slowly, maintaining his elegant demeanor. He asked, "Where will you go after a month when you move out?" Chun-ko didn't expect Mo to really care about this. She smiled and said, "After a month, I'm not sure if Zhu Sha will still rent this house. Also, I'll start school then. If Zhu Sha doesn't rent it, I'll stay in the school dormitory." Mo's eyes lit up. "Are you a student at Juhan University?" he asked. "I'm a new student who hasn't started school yet." She placed the ice water on the table, feeling uncomfortable with her hair tied up in the hot weather. She went to the bathroom, untied her ponytail, and let her shiny black hair fall freely. With the air conditioning on, her neck wouldn't sweat anymore, and she looked very free and relaxed. Mo watched her with a fixed gaze. He swore he had never seen such naturally beautiful girl. Every smile and expression of Chun-ko deeply moved this young mixed-race boy. But there was one thing he really wanted to ask. What was she buying that big scale for? When Mo asked this, Chun-ko suddenly felt it was a bad idea. Since Mo often visited, if he saw a pile of old clothes in her house turning into something new, how would he see her? She suddenly realized her decision might have been too hasty. It was probably not a good idea to buy and sell old items in the neighborhood, especially if Mo found out. She quickly answered, "It's for someone else." Mo nodded and couldn't help but ask, "Why do you live at Juhong? What about your family?" Chun-ko listened, and although her expression didn't change outwardly, she felt a faint sadness inside. She still had to think of a way to deal with those things later. Feeling a bit annoyed and self-deprecating, she said, "Family is just a word. It's all superficial." She looked at the time and said, "It's getting late. Shouldn't you go home?" Mo noticed a hint of impatience in her voice. As someone who was very perceptive in reading people, he didn't want to lose his composure in front of such a beautiful girl. He smiled, looked at the time, and said, "Really, it's already noon. How about I treat you to dinner another day?" Chun-ko was already walking toward the door as she spoke. Leaning on the wooden frame of the entrance, she smiled and said, "Let's do it another day." This pose clearly shows she is about to send him away, so Mo can't keep asking shamelessly. After changing his shoes, he said, "How about I take you shopping for few clothes in a couple of days?" Chun-Koo just kept smiling at him. Mo helplessly shrugged, opened the door, and was about to leave when he heard Chun-Koo call him back from behind. He turned around, expecting Chun-Koo to suddenly change his attitude, but instead, Chun-Koo was holding a pair of slippers, swinging them slightly, and said, "Take your slippers too. I hope you only appear at my door when I invite you." This made Mo feel a little unwelcome. He took his slippers and left reluctantly. Chun-Koo closed the door, leaned against the wall, and rolled her eyes in frustration. Oh God, how can she stop Mo from always visiting her home? Her plan to replace everything old was about to start. "I'm glad I didn't break my promise. I've posted the third update. I'm very tired. My body is exhausted. These past few days, I've only slept at 4 a.m. tonight. I must sleep well. To my fellow readers who enjoy reading, I need your support votes during the summer break. Support votes, support votes, support votes. Regarding the reward list for the work, my friends, that's a source of pride for the nun and also for you. I will update regularly." "Never mind." Chun-Koo rubbed her hair, turned back to her computer, and carefully searched online for nearby shops. But after a long search, she found nothing. In the end, she decided to go out for a walk and explore the school area first. Outside the community, opposite is Zhuhong University. From near Zhuhong University, she couldn't see much, but when she looked back, she saw a lively street. All along this street, there were internet cafes and small inns. The internet cafes are understandable, but the inns are probably even more so. Youth is full of ups and downs, with many different colors. Watching young men and women dressed fashionably entering and leaving, she finally understood many things. She thought to herself that she really came from a small place. Such a street full of inns and internet cafes is rare and surprising. She stepped inside, and an idea immediately came to her. These inns are usually quite cheap, around 35 to 50 yuan. She randomly chose one and booked a room, which only costs 30 yuan a day. She plans to use this tomorrow in as a temporary base. When collecting old clothes, she will quickly turn them into new clothes inside the inn, then take them home to sell. Everything will then fall into place naturally. After successfully finding a good location, Chun-Koo also made a phone card for sales that doesn't require ID registration, and then she went home. Once home, she replied to all the places where she was collecting old clothes via email, including her new phone number. This way, she can start working tomorrow. Early the next morning, Chun-Koo was worried that the shameless and cunning Mo might visit her early, so she got up early. After dressing carefully, she carried her bunch of empty large black bags and small bags, along with a wheeled scale, and took the elevator to the entrance of Zhuhong University. Her plan was simple. She arranged for everyone to meet at the entrance of Zhuhong University. It's normal for a crowd to gather there, and the area is quite spacious. There's also a small street with food stalls nearby, making it a perfect spot for her sneaky business. She brought 4 huge black cloth bags, like luggage bags with long gold zippers, completely hiding what was inside. Wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, she cleverly disguised herself among the food stalls. By around 9 in the morning, someone finally called her. Soon, people carrying large and small bundles of old clothes appeared on the street. What made Chun-Koo very happy was that most of these people were young. Young people dislike wasting their youth. They change clothes every season, every month, even every day. Many like to shop at cheap, pretty foreign trade stores, good quality at low prices. Not everyone is wealthy, especially students who spend a lot of time online. Many are from Zhuhong University and work short-term jobs outside school during holidays to save for the next year's tuition. Chun-Koo was thrilled. Her clothes had many styles, and she could make a small profit. The people bringing old clothes were handsome and pretty, and their bags weren't full of badly damaged clothes. She quickly exchanged money for the clothes, weighed, and packed them skillfully. In the end, she managed to buy over 50 pounds of clothes. A few days ago, in that small county town, 20 pounds of clothes was considered a lot. Now, in Juhong, I used the same amount of money to buy twice as many clothes. After all, I no longer had Li Er's share, and I was busy myself, feeling a bit tired. But the results were very satisfying. I was so happy I almost danced in the street. I only filled 2 of the 4 big pockets I brought. I tied those 2 bundles of clothes with a rope onto a large scale, then happily carried the scale back to Mingri Inn. When I entered the inn, the owner looked at me with some confusion. I didn't have the mood to explain much to him. I carried my things to the room I had booked, then opened the big pockets and started using my special powers. Having my own space made everything easier. I quickly repaired the clothes with my powers, constantly using up my energy. Somehow, that energy seemed to come from nowhere, filling my hands again and again. The white energy thread I had before grew longer each time I used my powers. It slowly extended from my hands, wrapping around the clothes I needed to fix, then disappeared in a flash. The clothes became bright and new again. Finally, I used up all my energy and felt exhausted. I wiped the sweat from my forehead and lay on the bed to rest and recover. I was really tired this time. Even moving my fingers was hard. 50 pounds of old clothes was no small amount. They piled on the floor like a small mountain, and I had to fix them all with my own hands. It was a huge job. After I was completely exhausted, I fell into a deep sleep. Restoring my mental strength mainly depends on sleep. When I woke up, I looked at the time and saw it was already after 6 in the evening. I had spent the whole day busy with clothes. I stretched lazily, feeling refreshed again. But I knew I couldn't use my powers today anymore. They were completely drained. I asked at the front desk and found out I could rent a room here. I immediately paid 600 yuan and rented it for a month. The small inn was cheap, though the conditions were poor. I didn't plan to stay long, so I was happy to take the small key, leave the scale at Mingri Inn, and carry my 2 big bags of clothes back to Xinyuan community. Upon entering the elevator, I couldn't help but think of Bai Mo. The 2 of us met and became acquainted in the elevator. It's always a strange fate. After daydreaming for a while, Bai Mo's face became clearer in my mind. I was so lost in thought that I reached the 9th floor. I stopped thinking about him, picked up my bag, opened the door, and simply dropped it in the living room. Finally back home, I first made some filling food, then threw all the clothes onto the floor and started organizing them. The clothes now were all new, repaired items, and there were quite a few high-quality pieces. I decided to price them myself, with prices ranging from 23 to 68 or even 80, but all summer clothes were definitely under 100 yuan. This gave me an advantage. My prices were still very affordable. This is a big secret to running an online store. Lately, I've been very sick, my head feels foggy, and my upper eyelids keep drooping over my lower eyelids. So, I can only update this much today. I'm so sleepy now. I stayed up until nearly 3, and this morning around 9, I was woken up by a customer service call saying there was an issue with my account. Turns out, over 7,000 points had been stolen. So, everyone, be careful to protect your accounts. Don't use simple passwords. I made that mistake myself, so frustrating. It's best to check for any transfer records, and if you see any suspicious activity, immediately scan your computer for malware and change your passwords. This is a lesson learned. Don't wait until your account is hacked to regret it. After organizing everything, I opened Zhusha's computer camera. It actually works quite well, clearly showing the styles and colors of the clothes, with only minor errors. I even recorded a short video of the clothes piled up in the living room and uploaded it online as a promotional tool. Then I took a soft measuring tape and carefully measured each piece's dimensions, like bust, waist, and length, following a standard format. I added some catchy slogans like one of a kind, only one piece of each style, and hot sale before finally posting the items on my online store. By evening, I had only managed to finish part of it. There were so many clothes, and with just me working alone, the workload kept growing, becoming more and more overwhelming. Running an online store is a slow process. She is not in a hurry to spend money now, so she dares to consider this idea. Otherwise, it would be a situation where she is waiting for things to fall into place. Opening an online shop is definitely a dead end. After contacting the delivery company, he finally felt able to rest a bit. She changed her clothes and went back to her bedroom. When she turned on the light, she was suddenly shocked by what she saw outside the window. There was a pure white lily stuck outside her window. Shunhee's first thought was, could it really be that the charming guy, by Mo, hung the flower on the window himself? She hurried over a few steps, opened the window, and pulled the lily down. The flower still had a small card attached to its stem. As she closed the window and looked carefully at the card, she read, Dear Chun-Ku, a lily, every day. That's my biggest wish. Today, since you're not home, I used a lot of effort to stick this flower outside your bedroom. If this little surprise makes you happy, please call me when you receive the flower. Waiting for your call. By Mo, he really didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she saw this kind of person. She picked up the house phone and dialed the number she thought she wouldn't call. After a few rings, By Mo's elegant and clear voice answered. He said hello. Shunhee suddenly remembered she hadn't given him her bedroom number, so he didn't know who she was. She forced a smile and said, You clever guy, you wrote my name wrong. Hearing her voice, By Mo's tone immediately became much happier, and he sounded very pleased. He asked, Why did you only see the flower now? Where have you been? My flower outside the window is probably already withered from the wind and sun. This was my heartfelt gesture, showing how much I care about you. Hearing this, he was speechless, half amused, half annoyed. She replied, Honestly, if you didn't have that mouth, I might actually like you. By Mo quickly shot back with a teasing tone. I was planning to let you try my special French-style wet kiss as soon as I got you. If I really lost my mouth, wouldn't that mean losing my most important weapon? Shunhee felt even more powerless against his teasing. She burst out laughing and cursed, You're such a scoundrel. Always full of silly ideas. But, my talented writer, your calligraphy is good, but you wrote my name wrong. I don't even use that name anymore. White Mo suddenly fell silent and asked in a serious tone, So, are you running away from home? Chun-Ku responded with a question. How do you know? White Mo replied, Although I spent some time in France, I believe I can tell the difference between Chinese surnames. If you don't want that surname, it's probably because you have issues with your family. It's okay. If you don't like your family, you can come to my house. I am quite wealthy and I can support you. Chun-Ku slapped her forehead and thought to herself, This guy is always thinking about supporting others. She then asked, Don't you think those words are too direct and unconvincing? It might hurt your charming and carefree image. Besides, I don't believe that a young master like you has no girls interested in you. I don't know how much money you have, but it seems a bit unrealistic for me. White Mo sighed and said, Why do you always attack me so sharply? I don't really know how much money I have. My background shows I'm just someone who spends money. At least, I think supporting you is enough. When he said this, there was a hint of sadness and depth in his voice. Chun could guess that his family might be quite chaotic. Otherwise, based on her impression of White Mo over these days, he would never show any negative emotions. He seemed like a perfect sculpture, always smiling and polite to the point of madness. Things that could upset him probably weren't that easy to find. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. White Mo on the phone said, Open the door for me. I've arrived at your place. Chun-Ku rolled her eyes, helplessly hung up and slowly tidied up the clothes in the living room before opening the door. Outside, White Mo looked at her with pitiful, two-colored eyes, holding a pair of slippers and asked, Can I come in? Chun-Ku was amused by his pitiful, abandoned dog look. His light brown hair was a bit messy, and he wasn't wearing glasses. He was dressed in a pure white, spotless outfit, looking as beautiful as a jade statue. After closing the door, she watched him change his shoes and suddenly said, If you were born in ancient times, you would definitely be the top courtesan in a brothel. While changing his shoes, White Mo almost fell over in shock. He supported himself against the wall, straightened his collar, and said in a not-so-refined tone, If you keep insulting my image like that, I might have to force myself on you. Chun-Ku smiled and said, That's just a duck that likes to play around. It was the first time Bai Mo had ever heard Chun-Ku say something like that. Out of habit, he pushed his glasses up, only to realize he had forgotten to wear them today. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he said, That doesn't sound like something you'd say. Aren't you afraid I'll think differently of you now? Chun-Ka stepped aside to let him in. Mo walked into the living room and sat on the sofa. Chun-Ka shook her head and said, "Do you really think a girl who used to fight with her half-sister in high school could be that innocent and kind? I even once tried to scare someone with a knife, but I wasn't strong enough and ended up getting hurt instead." As she spoke, Chun-Ka brought over some fruit and water. Her tone was calm and natural, without any attempt to hide her past. It was the first time Mo had heard her talk about her own life. Just hearing words like half-sister made him realize how complicated her family must have been. He couldn't help but smile quietly to himself, thinking that this seemingly pure and gentle girl must have gone through a lot. If things had once gotten that serious, then her past must truly be something she'd rather leave behind. He absent-mindedly touched his leg, lost in thought for a moment. Then he picked up a grape, tossed it into his mouth, looked around the sofa, and sighed softly. "Aren't you going to tell me more about your past?" Chun-Ka didn't answer. She just quietly drank her water. She had never told anyone about those things before. Thinking back, she realized she had lost touch with all her high school classmates. It would be hard for her to even find a friend from that time now. She had long since learned to keep everything to herself. The past was the past, and she truly didn't want to talk about it anymore. "It's okay," Mo said gently. "If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. But where were you during the day? I knocked on your door, and you weren't home. I called you, but you didn't answer. If I hadn't stuck that flower on your window, you probably would have forgotten I even exist." Mo spoke carefully, afraid of touching a sensitive topic that might make her sad again. So, a pair of gentle, kind, and captivating eyes made Shun-He's little heart beat faster and faster. She didn't answer him directly, only saying, "You didn't bring your glasses today. Aren't you nearsighted?" Mo leaned weakly on his head, thinking to himself that this little girl might be too naive. He asked her a question, but she didn't give a clear answer. "I'm definitely not nearsighted. Don't you feel that wearing glasses makes me look more refined? Those glasses are just for decoration." Shun-He smiled and said, "My home and your glasses are the same. They're just decorations." This sentence surprised Mo a lot. He thought she was just a pure and innocent girl with a simple mind that could be easily understood. But he didn't expect her to be so subtle and clever. When it comes to thinking, this girl really knows how to hide her thoughts deep. After saying that, she stood up, took down the lily from yesterday, and put today's flower into a bottle. Mo also stood up and stood behind her. He wanted to comfort Shun-He with a big hug, like in the movie Titanic, to soothe her hurt heart that seemed afraid to show itself. But after Shun-He finished placing the flower, she seemed to slip out of his arms casually. Mo felt a little awkward, so he raised his arm and, to hide his nervousness, said, "This dress is very beautiful. Is it all yours?" Shun-He gave a little mischievous smile, but didn't argue with him. She replied, "Yes. Don't you want to know what I did today? I went shopping for supplies. I opened an online store called One of a Kind." Hearing this, Mo suddenly remembered something. He snapped his fingers confidently and said, "I remember now. I have a banquet to attend in a few days, and I don't have a dance partner yet. Can you come with me?" Shun-He took a glass of iced water, shook the ice cubes inside with a tinkling sound, and said, "Why would you invite me? I don't know how to dance." Mo's eyes, like those of a charming fox, twinkled as he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't know. I just want you to come with me, to help me fend off some annoying flirtations." "Then you mean I'm not just an ordinary girl?"
No. Why?
During their conversation, Mo had already leaned down and sat beside Shun-Ka. His eyes gazed dreamily at Shun-Ka with a hint of desire to kiss her. He softly said, "There's no need for so many reasons. You are my goddess." He then squinted his eyes, trying to get close for a kiss. Shun-Ka chuckled and extended her slender finger, blocking Mo's lips. Her neat nails shimmered in the light, and she smiled playfully, losing her usual innocent charm. She said, "My little mixed-race man, it's so late now. Don't you miss your home?" Shun-Ka deliberately used a gentle, teasing question, smiling brightly and looking carefree, but inside, she was holding back her true feelings, almost daring Bai Mo to hurt her. Bai Mo knew he couldn't force her. Although she seemed harmless, hurting her would make him feel terrible, and she would torment him in return. He was sure she was a very protective person, like a hedgehog ready to defend herself at all costs. Bai Mo slightly smiled, sat back in his seat, then stood up and said, "All right, I think I should go home now. But since you're dressed casually, how about I help you pick out some formal clothes for the next time we go shopping?" Shin-kun nodded happily, as she had never attended a formal event before. She was quite excited. Bai Mo walked to the door to leave, changing his shoes. Shin-kun, feeling a bit helpless, carried her slippers and said, "Please don't always leave your slippers at my place." Bai Mo shrugged, realizing she was very sensitive. His little tricks had been noticed again. Just as he was about to say something, Shin-kun waved her hand and firmly closed the door. Bai Mo was surprised and reluctantly pressed the elevator button, ready to go home. When he arrived, he had taken the stairs earlier to avoid losing signal on his phone. Now, he felt a bit hurt, as the elevator from the 9th to the 12th floor was only 3 floors. He decided to take the elevator up, feeling a little down. After seeing Bai Mo off, Shin-kun felt a small sense of happiness inside. It has been a long time since someone treated herself this way, but she still doesn't allow her heart to open too quickly. Intuitively, she still finds it hard to accept Bai Mo. Right now, she just wants to consider him a good friend. Whether he truly loves her as he claims is a shallow and fragile topic. A friendship built outside of love might last longer. Bai Mo is the first boy who has shown such concern for Shin-kun. She doesn't want to mix him with fragile love, nor does she want to be disappointed or hurt. Keeping a distance is necessary, especially since they've known each other for such a short time. If feelings really appeared so easily, it would seem unskilled. However, Bai Mo mentioning a party made Shin-kun a little happy. She doesn't know much about Bai Mo's background. If he could bring her into his world, maybe she could understand him better. Perhaps this is also a small sign of Bai Mo's trust in her. Thinking about this, Shin-kun stretched lazily. After Bai Mo's teasing, it was already past midnight. Looks like she would sleep in again tomorrow morning. Back in her room, she changed into a new set of pajamas. Lying on the soft bed, she stared blankly at the ceiling, then curled up and pressed her back tightly against the wall. She had been sleeping like this for over 10 years. No one had ever been worth her relying on seriously. Her back only felt safe when pressed against the wall. She curled into a small ball, covering herself tightly with the blanket. Her arms hugged herself closely. The space inside the blanket was her entire world. She always felt lonely and helpless, like a prickly hedgehog protecting itself instinctively. Even after leaving the place called home, which was only meant for decoration, her long-standing habits remained unchanged. The next day, Shin-kun still went to buy old clothes, repaired them, and brought them back. Thanks to yesterday's experience, she was much faster at organizing clothing data. The online stock also increased, and what made her happiest was that she finally received some orders. She chatted with a few clients and called the courier company. The day was busy and joyful. Meanwhile, another group of people was clearly not having a good day. As the afternoon sun set, some regulars of the nightclub left their apartments, ready to enjoy the evening's festivities. Some other people who also like to be active at night have stepped out of their homes and into the sunlight. The man with the triangular eyes, whom he met on the old train, got out of a small car. His face was bandaged, and he was surrounded by a group of loyal followers bowing and nodding. The man with the triangular eyes, still holding a cigarette, looked at a young man with blonde hair and sneered. The young man kept saying, "Hello, Brother Goe." Hearing this, the man with the triangular eyes changed his expression and kicked him hard, shouting, "What hello? Do I look good like this?" The blonde young man immediately stood up and didn't dare to speak again. The others also fell silent and followed the man with the triangular eyes inside. Since losing his stamp collection, his father would beat him every time he saw him. The 2 people who stole the collection with him had already been dealt with by his father. Now, if he couldn't find that collection again, his father might get rid of him too. This made him very nervous lately. His followers weren't very brave, They kept bringing up this problem, which was like slapping themselves in the face. The blonde man rubbed his shoulder where he had been kicked and stood up, his eyes flashing with anger. But in the end, he chose to stay quiet, put on a flattering smile, and followed behind, saying, "Brother Gue, is there something you need at Juhong? Just tell me, I'll do my best to help." His name was Wang Gue. He, along with his father's mistress, who was also the woman in the couple, stole his father's stamp collection. Originally, they heard that the collection contained a stamp worth millions of yuan, and the mistress and her boyfriend planned to steal it and run away together. But when they stole the collection, they also took the people with it. On the way, they couldn't find the most valuable stamp, and a fight broke out among the three of them, causing the collection to be lost and the stamp to be missing. They later learned from a train attendant that the stamp was put into a young girl's backpack. That's when they realized they had messed up. But the woman had already disappeared, and because of the fight, they were caught by the police in Juhong City. In the end, Wang Gue had no choice but to ask his father, Wang Yongqiang, to get him out. The stamp was lost, and the two troublemakers were taken somewhere by Wang Yongqiang. It's probably unlikely they will survive. Wang Gue spat out his cigarette angrily, thinking to himself that it was a mistake to listen to that little troublemaker and steal his father's things. Now, even if he found that stamp album, what could he do? The items had already been torn apart. He said unhappily, "I'm looking for someone." Jean Mao quickly responded, "Who are you looking for?" Wang Gue took out a photo, based on his own description. Then Wang Yongqiang paid money to the police, who used drawings and other methods to find a similar-looking person from the ID photo. They showed Wang Gue, who confirmed one by one, and finally, they identified the person as someone with no doubt. "This woman. Find her for me. If you do, you'll benefit. Otherwise, just wait and see my dad ruin your place." That same day, this scene appeared in all the places Wang Yongqiang could find. The photo of the troublemaker was spread like snow across Juhong City. Both obvious and hidden corners were searching for this woman. Unaware that she was already being targeted as a target, Chainai had not gone out since noon. Her clothes in the room hadn't all been sold yet, and she planned to close her online shop the next day. She had time and didn't want to go out again, just to run her store well. While she was chatting happily with buyers online, the doorbell rang. Chainai chuckled secretly, sure it was Bai Mo again. She opened the door, and sure enough, Bai Mo was standing there, holding his two big slippers, smiling happily. This time, he seemed to have brought a lot of delicious food in various bags. He looked quite disheveled, as if he had been in a fight. "Why, do you want to cook at my place again today? But your clothes look like a worker's. People might think you're my part-time worker." Chainai smiled slightly, stepping aside to let Bai Mo in. Bai Mo didn't explain or say anything, handed her the things, and changed his shoes before walking inside. "Have you gotten into any trouble lately?" Bai Mo still smiled, placing the plastic bags on the table and slowly taking out the items. Chainai shook her head and asked, "What trouble? How could I cause any? What did you do?" White Mo lowered his head, revealing his fair skin inside his collar. There were small scars on his neck and forehead, as if his skin had been scraped. "Oh, it's nothing. I just fell while shopping downstairs." "Hee, I'll make you something tasty today. Sounds good." Shunka noticed that White Mo looked a bit different today, but her manners told her not to ask about things others didn't want to share. However, she had a faint feeling that this might be related to her. Otherwise, why would he ask if she had caused trouble today? White Mo gently washed his hands under the tap and briefly cleaned his wounds. They weren't deep, just bruised, like he had been in a fight. "Did someone hit you downstairs?" Shunka couldn't help but ask. With White Mo's calm and composed personality, he wouldn't come to her house looking so disheveled unless something serious happened. While speaking, Shunka pulled a mint leaf from his hair, which was from the flower bed downstairs. "It still smelled nice." "Yes, I just taught a few little troublemakers a lesson. Nothing serious. Tomorrow, shall we go buy a dress? Also, my upstairs apartment is renovated now. Would you like to come see it tonight?" White Mo smiled, wiped his hands with a towel, and started tidying the cutting board. The clean and neat kitchen made him look very pure. Shinku thought this because White Mo's cooking skills weren't very good. After thinking for a moment, Shunko was curious about White Mo's upstairs home. It didn't seem to matter much, so she smiled and nodded, saying, "Okay, once the courier comes to pick up the package, let's go upstairs to take a look." She wasn't sure if Zhu Sha's decoration was too simple and natural, but the romantic French dinner felt a bit out of place. Still, the two of them ate happily. Shunko felt relaxed watching White Mo smile so refreshingly. She still wasn't sure if White Mo truly liked her, but she no longer treated him like a stranger. She calmly accepted the lily he gave her today, though she wondered how long she could keep up this habit of receiving a lily every day. Or, how long could she accept him? After dinner, the doorbell rang. Just as Shunko was about to go open the door, Mo stopped her and cheerfully said, "I'll go open it." Shunko didn't object and naturally accepted Mo's kindness, not noticing the slight tension in Mo's brow. After opening the door, Mo saw the visitor dressed in green and felt relieved. "Hello, I am from the delivery company." Mo smiled at the person and called out, "Shunko, the delivery person is here, okay?" Shunko suddenly remembered she needed to send a package to an online buyer. She hurried over, started filling out the shipping form, packing the clothes, and was busy with her work. Every payment mattered. Though the amounts were small, they were enough to cover her daily expenses. Plus, her low-cost, high-output approach meant she could support herself if she did well. After all, her 2,000 yuan was almost gone, and the 20,000 yuan she had was reserved for school fees. While Shunko was busy, Mo wandered around. He suddenly remembered a red silk booklet he saw that day, which looked like a photo album. He thought it would be good to see how Shunko had changed over the years. To his surprise, the little thing had run away from home with her photo album. A smile appeared on Mo's face as he decided to check it out. He entered Shunko's room and picked up the red silk booklet. But he was stunned when he saw that the album was labeled as a stamp collection. Stamp collection? Shunko, you actually like collecting stamps? This album looks pretty old. I should buy you a new one sometime. Mo teased Shunko while flipping through the stamp album. Shunko didn't know the value of that album. She was just a beginner in stamp collecting. She replied, "That album was a surprise find. I don't collect stamps regularly. Feel free to look. Pack these two and the one on the sofa, just point at what you want." Shunko was busy packing with the delivery person while answering Mo. But suddenly, she stopped hearing Mo's voice and didn't notice that Mo was lost in his own thoughts. Mo didn't even catch Shunko's words. His eyes were fixed on the stamp album. Since opening the red silk cover, he had been deeply shocked. The album looked very ordinary on the outside, but when he looked at the stamps inside, he felt an overwhelming excitement. The front contained some common special period stamps, worth only a few dozen yuan each on the market. But at the back, there was a stunning full sheet of monkey stamps. This is a full-page stamp collection. Its current value has already reached over 900,000 yuan. Moreover, the stamps are very clean and well-preserved, with no signs of damage or curling. Along with some scattered stamps in the album, the total worth of this collection is definitely over 1,000,000 yuan. With so many perfect stamps, where did she get them? She just casually placed the album on the cabinet. Isn't she worried about losing these stamps? Mo stared at the album with bright, shining eyes. He was about to go out and ask about it, but then remembered there was a delivery person outside. He put the album down and suddenly recalled the kids who had been playing downstairs this afternoon. No wonder Shunko had so many troublemakers come over. This album probably wasn't obtained through honest means. He must protect Shunko and this album. Thinking of this, he rushed out of the room into the living room, watching the delivery person leave with the package. After Shunko closed the door, he looked at Mo, who was sitting on the sofa, smiling foolishly. She chuckled silently, waved her hand in front of him, and said, "Hey, are you okay? Are you jealous because I talked to the delivery guy?" Mo suddenly grabbed her hand and said 3 words, "Come with me." Then he pulled her straight into the bedroom. Hey, what are you doing? Let go." Shunko thought to herself that this guy might have taken the wrong medicine. Why was he pulling her into the bedroom? In the bedroom, Mo finally released her hand and pointed at the stamp album. "Where did you get this?" Shin-ko let out a breath of relief. Phew, I thought Bai Mo was really a scoundrel trying to make trouble. Seeing her bright, beautiful smile, Bai Mo's face darkened. You little thing, do you think I'd force you? Who knows? Maybe it's possible. Alright, do you like this stamp album? Then I'll give it to you. I got it for free anyway. What? Give it to me? Miss, do you know how much this album is worth? Shin-ko rolled her eyes and said with a smile, stop joking. I think this album looks pretty valuable, maybe worth 1,000 or 1,800 yuan at most. If you like it, I'll give it to you. It's not worth much anyway. White Mo looked disappointed and patted his forehead. He then grabbed her shoulder and said loudly, listen, kid, do you know that these stamps are worth at least $1 million together? Shin-ko's mind went blank. She stammered, what? Are you joking? This broken thing is worth $1 million? Just a few pieces of red cloth. White Mo sighed secretly. Shin-ko was really lucky. Luckily, he found out. Otherwise, she might have given away something valuable without realizing it. He explained, this stamp album isn't worth much, but what's inside is. The stamps inside are worth around $1,000 to $800 each, especially the full sheet of monkey stamps at the end. The last auction for a full sheet of monkey stamps reached $92,000. So, tell me, is this stamp album worth money or not? $92,000. Shin-ko stared at the album with wide eyes, her mouth opening wider and her whole body stiffening. Suddenly, she grabbed the album and laughed loudly. Haha, 92,000. 92,000. This is money, real money. That means I don't have to run an online shop anymore, and I don't need to rent a house. With 92,000, I can buy a house.
Yay!
Long live. White Mo, you're amazing. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know this album was so valuable. Quickly tell me, how can I sell it? White Mo stepped back in shock, watching Shin-ko jump around with sweat streaming down her face. He secretly thought she was really a little fool. She had no idea how much this album was worth. Seeing White Mo's terrified expression, Shin-ko chuckled and said, sorry, I was so excited I didn't care about my image. I just found out I might get rich, so I didn't think much. Sorry for the trouble. White Mo patted his chest, finally feeling normal again. He smiled and asked, since it's such a good item, why don't you keep it for yourself? It's a full sheet of monkey stamps, hard to find even with a lantern. Shin-ko shook her head and smiled. No, I prefer cash. I don't understand collecting stamps. I just want the money. Hurry up and tell me, where can I sell this? White Mo walked into Shin-ko and gently rubbed her head. He said, $150,000. Sell this album to me. Deal? I won't let you lose out. $150,000. But you said it was only worth 92,000. No, the ordinary stamps earlier aren't that expensive. I can't take that much money from you. Don't be silly. Even if I give you 1.5 million, so what? Especially for such a rare full set of monkey stamps. Do you want to sell it to someone else? Shin-ko's mind went blank. She looked at Bai Mo with eyes that turned into two shining little stars, so bright and dazzling. Really? You want to buy it? 1.5 million? In people's currency. Shin-ko smiled very brightly, her eyes curved like crescent moons. She looked at Bai Mo as if she saw a pile of pink bills. She thought to herself, that guy with the triangular eyes isn't a good person. Even if I sell this stamp album, it's better than letting that rascal get it. If he sells the album, with his character, the money he makes might be used to cause trouble. Bai Mo smiled and said, of course. But all these stamps together probably aren't worth 1.5 million. Are you sure you want to sell it to me? Maybe it could fetch a higher price at auction. Shin-ko shook her head like a rattledrum. She said, no. 1.5 million is 1.5 million. I'll sell it to you. Oh, wait. I just remembered. Suddenly, she realized she still had 2 small cards tucked inside the pocket of the stamp album. If even the contents of the album are so valuable, how much are those small cards worth? She quickly grabbed the album, startling Bai Mo, who hurriedly protected himself and said, be careful. Everything inside is very valuable. Shin-ko shook her head and smiled. It's okay. I want to show you something. What is it? Emma watched as Chinku started flipping through her stamp album. Then she gently sliced through the middle of the album. Luckily, she only cut the album, not the stamps. Otherwise, Emma would have been heartbroken. Look, these two. Chinku finally tore open the pocket. She knew Emma had already seen the album, so it was impossible to restore it to new. From now on, she couldn't use her powers on the album anymore, so her movements became very careful. Gently opening the pocket, Chinku reached out to grab the two stamps, but Emma blocked her. He looked happily at the two stamps revealed and exclaimed, "Is this? Could it be the Tiananmen shining bright, with the whole country in red? My God, you monster! Where did you get these two national treasures? How much are these stamps worth?" Shunku's mind was filled with images of money. She was completely stunned by the 1.5 million yuan. Oh my God, 1.5 million. That means she can pay the down payment for a house and not need a loan. She might even buy a 100 square meter apartment with that amount. Including renovation and worker costs, she could still have tens of thousands left to live on. This was such a surprising and wonderful gift she never expected. She even started to feel grateful to the train attendant, who seemed like a fairy descending from heaven. Could it be that even the heavens are tired of her tragic life and are starting to help her? Shunku's face twisted with happiness. Emma still held her small hand, and seeing her silly expression, he gently squeezed it, secretly trying to tease her because she was so innocent. Over 1.5 million had made her eyes sparkle like gold. After noticing Mo's small action, Shunku blushed and quickly pulled her hand away, feeling shy and speechless. Emma looked pleased and laughed happily. Then he said, "These two stamps are top-quality collectibles, and their condition is surprisingly good. It's hard to believe. There are many forgeries, but with such high quality, I can't be sure if they are real. I have a magnifying glass and tweezers at home, so don't touch the stamps with your fingers again, or it might damage them. Let's go upstairs to take a look. When the banquet comes, I'll ask my grandfather to verify their authenticity. Okay, but how much do you think they are really worth?" Shunku thought to herself that these stamps definitely weren't fake. One is found in a glass display case at a small shop in Chitugu, and those are old items from decades ago, so it couldn't be wrong. The other was a rare collection in her album, and the triangle-eyed stamp and the couple on it must be this one. If the entire album's most valuable item is the stamp, it's unlikely to be fake. If they are real. The Red Country stamp recently sold for over 3.6 million yuan, and the one with the shining Tiananmen is estimated to be worth around 400,000 yuan. However, the price of this stamp is much higher because it is an old version showing the shining Tiananmen. It is truly a miracle that it ended up in your hands. Even if it were a new version, it would probably be worth around 300,000. These two stamps together are worth at least 4 million. My goodness, you are really lucky. With the items in this stamp collection, you could earn up to 5 million. My little one, where did you get so many rare stamps? I am honestly speechless. They are so precious, almost priceless. Even if you could afford the price, you might not find such good condition stamps. Although one of these has a small hole, it is still very valuable. Truly priceless treasures. Really? Really? 5 million. Are you sure? Truly? Chunku was so excited she was almost dancing. She never expected that the stamp she didn't like much, the one she almost threw away into the trash, could be worth over 300,000. She suddenly felt lucky she didn't throw it away. Otherwise, she would have lost over 300,000. With this much money, she wouldn't need to buy a 1 square meter apartment. She could buy a small villa instead. Chunku's face was twitching from excitement. 5 million. That's more exciting than winning the lottery.
No.
It's like winning the lottery, suddenly falling into her lap, dazzling her with stars. Of course, I'm sure. Could I lie to you? But I don't need to buy this stamp collection. I can't come up with 5 million all at once. However, I can find a better buyer who will definitely like it. Who is it? What kind of buyer? Will he buy this stamp? Emma smiled and said, "Of course he will buy it. And the banquet I mentioned is also for his birthday. But I don't need to buy this collection myself. Just take it to the banquet, and if I introduce you to him, that's already a great gift. Why would I need to buy it myself?
Oh.
So, the banquet you invited me to is for someone's birthday? Is that person your relative? Bai Mo carefully packed the stamp collection, nodded, and they walked out together, talking. Of course, he's my relative. And a close one, my grandfather. That's wonderful. Let's go and visit your home. Today, my sister is in a good mood, so I'll give you a chance.
Hee.
Why are you smiling so silly? Silly girl. My grandfather is a collector master. He would never miss such fine items. Don't worry. Yes.
Hee.
Chinka smiled happily, and her cheerful face made everyone feel very happy. Bai Mo also felt cheerful because of her. The two of them left the house and went upstairs. Of course, Chinka was holding the stamp album, and Bai Mo carried her special slippers. This was the first time Chinka took the stairs. The corridor was narrow, and it seemed only a few people could pass through. When they reached the 12th floor, Chinka was surprised to see that there was only one door on this entire floor. Is this your whole house? Chinka looked around at the clean, freshly painted elevator area in surprise. Bai Mo nodded, took out the key, opened the door, and smiled, saying, Please, beautiful lady. As Chinka stepped inside, she was amazed by the simple decoration of the room. The main colors of the house were black and white. Inside was a spacious living room with a soft wool rug in the center, looking luxurious and expensive. Various white chairs were scattered on the floor, and two large floor-to-ceiling windows let in bright sunlight. One window led to a balcony with a treadmill, and the other had some plants and flowers below it. There were two bathrooms on each side, both with a small step-up area, and the style inside was modern and elegant, quite different from Zhusha's room. How do you like it? I decorated it myself. Not bad, right? Sit down, I'll get you some juice. Bai Mo proudly took out a pair of brand new, pure white slippers, helped Chinka inside, and placed her special slippers at the tidy shoe cabinet by the door. She then took out another pair to wear herself. Chinka had never seen such a big room before. It was over 300 square meters, renovated from the entire floor, almost like an office. The merging areas had white arches with black and white mosaic tiles. Facing the TV wall, Bai Mo placed 2 glasses of juice on a glass table, then went to get a small box. He gently pushed the glass cup aside and then opened the box, which neatly held 3 different-sized magnifying glasses, 2 tweezers, some tape, and glue.
Tools.
Please bring me the stamp album so I can take a close look at your special stamps. Obediently, he opened the stamp album. Bai Mo picked up a magnifying glass, first examining the large sheet of 80 monkey stamps. He admired them for a while, then carefully used tweezers to lift out 2 very valuable stamps and place them on a red silk cloth from the box. While examining them closely with a magnifying glass, he said, Do you know why these stamps are so valuable? He naturally shook his head and said nothing. Since Bai Mo mentioned it, he must already know. First, this stamp of the Tiananmen Gate shining brightly. I really don't know where you got it. It's from China's first set of scenic spot stamps, Special 15, famous capital landmarks. The full set has 5 stamps, with 70 stamps in total issued by the post office. This one is among them. The designer made the background of Tiananmen look like the sun rising, with colorful clouds filling the sky and rays shining outward. But because the printing technology at the time was not good enough, the stamps didn't turn out as expected. During the review, some people linked this set to politics, saying the dull colors looked ominous. So, the Ministry of Post decided to stop issuing the Tiananmen stamp. They quickly recalled and destroyed the remaining stamps. On the day of release, people could only buy 4 of the 5 stamps. Later, new prints were issued fully. The difference between the unissued and the newly issued Tiananmen stamps is that the unissued one has a sun with rays passing through clouds in the lower right corner, with darker clouds above Tiananmen. The new stamp shows a bright sunrise over Tiananmen with a cheerful glow, and the sky is brighter, with white clouds that don't show rays. Although it was never officially issued, some post offices sold about 700 of these stamps before the recall. Today, very few are left, and they're mostly valuable but hard to find. That's why I told you these stamps are so expensive now. He sighed deeply and asked, "How do you know so much?" Bai Mo shook his head helplessly and said, "My grandfather really loves this stuff, so I have to memorize everything. Plus, he seems to have a special attachment to these rare stamps. At first, I listened to some people and learned these things to please my grandfather. Sigh, I won't talk about my family. It's a big mess. All right. What about this one?" Tsunku pointed to the stamp with a bright red map of the country. Bai Mo sighed and said, "During a special period, this stamp was released but immediately found to have a major mistake. The postal department ordered all local post offices across the country to stop selling and recall it. Only a few stamps made it into the market. The controversy was because the designer said the mistake was that Taiwan was not colored red on the map. Look here." Bai Mo pointed to a small white island next to the map, and Tsunku suddenly understood. At that time, Taiwan didn't establish a revolutionary committee like other provinces, so it was colored differently. The real reason for the stamp's recall was that the map used was incorrect, making the stamp's design less accurate than the map. The southwestern border of our country was slightly off, and the authorities worried it might cause unnecessary political disputes, so they ordered the stamps to be stopped and recalled. So, this stamp is much more valuable than the previous one. Last time at auction, a whole red stamp sold for over 3 million Hong Kong dollars. If this one is genuine, it's really worth a lot. Tsunku nodded, looking calm, but she didn't seem as excited as before. From initial excitement to now being composed only took a few minutes.
Bai Mo was somewhat impressed.
Anyone would be overly excited if they found something worth millions. Even he would be happy for a while if he suddenly knew he had over 5 million worth of treasures. But this little thing quickly regained its composure, which was quite impressive. Tsunku drank the juice from the blanket, then looked seriously at Bai Mo and asked, "What does your family do?" Bai Mo looked at her, forced a shy smile, and said, "We run an antique shop. But my family doesn't like me much. They think I am a foreigner because of my ethnicity, and I have mixed Chinese blood. My dad and I are not very popular either. So after I returned to the country, I had endless money. My relatives believe that as long as I stay outside and don't go back, they are willing to accept any amount I spend." Tsunku secretly thought that this guy was also a person with nowhere to go. She asked again, "Aren't you supposed to attend your grandfather's birthday celebration? Did they ask you to go back?" A flicker of sadness crossed Bai Mo's eyes as he gently touched his nose, looking innocent and pitiful. He said, "Grandpa likes me very much. And with these stamps, I believe Grandpa will pay more attention to me. At least I still carry the Bai family blood. Mixed-race people are also human." Chun-kun never expected that the handsome, charming mixed-race boy in her eyes would encounter such an awkward situation in her home. However, she also felt some sympathy for him, knowing how painful it must be to be rejected by even close relatives. "I just want my family to accept me, not to block my way home with money." As Bai Mo spoke, his eyes looked a bit hazy, and his two different colored pupils, one blue, one green, became even more deep and captivating. For a moment, Chun-ko felt a surge of maternal instinct and sympathized with Bai Mo. "Your family will surely accept you. Don't worry. If these stamps are really as precious as you say, your grandpa will like them. I can't tell you exactly how old or how good their quality is, but I can guarantee with about 80% certainty that these stamps are real. As for their condition, I can't be sure, but once your grandpa sees these two stamps, he'll know. Yes, haha, you're really my little lucky star. It seems I can't leave you now." After a brief shadow of gloom, Bai Mo transformed into a scheming rogue, showering Chun-ku with sweet words. Chun-ku rolled her eyes, looking at the tempting dual-colored pupils. She hugged the stamp album Bai Mo had prepared and stood up. I should go now. It's getting late. Good night." She turned and headed toward the door. Bai Mo felt unexpectedly happy inside. He smiled, about to tease her a bit, but suddenly remembered what happened in the neighborhood earlier that afternoon. He stopped her, saying, "Don't go yet. Stay here tonight." Chun-ku sat in the car, feeling helpless as she fidgeted with her hands. Her father wasn't really a big businessman, more like a small-time entrepreneur. They only had a few 100,000 yuan in savings, all earned from rural areas. If it weren't for Chinka's mother supporting Chen Zichang through school, he wouldn't have the fancy house, car, clothes, or money now. So, she still felt a bit proud of this car. But as she thought about it, she also remembered her unfortunate mother. Her mother's unwavering love for Chen Zichang had only brought her madness in the end. If you talk about Shi Tugo's Lu Yingzizhang Lian, no one would fail to praise her. But somehow, she became interested in a down-and-out high school student. That high school student had a sad background. She was said to have gone to Shi Tugo to jump off a cliff and commit suicide, but Zhang Lian saved her. She provided food, drink, and even paid for her college. However, she never really took Zhang Lian seriously. Eventually, with strong support, she took her little girl Chen Ke back to the city and married a beautiful fox spirit named Wang Lina. She left Zhang Lian, who was old and worn out, in the countryside, ignoring her completely. Even Chen Xiai, who had always been unaware of her mother's situation, kept saying her mother was dead. But Chen Ke eventually found out the truth by examining her carefully. In the end, Chen Ke went to find her mother and decided to cut ties with this family of useless people. After all, she was 18 now, and no one had the right to keep her under control at home. Bai Mo quietly watched her. She looked quite gentle and charming, touching the car, but her eyes showed no amazement or envy. Instead, there was a hint of confusion and sadness, as if she was lost in some thoughts she couldn't escape from. Her hands were just resting casually. Bai Mo was a bit surprised. Her tightly knit brows seemed to hide some past and background. These things always clung to Bai Mo's heart like poison. The more he wanted to know, the more he wanted to get close to her. But the closer he got, the more she kept her inner feelings locked tight within her, cautious and alert, not wanting others to see her vulnerability. Thinking this, the car slowly drove away from Xian Yuan. Below Chun Si's building, a few small thugs had appeared. One of them took out a phone and dialed a number. Brother Jean Mao, that woman just left in a BMW. I heard she went to buy Long Mall. The license plate is. Got it. Keep watching from downstairs. Call us when you need us. Yes, Brother Jean Mao. On the other end of the line was Jean Mao, the man who had bowed and scraped before Wang Gui, the man with the triangular eyes. A trace of doubt crossed his face. Then he dialed another number. After 2 rings, Jean Mao immediately became submissive and flattering. He responded a few times, then left the room. He called a few underlings and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go to Bai Long Mall." The white BMW slowly stopped in the underground parking lot of Bai Long Mall. Chun Xiai and Bai Mo got out of the car and took the elevator directly upstairs. Bai Long Mall is considered one of the best shopping centers in Zhuhong City. Both the brand and the store's interior are extremely luxurious and glamorous, but they feel somewhat cold. Especially on the 3rd floor, where stunning dresses and dazzling crystal chandeliers attract attention. The fur boutiques are always perfect regardless of the season. Most customers are successful middle-aged people, along with some elegant and refined women. Shinku, visiting here for the first time, looked at the clothes and felt they were too formal. She is only 18 and has never dressed like that. Bai Mo, experienced and confident, led her purposefully inside. At one store entrance, Shunku paused, surprised. It was a store selling de Shilong products, decorated with shining dark gold and intricate dragon and phoenix patterns. The clothes inside were arranged very neatly. The staff were polite and reserved, never following customers around. When customers asked about prices, the staff's eyes quickly understood their intentions. Seeing the familiar logo, Shunke suddenly remembered that old man Fu. Bai Mo looked back at her, noticing she had stopped. Just as he was about to pull her, Shunke felt someone bump into her from behind. She almost fell. Turning around, she saw a heavily made-up woman with bright makeup walking quickly toward her. The woman wore a bright pink tassel dress, with thick makeup on her chubby cheeks. But, perhaps because of her own demeanor, she didn't look disgusting. She was probably in her 30s or 40s. When she bumped into Shunke, she smiled and apologized. Before Shunke could respond, she entered the Da Shilong store. Shin-ko only heard her say, "Call the manager for me," before Bai Mo pulled her away. "Sure, this is Fu Wui, the young lady of the Fu family. She's the youngest sister of the CEO of De Shilong. She's a good person, but her weight has caused her trouble. Maybe she's insecure, so she's become sharp and harsh. She owns the Bai Long shopping mall, and the CEO has given her special attention. She's not someone to mess with. Let's go pick a dress instead." This was the first time Shin-ko saw Bai Mo with such an expression, which made her giggle. She didn't mention that she had met Fu Dolong before. She followed Bai Mo into a store across the street, which was less grand than De Shilong. This store's main color was simple and plain. The clothes inside were lit up with soft lights, looking elegant and refined. Unlike De Shilong, this store only sold women's dresses, mainly formal gowns. White Ink placed his left hand behind his back and extended his right hand. His gold-rimmed glasses made him look more polite and humble. He acted a bit pretentious as he politely led the hesitant woman into the shop, wearing a gentleman's smile. He said, "Miss, I will follow right behind you. You can choose whichever item catches your eye." The woman, Chin-ko, smiled and ignored him. She wandered around the shop, and at that moment, her eyes were caught by a simple white dress in the center of the store. She slowly walked toward it. The dress was decorated with tiny sparkling stones, but it didn't look tacky or overly showy. The hem was not long, with a strapless top and a white tulle shoulder flower. Thin golden threads hung from the chest to the hem in a tassel style, making it look elegant yet playful, not overly formal. However, the price tag showed a large amount of money, which made Chen-ko a bit stunned. She hadn't looked closely, but Whiting came over and politely greeted her. He glanced at the expensive dress standing like a star in the middle of the shop and immediately said, "Try it on." Chen-ko felt a little nervous. Her eyes widened at the sight of the price. Whiting smiled and shook his head, then asked the sales assistant to take the dress away. Women naturally have a soft spot for beautiful clothes, and Shunko was no exception. She looked at White Ink carefully, noticing his eager expression as he watched her. Feeling a bit helpless, she thought the fitting room seemed full of temptation, and she couldn't wait to go inside. She really wanted to see how it felt to wear this expensive dress. The dress's name also had a flirtatious tone, called Temptress Goddess. Behind the name was a string of zeros that made Chun Kosai at the price. The fourth floor of the mall was filled with fashionable women's clothing stores. The prices were moderate, not as high as several thousand, but each piece still cost around 1,000 or more. Chun Ko followed White Ink as they took the escalator. Unlike the elegant third floor, this one was more casual, with many different brands that dazzled the eyes. The mall was truly a woman's world. Chun Ko looked around naturally, without needing White Ink's guidance. But White Ink's main goal was to find a suitable pair of shoes for her to match the dress. When they arrived at the shoe counter, Chun Ko always felt that sneakers were much more comfortable. However, Bayamo today was not going to let her choose casually. He directly led her into the world of high heels. Looking around, there were flats, low heels, and then towering 8-centimeter heels. He basically picked a pair for her from each style. Finally, he selected an extremely luxurious pair from the boutique section, crystal-like shoes worth over 100,000 yuan. The pure white shoes had a feather-like wing decoration on the outside, shining brightly under the lights. They were transparent and sparkling, with a 10-centimeter slender heel. Chunka started to wonder if these high heels could support her weight of nearly 150 pounds. "Just these," Bayamo said generously. His boldness made the sales assistant scramble desperately to find suitable clothes, bringing almost everything for Chunka to try on. Bayamo tilted his head slightly, giving a cold glance. Whether it was his strong presence or the salespeople's professionalism, they clearly sensed the customer's dissatisfaction and quietly left. "These are so expensive, Bayamo. Are you really trying to buy me? Is there something you're hiding, trying to bribe me with these things?" Chun Kus smiled playfully, saying nothing. She had already changed into a black chiffon dress and swapped her bag for a letter-themed handbag. The total value of her outfit was enough to buy her several months' worth of second-hand clothes. Although she appreciated Bai Mo's kindness, she felt uneasy. It wasn't just officials who could say no reward without merit. She was worried about Bai Mo's true intentions. His light teasing was not typical of her playful, spoiled, or bored side. She genuinely felt uncomfortable. There's nothing bad to say. I just see you and want to buy you clothes to make you look as beautiful as an angel. How about that? Can I make up a lie now? You already said it's a lie, and you want to argue? Bai Mo carried many bags, but he didn't show any sign of embarrassment or loss of his gentlemanly demeanor. He smiled slightly and walked with Chun Ko toward the elevator leading to the basement. Once inside, Bai Mo quietly said, I don't know what happened to you before. If you don't want to tell me, that's okay. But I can feel that you need someone's care, and I am willing to do that for you. It's not out of sympathy or pity. I really want to bring you some warmth, even if this warmth makes you think I want to keep you as a mistress.
Hee.
Suddenly, Shun Ko felt her nose become a bit sore, but her brief confession hadn't yet reached the point of truly touching her or making her feel powerless to fight back. She stayed silent, her defenses still strong, but she had opened her heart slightly to Bai Mo. She still held some barriers inside because of their different backgrounds. She hoped to win her place through her own way, believing it was not the right time now. Bai Mo was willing to be kind to her, even if it was just his own wish. After all, clothes and shoes were always correct, and Shinko was willing to accept Bai Mo plus, with a wealthy young man pursuing her. How long could that last? The elevator led directly to the underground parking lot. The two of them had finished shopping in the mall and were now returning, loaded with bags. As they chatted and laughed, they reached Bai Mo's white BMW. Just as they were loading the bags into the trunk, Shunke suddenly realized the driver was missing. Maybe he went to get some food. Shunke felt something was wrong. Her words were quickly opposed by Bai Mo. He said, No, that driver is an old family member of mine. He wouldn't leave the car without permission. At that moment, they heard a muffled groan and a voice shouted, Young master, run. Bai Mo turned around and saw the driver tied up and chained to a pole. His face darkened immediately. He quickly shoved Shunku into the car, ready to drive away. But at that moment, Shunku stopped moving. Bai Mo looked up and saw a white steel knife pressed against her neck.
Who are you?
Let her go now. The person threatening Bai Mo was a man with bleached blonde hair, looking slick but with a cruel glint in his eyes. He seemed like a tricky troublemaker. There's no way we'll let her go. She took our boss's stamp album. If you give us the album, everything will be over. Tell us, where's the album? Shunku suddenly realized what was happening. She was quietly preparing her special power, worried that if the steel knife moved faster, she might get hurt. But she wasn't very scared. She softly said, The stamp album? What album? Maybe you've mistaken me for someone else. She kept blinking at Bai Mo, who looked cold and serious. Behind him, a group of small troublemakers appeared suddenly, surrounding both of them. Mistaken identity? You little brat, the person sitting in the same car as us was you. Just as Chung he was preparing to escape the blackmailer's threats at the cost of some blood, a scarred, triangular-eyed man stepped out from behind Bai Mo. This man was well known to Chung Hee. He was the one who had fought with a couple in the upper bunk in the train carriage. Is that you? Chung Hee finally understood everything. No wonder there were troublemakers hanging around downstairs. It all came from here. She wasn't going to pretend anymore. Bai Mo clearly knew what was happening. It seemed Chung he had caused quite a bit of trouble with her collection of stamps. The triangular-eyed man saw Chung Hee and looked at her as if she were his prized stamp collection. His face twitched with anger as he shouted hoarsely, Hand over the stamp collection or else, either you die or I do. Chung Hee had long since built a tough body and skin from her chaotic family life. She was very thick-skinned. She tilted her head and said casually, That stamp collection is all torn up. I already threw it away. The only thing I kept was the iPad, which still works after replacing the screen. As for that broken collection, I have no idea where you think I'd find it. Bai Mo knew Chung he was lying. But the stamps inside that collection were very valuable, priceless, and rare. He would never give it up. It wasn't about money. That collection was somehow linked to his status in the family. Besides, the person being threatened was the girl he was chasing. How could he be afraid? Bai Mo was someone who helped friends and didn't care about reason. The Bai family wouldn't let these troublemakers bully him. That was simply unacceptable. Listen, guys, do you really want to catch my girl in front of me? But I have to ask, who are you? If you dare oppose me, the outcome will usually be very bad. Bai Mo spoke calmly, but he was worried about Cheng-hee. Those troublemakers might come up with some tricks, and if they hurt Cheng-hee, it would be a big loss. Wang Gui tilted his eyes, wiped his nose, and arrogantly shouted, "Who do you think you are? You're nothing. I came here today for this bratty girl. Don't waste my time. Be careful, or I'll teach you a lesson." "Teach me a lesson? I already look good enough without your help," Bai Mo said coldly, his eyes turning icy. Cheng-hee, however, was confident and fearless. Anyway, she has healing magic, and she repaired even King's big wound. I believe this small knife can't hurt her either. But still, she worries about Bai Mo. Wang Gui looks ugly and hates handsome people the most. Seeing Bai Mo speak like that, he suddenly gets angry. He waves his hand, and a dozen thugs surround him, shouting, "Beat him up. Just look at that face. Isn't it good looking? I'll give you a makeover." Bai Mo doesn't hold back. He takes off his coat and strikes a pose. But all the thugs are holding weapons, making him nervous. "Come on, let's fight and see what my brother can do," Bai Mo says excitedly. But Shun-ke feels anxious. This collection isn't even hers, and if Bai Mo gets hurt because of this outsider, she'll feel bad. Those thugs look reckless, and Bai Mo's thin body might not stand up. Before Shun-ke worries more, Bai Mo acts first. He kicks at the closest thug. Wang Gui shouts, "Get him!" And the others rush forward, swinging their weapons at Bai Mo. Bai Mo kicks one down, grabs his steel pipe, and starts fighting back fiercely. His moves look practiced and confident.
But there are too many people.
Bai Mo gets hit on the back with a stick and winces in pain. The fight is chaotic, and even after falling, the thugs get up and keep attacking Bai Mo unexpectedly. Shun-ke trembles with anger. She wants to shout, but suddenly hears a voice behind her. "What's your friend's name?" Shun-ke is stunned. The man holding a knife to her neck is the blonde kid. How does he know her?
By Montag.
"What are you trying to do?"
She asks. By Montag?
The one from the Bai family, the mixed French guy? Shun-ke thinks, how does this blonde kid know so much?
She answers yes.
"Since that's the case, I need your cooperation. I've disliked Wang Gui for a long time. If you can persuade the Bai family to get rid of Wang Gui, I'll save both of you today."
What?
Shun-ke is confused by this sudden betrayal. Why does this blonde kid want to turn against the triangle-eyed man? According to what I see, that yellow-haired guy seems to be Wang Gui's right-hand man. The idea of turning against someone in battle is becoming more amusing. Wang Gui is our boss's son, but I've never liked him. If today you agree to persuade the Bai family to deal with the Dragon King Society, I promise to help you escape safely. In a flash, Shun-ke thought about it. She didn't know if the so-called Bai family could really eliminate Wang Gui, but given today's fight, Bai Mo wouldn't let them go. Could it be that this yellow-haired guy knows the Bai family's true background? But saving the situation now is the most important. Shun-ke immediately nodded without hesitation and said, "Okay, I agree. How can I help?" "You're like this." Bai Mo was already starting to get hurt. After being beaten by more than 10 people nonstop, even the best martial arts couldn't keep him unscathed. Wang Gui lit a cigarette, gnashing his teeth and stomping his foot, shouting, "Hit him! Kill him!" Wang Gui's subordinates were quite capable and managed to beat Bai Mo badly in no time. Shun-ke quickly shouted, "Stop. I'll tell you where the stamp album is." Hearing this, Bai Mo hurriedly shouted, "Shun-ke, are you crazy? Don't trust her. The stamp album is already gone." Wang Gui chuckled and waved his hand, saying, "Stop, don't hit him anymore. Just tell me honestly from the start. Isn't that enough?"
Why all this now?
"Just tell me. Where is the stamp album?" Shun-ke looked worriedly at Bai Mo, who was trembling and bleeding from his hands. Bai Mo frowned, then glanced at Shun-ke. His glasses had already been kicked off, and he had bruises all over his face. He then got up and leaned against the car. But I can only tell you alone. Then come over quickly. Shin Ke was secretly pleased. The yellow-haired guy really anticipated Wang Gui's every move. So, under the guise of acting, Shin Ke and the yellow-haired guy gradually approached Wang Gui, while Bai Mo's brow furrowed tighter and tighter. When Shin Ke and the yellow-haired guy got close to Wang Gui, Shin Ke waved his hand and said, "This knife has been on my neck for so long. Can you loosen it a bit? Come closer, I'll tell you a secret." Wang Gui trusted him and spat out his cigarette, stepping closer. "Just tell me, where is the stamp album?" Shin Ke approached him with a smile, and at the same time, the blonde man's dagger moved closer as Shin Ke came near. "I'm telling you, the stamp album is..." Just then, Shin Ke suddenly lowered his head, and the blonde man's dagger shot forward, stabbing Wang Gui in the neck. Chaos broke out among Wang Gui's followers and they shouted, "Boss, what are you doing? Everyone be quiet and stand still. From now on, our nightclub has nothing to do with the Dragon King Society. Blondie, my father will never forgive you." The blonde man spat on Wang Gui's face and said coldly, "Your father? Do you even know who you've offended? He's the young master of the Bai family. How many people in the world have eyes of two colors like his? I'm just being smart. If we kept following you, our nightclub would have been finished. The Bai family? Take him away and deal with it." "Yes, boss." Only then did Shin Ke realize that all those gang members were actually under the blonde man's command. Just how powerful was the Bai family?
Tien que escribico.
Hearing Bai Mo's voice, Shin Ke suddenly remembered that he was injured. She quickly went over, helped him open the car door, and carefully placed him in the back seat. "Are you okay?" she asked anxiously. "I'll live," he said with a weak smile.
"Find my phone for me."
"Here's your phone. Hold on, I'll untie the driver and take you to the hospital." "I'm fine, don't worry. I'll just call home and take care of it." Bai Mo's eyes were swollen like a panda's, blood still dripping from the corner of his mouth, and his head was covered in wounds. How could Shin Ke not worry? She hurried out of the car, picked up a knife from the ground, and cut the ropes binding the driver. The terrified driver scrambled back into the car. The blonde man then walked up to Shin Ke, still holding the blood-stained dagger. He wasn't tall, but his sharp eyes and sly face made him look dangerous. No wonder he could turn against his boss so easily. "Take young Master Bai to the hospital quickly," he said. "Here I come to take care of things. This is my phone, which we need for the Black Cat nightclub. I will do my best." Chung, he is not a pure little white rabbit. She really thought helping herself made everyone a good person. She coldly looked at him and asked, "Isn't that a bit untrustworthy of you?" The blonde guy sneered and said, "A good bird chooses a good tree to rest on. I am just trying to survive with better judgment. Otherwise, if we really hurt the White family's young master here, do you think the White family will forgive us when they wipe out the Dragon King Society? No, they won't. So helping the White family now is the only way I can stay alive. I have family and brothers. I can't just watch my brothers walk into a dead end." Chung-hee curled her lips and replied in a serious tone, "You're smart, but not reliable." After saying that, she hurried back into the car. Amid the cries of pain, the BMW, stained with some blood, slowly drove out of the parking lot.
Bai Mo fainted.
It's unclear whether he was hurt too badly in the head or lost too much blood. He lay silently on Chung-hee's lap. The mall is in a busy commercial area, and the hospital is a bit far away. The driver was very nervous and tried to speed up. Chung-hee looked at her hands supporting his head, which were slowly turning red with blood. She suddenly made up her mind. Since she had already helped King, saving one more wouldn't matter. Moreover, Bai Mo was hurt trying to protect her. His head needed urgent repair, or he might bleed to death. She activated her special power, slowly transferring energy from her palm to his head. Bai Mo's injuries were mostly external, with bruises and cuts all over. To avoid attracting attention, Chung-hee only repaired his head, not his body. As long as his head wasn't seriously hurt, the other injuries weren't a big deal. That was a reasonable explanation. She could only apologize to Bai Mo. Her power worked slowly, and the wound on his head began to heal visibly. Everything was happening secretly. The driver was just looking for the nearest hospital. Chung-hee felt a sense of oxygen deprivation in her mind, realizing she had overused her power again. There was no other way. She gently shook her hand, releasing her palm from Bai Mo's back of the head, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Her face looked pale. Overexerting her mental strength was not fun at all. For her now, repairing living beings was much harder than fixing inanimate objects. At that moment, the car suddenly stopped. "Hospital is here. Let's get him inside quickly." Chin-ka nodded, but when he suddenly stood up, he felt dizzy. The driver had just carried Bai Mo. As Chun-ka turned back to close the car door, the sky suddenly darkened. Chun-ka's body felt as if it had turned to mud, and he fainted. At the same time, 3 BMW 7 Series cars stopped in front of the hospital. The driver got out, and a well-dressed middle-aged man stepped out. Seeing Bai Mo being carried, the driver immediately shouted, "Master, you've finally arrived." The middle-aged man saw the two people lying on the ground, and his eyes widened in surprise. At this moment, the people from the other two cars also got out. The middle-aged man waved his hand and ordered, "Go help the young master up and take him into the hospital. Along, go meet the distinguished guests." "Uncle Hua, tell me what happened." "Yes, I'll go right now." At Juhong City Airport, a man with a slightly greenish beard and mustache carried a small black bag and slowly got off the plane. The young man called Along was at the baggage claim, looking around. He held a sign high above his head with 2 big characters, MOA. When the man came out, he walked straight to Along, took off his glasses from his nose, and smiled slightly at him. He opened his mouth and revealed a row of white teeth. Softly, he said, "Hello, you're here to pick me up, right? Are you Mr. Mo?" "Yes." "Hello, I am a driver for the Bai family. Our master had an urgent matter to attend to and couldn't come to meet you himself. Please don't mind." Moe smiled indifferently and put his glasses back on. The two of them crossed the parking lot and got into a BMW of the same model as Bai Mo's. After Moe sat in the front passenger seat, a rebellious smile appeared on his face. He said, "Your master has good taste. The modifications are quite nice." Along nodded, following the rule of not asking or saying much. He stepped on the gas, and the car sped away. Not long after they started, Moe, feeling bored, turned his head and saw through the rearview mirror a blue convertible Ferrari chasing closely behind. Suddenly, a person stood up inside the convertible, holding something faintly visible in their hands. "Haha, still trying to play with me, my old friend? Every time you face me, it's always the same tricks." Moe suddenly chuckled mischievously, then twisted his body and said in a deep voice to Along, who was driving nearby, "Let me take the wheel." "Huh? What? If you don't want to die, let me drive." Along was focused on driving and didn't expect Moe to suddenly do this. He quickly leaned his seat back to let Moe take over, while he awkwardly moved to the passenger seat. As soon as Moe touched the steering wheel, he grinned mischievously, suddenly turned sharply, and with a whoosh, veered from the main road, heading into the city onto the nearby highway. "Haha, hold on tight." As soon as he finished speaking, Along felt like he was on a roller coaster. The car suddenly skidded and sped into the toll booth, smashing the barriers into pieces. Strangely, the BMW remained completely undamaged. "Haha, I knew it. Your boss's stuff isn't as simple as it looks. This is fun." Along's face turned pale with fear. He hurriedly fastened his seatbelt. When he looked in the rearview mirror, he saw a blue Ferrari zoom past the wrecked toll booth and chase after them. While watching the mirror, he saw a red appear on it. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the mirror shattered. Along was terrified, feeling like he had seen a ghost. He shouted in panic, "Oh my God! This is so unlucky. Is that a gun? Are they trying to kill us?" "Ha ha ha." Moe beside him was laughing wildly, turning the steering wheel quickly. The car suddenly skidded and spun around at the highway entrance. The Ferrari was right in front of them, about to collide. But Moe suddenly stepped on the gas, daringly driving past the Ferrari and soaring into the air. This leap caused chaos below. The people inside the Ferrari, holding their weapons, were knocked and shattered by the flying BMW. After a series of loud crashes, Both cars finally stopped on the roadside, billowing black smoke. In the end, the BMW was unharmed, while the front of the Ferrari was deformed from the impact. Aaron spat out foam from his mouth, his face twisted in shock from the daring racing skills. Despite that, he sat steadily in the car, tightly holding his seatbelt, not daring to relax at all. Next to him, Moe quickly got out of the car and walked away, while the owner of the Ferrari also stepped down. Haha, King, your usual old-fashioned welcome? Do you miss me? Moe approached the Ferrari with open arms, greeting the person across from him. The person who stepped out of the Ferrari was surprisingly King, the same one he met on the train. King also laughed loudly, and the two embraced warmly. King punched Moe in the chest happily and said, "Master, is there something that needs you to come back in person? What, are the Hawaii views not enough for you? Yeah, I had to come back. Those two old men found something for me, and I had to check it out. I think I've heard about that. By the way, is there anyone else in the car?" King asked innocently. Moe nodded and said, "Yes, there is."
Oh.
"You little rascal, I forgot about this.
Hey.
The kid in the car, if he doesn't come out soon, he'll be blown to bits." Before he finished speaking, a loud explosion sounded from the BMW, which then flipped upside down on the highway. "Oh no, you little brat, help him. It's Xiaobai's people." Moe paused, then continued, "But I have to say, this car was really well modified. Even after such an explosion, it's still fine. The amount of bombs you set off earlier wasn't enough. Keep trying. Even Xiaobai's modified cars can't be blown up easily. Yes, Master, I will work harder in the future. And Xiaobai, only you dare to call those two old men that. But you flew so fast just now, I didn't have time to equip a better one. By the way, you owe me a gun. You promised to give me a better one last time." Poor Aaron in the car was about to cry, crying out at his heart, "Oh God, why are there two crazy people who love assassination and violence in this world?" In Juhong City's Second People's Hospital, Shin-Yi gradually regained consciousness. As she opened her eyes, she saw Bai Mo sitting by her bed, a bruise on the corner of his mouth, smiling slightly as he looked at her. "The doctor said you're fine. Maybe just too scared. Don't worry anymore." She knew her body well. It was just that her mental energy was drained. A good sleep would be enough to recover. "Are you okay now? You looked seriously hurt in the car just now."
I'm fine.
"I was just hit a few times. They were only minor injuries, and after bandaging, I'll be fine." At this moment, a middle-aged man approached and asked, "Miss, are you sure you want to sell that stamp album?" Shinka looked at Bai Mo in confusion. Bai Mo explained, "This is my father. I already told him about the stamp album." "Oh, hello, Mr. Bai. I didn't mean not to sell it, but only 2 stamps inside the album are mine. You don't need to worry about that. We've already found out the story. The album belongs to Longwang Society's president, Wang Long. It was supposed to be a birthday gift for our old master, but unexpectedly, his son Wang Gui stole it, and after many twists, it ended up in your hands. It was a mistake, and Longwang Society shouldn't have touched my son. Wang Long is very clever. He carefully found things our old master liked, hoping to impress him at his birthday party, but everything was ruined by his son. Longwang Society is just a small, shady group. I've handed all the information I have to the police, and soon they will disappear. Rest assured. As for this album, it naturally belongs to you now. I bought it from you, which is fair. And those 2 stamps are the most important." Bai Mo's father was polite and well-dressed. He looked quite similar to his son, a handsome man with a standard Mandarin accent, which made Shinka feel more comfortable. After hearing his explanation, she understood the full story. It was quite absurd. Everything had come together. She never expected those stamps were meant to be a gift for old Master Bai. "Then I'll take the money for those 2 stamps. I don't want the rest. It was originally meant for old Master Bai." "Miss, you still don't understand the situation. It's different. If the stamps were given to old Master Bai by Longwang Society, it would be a favor from them. But if they come from my father and me, it's a favor from us. Do you think we should give that money to Longwang Society? Fortunately, my son is safe and sound. Otherwise, their Dragon King Society wouldn't just be disbanded so easily." At this point, White Mo's father's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. His worried heart skipped a beat, but he quickly made a firm decision. From now on, I must stay out of White Mo's affairs. And perhaps keep my distance from White Mo too. It seems my father is quite ambitious. White Mo didn't realize that his father's appearance and the stamp album incident made him want to stay away. Just then, White Mo's father's phone rang. Hello, Mr. Mo, you've arrived? Okay, you can go to the White family first. I had some urgent matters and couldn't meet you at the airport. I'll be back soon. Yes, see you later. We can talk then. Goodbye. Dad, why did Mr. Mo return to the country? Oh, it's those two old men again. I'm heading back now. Later, I'll send someone to get the stamp album. You should head home early. With polite goodbyes, White Mo saw his father off. After a while, Chinchu felt everything was settled. The two of them and Uncle Hua, the driver, left the hospital. Outside, the car had been cleaned thoroughly. Against Chinchu's objections, White Mo first called the bank and transferred 5 million. Then, the three of them, exhausted, returned to the Xinyuan community. The elevator stopped on the 9th floor. White Mo was about to get out with Chinchu, but Chinchu suddenly made a gesture and said, Go back to your own home. Give me the clothes. White Mo looked helplessly at Chinchu, who was standing at the elevator door with a bit of a bossy attitude. He had no choice but to hand over all the bags and packages to her. She took them one by one, then quickly stepped out of the elevator. The elevator started beeping loudly. Chinchu disappeared, then told White Mo, The stamp album is at your house anyway, so you don't need to come with me. The elevator door closed, and Chinchu took out her keys, opened the door, and went inside. Once inside, Chinchu threw everything aside and lay on her sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. 5 million. Is it really that easy to get 5 million? She still couldn't believe it. She pinched her ear, trying to wake herself up. After a while, she finally came to her senses. Suddenly, her phone rang. She looked and saw it was White Mo. A strange anger rose inside her, and she tossed the phone aside, refusing to answer. However, Bai Mo's patience was truly frightening. He kept hitting once and not stopping, continuing to hit. This was quite like his gentle and polite personality. When the third ring sounded, Shun Ke finally answered the phone and softly said, Hello. Hey, you little brat. Do you think you've forgotten something today? Bai Mo's voice carried a hint of expectation and teasing. Shun Ke thought for a long time and replied, I don't know. What is it? You haven't opened the clothes and bags I bought for you, have you? Look inside the biggest box that holds the dresses. Why are you so mysterious? Nothing. I'll hang up now. Bai Mo smiled bitterly, holding the phone, thinking to himself that this girl was really adorable. No wonder she hung up. Today, he had indeed done some things wrong on his side. Moreover, the way he obtained the stamp album was a bit overbearing. Shun Ke was upset, which was understandable. But no one wanted to give this good opportunity to others. Once her father knew about the stamp album, even if Shun Ke didn't find it, her father would probably take it back by force. There was no need to spend 5 million to buy it again. This girl was already lucky enough. The money she got was just because her father liked her. Otherwise, with her father's personality, he was someone who would do anything to achieve his goals. It seemed that the so-called Dragon King society that he beat up was going to have big trouble. Bai Mo took a deep breath. His body still hurt from the wounds, and he felt uncomfortable everywhere. Yet his head was perfectly fine. He clearly remembered someone tapping him on the back, and at that moment, he felt a burning pain at the back of his head. Why didn't he feel anything now? How did he become like a steel head that couldn't be broken even with a steel rod? This was almost comical. Bai Mo smirked, mocking himself. Shun Ke, feeling annoyed, hung up the phone. She initially wanted to ignore that mysterious guy, but her curiosity was piqued again. Thinking carefully, she realized she hadn't forgotten anything today. So she squatted down and took out the bag with the dress. Sitting on the sofa, Shun Ke reached inside and found that besides the large box holding the dress, there was also a long, thin box. She took out the long box and placed it on the glass coffee table. The long box was wrapped with blue gift ribbon. Carefully, Shinku untied the ribbon, gently lifted the lid, and uncovered the box. Inside, the contents made Shinku momentarily stunned. It was 2 blue roses, just about to bloom, with gold edges embedded in the petals. A small card was hanging from them, with a message: "Meeting is a kind of fate. The connection of our souls brings endless romantic feelings." Shunko looked at the card and suddenly felt her nose sting. This guy always manages to surprise her. No wonder, he said, he forgot something. Just a few days ago, he gave her a lily every day, and today he changed to 2 blue roses. He had been with her all day. When did he buy these roses? Shunko picked up the blue roses, about to put them in a vase, but suddenly realized the box wasn't thick enough to hold the flowers. Carefully inspecting, she found a ribbon under the stems and leaves. Gently pulling the ribbon, she revealed a layer of partition. The box was actually double-layered. She removed the partition and was stunned by what she saw inside. The second layer of the box held a necklace. She usually didn't like luxurious jewelry like gold, silver, jade, or diamonds, but the one White Mo gave her was a large black pearl pendant. The pendant was supported by sleek petals, with a big black pearl embedded in the center. The whole necklace was simple and not overly fancy, yet very valuable. The pearl shone with a smooth, warm glow, making her smile. Shunku immediately liked the necklace at first sight. She replaced yesterday's lilies with the 2 blue roses, then put the black pearl necklace around her neck. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked carefully. Her skin was white and smooth, her long neck like a noble swan. With the necklace on, she looked stunningly beautiful. Her previous negative thoughts about White Mo were shattered by this sudden romantic surprise. A gentle smile appeared on Shunku's lips. The necklace was just perfect for her. White Mo really knew how to make a girl happy. She carefully placed the necklace back in the box, and her bad mood disappeared. She took out her phone and sent a message to White Mo. "Thank you. I really like your surprise." Soon, White Mo replied, "If you like it, I'll like it even more." Shunku laughed loudly and replied, "Your father makes me uncomfortable." White Mo responded, "I know. He also makes me uncomfortable, so I've been avoiding going back to the White family." Shunku asked, "Aren't you avoiding going back because of your family background?" White Mo replied, "Just joking to make you happy. My family likes me very much, or they wouldn't have let me attend the banquet. After all, I am the only legal heir in my family." Shunku thought for a moment and then returned to the topic, "Your relationship with your father." This time, Mo didn't reply quickly. Shunku had already put the necklace back into the box and packed it when he finally sent a message. He said, "I won't talk about him anymore. Anyway, I'm sorry for my mother." When she mentioned her mother, Shunku fell silent. She sighed deeply and found it hard to send a message to Mo. "Mo, I hate my father. My mother has already passed away. I have a half-sister, and we fought so badly that we hurt each other. She even stole my boyfriend. I ran away from home. I have no relatives, and I see myself as an orphan now. I never want to go back to that house." This was the first time Shunku clearly told Mo about her family situation. Every time she mentioned it before, her head would feel dizzy, and her mood would swing wildly. She felt a deep loneliness and helplessness, like she was a hedgehog with a soft belly that was hard to defend. It was her most painful and complicated problem. This time, Mo responded quickly, only sending one sentence, "You'll have me in the future." Shunku held her phone, tears streaming down her face. Though she was moved, she still felt that she was Shunku. No matter what, she didn't want to talk about these things now. As for Mo, if he liked this way, she would continue like this. She wasn't in a hurry to settle down with him, and she didn't want anything to happen between them right now. She packed her things and suddenly received a call. Surprisingly, it was from her landlord, Zhu Sha. "Zhu Sha, what's wrong?" "It's like this, I'm really sorry, but I've decided not to live in this house anymore. I plan to sell it next month. You should prepare to move out." When Shunku heard this, she was overjoyed. It was really good luck. The house was close to school, with good transportation. It wasn't very big, and she didn't need much space for herself. It felt like a tailor-made place just for her, really perfect. She quickly asked, Wait, Zhu Sha, do you have a suitable buyer now? Zhu Sha hesitated for a moment and said, Not yet. But I plan to list the house for sale next month. Then, how about this? Zhu Sha, tell me a fair price. I want to buy it. Really? That's great news. Now I don't have to look for someone else. Okay. When shall we meet to discuss the price?
Sure.
Just let me know when you're free to come here, or Sister Zhu Sha can arrange a place, and we can talk about the house price. All right, let's do it tomorrow. I'll come to you.
Good, it's settled then.
Goodbye, Sister Zhu Sha. After hanging up, Shen Ke felt very happy. This was such good news. She had planned to look elsewhere for a house to buy, but unexpectedly, Zhu Sha was willing to sell this one. Thinking that the house would soon be hers made Shen Ke very pleased. She was so happy, she jumped around in the house. But her joy turned to trouble when she spun around and accidentally bumped into the orchid pot at the entrance. She lost her balance and knocked the pot onto the floor.
Crash.
Shen Ke was startled. The orchid was clearly Zhu Sha's favorite plant. If Zhu Sha saw it broken tomorrow, she would be very angry. Luckily, Shen Ke knew a repair spell. She wondered if she could restore the plant. With a sad face, she moved outside the entrance. When she looked again, the orchid was indeed broken. Its long leaves were bent, and the pot was shattered into 2 pieces. Fortunately, it was a delicate orchid and not planted in a large pot, or she would have needed many repair spells. Calming herself, Shen Ke placed her hand on the broken pot. Soon, tiny white lights flickered, and the pot was restored to its original shape. The soil also flew back perfectly into place. Then, she cast her repair spell on the orchid. She closed her eyes and focused all her energy on healing the plant. She had never repaired a plant before, so she wasn't sure if it would work. Under the spell, the drooping orchid quickly regained its vitality. Its long leaves straightened. Shen Ke kept her eyes closed, but she felt a very pleasant sensation inside the orchid, like a gentle breeze. Usually, repairing other things was dull and exhausting, and her spiritual energy would diminish with each use. But repairing the orchid made her feel a deep joy, very special, like being bathed in spring wind. There was no sense of deadness or fatigue. It was as if the healing energy was swirling within the orchid and could return to her body again and again. This comfortable feeling made Shen Ke feel a bit reluctant to leave. When she finally came back to her senses, she realized that the orchid in front of her had been completely restored. Even more surprisingly, the orchid had bloomed a flower. The flower had 3 petals, curling outward. Each petal had a white-tinged yellow edge, with a light yellow groove running through the middle and 2 purple stripes. The inner part of the petals was a deep purple. It was truly a stunning sight. Shen Ke was stunned, not expecting that this seemingly ordinary orchid with thin, delicate leaves could produce such a large, beautiful flower. She gently touched her palm, wondering if her healing magic had given this orchid new life. Otherwise, how could it bloom so quickly? Could her magic do more than just repair? A thought flashed through her mind. She looked down, then picked up the orchid and placed it back on the entrance table. She reorganized her online store orders. Now she had enough money and no longer wanted to sell these items. So she went to a local forum and deleted her ad for buying secondhand clothes. However, she still had some clothes left at home. She didn't want her online shop, which she had worked so hard to build, to fail completely, so she kept it running. She couldn't just do nothing. After finishing everything, Shen Ke finally took a rest. The day felt like a dream. She first went shopping and bought an expensive dress she had never seen before, then experienced a fight with more than 10 people, then met someone unpleasant, and unexpectedly had a sudden romantic moment. The happiest part was that she finally had a stable place to live. Thinking about all this, Shen Ke fell asleep. Unconsciously, her body curled up again, tightly pressed against the corner of the wall, carrying the weight of her whole life. No matter how happy she was on this lonely night, she always felt silent and lonely. Under the darkness, even her shadow wouldn't stay with her, an invisible sense of confusion and helplessness. The next day, Shunko woke up very early. She prepared some light rice porridge and vegetable soup, then packed them into sealed containers. She casually closed the door and went to the 12th floor. She rang the doorbell for a long time before Mo finally opened the door. He was shirtless, with the bandages on his body already removed. There were bruises and bloodstains, some purple, some green, and he was holding cotton swabs, apparently about to change his dressing. The arrival of the serious illness made Mo happy for a while. Then he looked at what she was holding and quickly made way for her to come in. Shunko placed what she was holding on the table. Seeing the scattered medicines on the coffee table, she felt a little sad. I was worried your injury wasn't fully healed, so I made you some light rice porridge. I don't know if you can get used to eating it, since bread and milk aren't really good for healing. You're so kind to me. I feel so happy to have such a beautiful person by my side. I think I'll keep getting hurt every day, just to enjoy the food made by my lovely one. It's the greatest joy of my life. Shunko shot him a glance and pressed her hand on a purple-blue spot on his arm. She also casually sent a bit of her healing energy to help fix it. But the pain made Mo shout out, "Ouch. Are you trying to hurt me?" "I just told you to be quiet, so you should suffer a little," Shunko said proudly, giggling. Mo rolled his eyes in annoyance. Then he suddenly said, "Hey, that spot you pressed just now hurt for a moment, but now it's fine. Come on, press it again." Shunko suddenly hit him, but this time she didn't use her energy. She scolded, "You're such a masochist." Mo smiled playfully and leaned his face closer. His two-colored eyes always caught Shunko's attention. He shamelessly said, "Come on, mistreat me. I won't tell anyone." Shunko rolled her eyes again and cursed, "Mo, I think you should change your name to Idiot." After the fun, Shunko helped Mo reapply the medicine. Before he could start to complain again, Shunko took advantage of his unsteady legs and ran out. Soon, Zhu Sha came over. She still needed to fix the house. Back home, Shunko started searching online for some decoration companies in Zhuhong City. The house was almost hers, so she had to decorate it well. This was the first house she wanted to buy, so she couldn't be careless. It was a small place, just one room and a living room, but it was enough for one person. Shunko looked for a long time, but still couldn't find a decoration company she liked. It seemed easier to ask Mo. He said he decorated his own house, so maybe he knew a few tricks. She decided to ask him later. "Don't pick me up anymore. I'll just walk around the neighborhood." "Yes, I'll call you when I need a ride." "Uncle Hua, you should also take a rest." Mo was on the phone as he left the building. Just after finishing calling Uncle Hua, he saw a car identical to his BMW turn the corner ahead. Upon closer look, he noticed some parts of the car had been modified. He immediately felt suspicious. He turned around and went to the entrance of Building 2, secretly watching the person getting out of the car. It was a tall woman wearing a red blouse and high heels. She had long, flowing hair and looked elegant and beautiful, probably around 28 or 29 years old, not too old. But she appeared very calm and steady. Strange. Mo thought carefully, but couldn't figure out why. He pushed his glasses up his nose and took another route. While Shunko was browsing online, the doorbell rang. Looking through the peephole, he saw a woman in bright red sheer fabric and shiny high heels. It was clearly Zhu Sha. Shunko welcomed her inside. They greeted each other with smiles, then walked into the house. Zhu Sha glanced at the orchid near the entrance, and suddenly her face changed dramatically, full of surprise. Just a few days ago, it was in bloom. "Oh my, the orchid I bought with leaves has actually flowered. Sister Zhu Sha, please come in first." Zhu Sha seemed to ignore Shunko and directly picked up her orchid, happily acting a bit overly excited, losing her composure. Shunko couldn't help but ask, "Sister Zhu Sha, this orchid, I didn't expect it." "This orchid actually bloomed. I was about to give up on it, but it bloomed just a few days after I left." Hee, Sister Zhu Sha, you have such a refined taste. You like growing orchids." "No, it was a gift from someone. I bought the orchid seedlings for 5,000 yuan to grow. It's the first time it's bloomed after all this time." Shunko was stunned and asked, "This orchid is worth 5,000 yuan. Yes, and it's worth even more now. That 5,000 was just the price of the seedling. Look at the flower stamens, strange looking, right? Now, this flower could fetch over 12,000 yuan on the market. Zhu Sha looked extremely excited. The orchid really surprised her. Chen Ke was secretly surprised. She hadn't expected the flower to be so expensive. It had looked quite ordinary before, just a pot of orchids. But after she had carefully tended to it, it bloomed and its value doubled. Truly, the world was full of surprises. So she asked Sister Zhu Sha, "Are orchids always this expensive?" Zhu Sha could tell from her expression that Chen Ku knew nothing about growing orchids. Perhaps because the orchid was blooming so beautifully, Zhu Sha spoke patiently. She held the orchid, sat down on the sofa, and said, "Caring for orchids is a real art. They stay green through the cold and bloom gracefully in summer. Orchids usually grow deep in the mountains. There's an old saying that praises their quiet beauty even when no one is around to see them. Orchids come in many varieties, and the rare ones are especially precious. Some people dig up wild orchids from the mountains. Those are called mountain orchids. The good ones are very popular. But this one isn't wild. It's cultivated. Still, it's wonderful that it bloomed so beautifully. My friend who gave it to me would be very happy to see it. You know, the rarest orchids can't be bought even for millions." Chen Ke listened, feeling a bit lost. If this was what Zhu Sha called not much research, then the world of orchids must be vast indeed. She suddenly felt how little she knew, just like when Bai Mo had talked about stamps. She decided she really needed to read more and learn more. A gentle smile appeared on Zhu Sha's beautiful face. She said softly, "Let's stop talking about orchids. Let's talk about the house. Do you really want to buy it? You're still young. Maybe you should let your family handle something this big." "Sister Zhu Sha, don't worry," Chen Ke said with a small laugh. "I have enough money for the house. Just tell me the price. If it's fair, I'll buy it." "Well," Zhu Sha said, "I'm not short of money. I'll sell it to you for 11,000 per square meter. You can pay 600,000 in total. If that doesn't work, we can talk more. I won't treat you unfairly." Chen Ke had already checked the housing prices in Xinyuan community and all of Zhuhang City. 11,000 per square meter, especially in the university district and so close to the city center, was already very cheap. It was clear that Zhu Sha was giving her a good deal. A warm feeling grew in her heart, and she unconsciously developed a lot of good feelings toward Zhu Sha. "Big sister Zhu Sha, there's no need to do this. I still have money for my house. Stop talking about it. Just leave it be. It's not easy for you to be out alone, and I can't help you much. I won't ask for the rent for this month. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. My phone number stays the same, and I've moved to the Greenwater community. I now have a house worth 130,000 there, so these few 10,000 yuan don't matter. Consider it a gift from me. Don't refuse, haha." She nodded without hesitation. She had never met a woman with such charm and generosity. Based on the prices in the Xinyuan community, you wouldn't be able to buy a house without at least 120,000 or 130,000 yuan. Her 2,000 yuan was nothing. They quickly finalized everything. Zhu Sha brought all the necessary documents. When she transferred the money, she also arranged for a high-level bank VIP service. Just a phone call, and 600,000 yuan was transferred directly into Zhu Sha's account. Zhu Sha also provided all the relevant contracts, and the house was simply transferred to her. After completing the house transfer, her eyes fell on a pot of orchids. She asked Zhu Sha some questions about orchids, and Zhu Sha answered casually, looking very confident. She couldn't help but admire Zhu Sha. She knew even these rare and obscure details, and she was so humble about it. She was truly an impressive woman. She felt a bit of admiration for Zhu Sha. Before leaving, Zhu Sha smiled and said, "If you have free time, go take a look at Tailong Street. It has all kinds of strange and wonderful things: flowers, birds, fish, grass, antiques, calligraphy, and paintings. There's even a shopping street with modern fashion, and you can find old tree root tables that are hundreds of years old. But be careful, people there can be quite tricky. If you want to buy those things, bring someone who knows the market. I have some connections in that area. If you need anything later, just call me, and we can go shopping together. The street is worth seeing, but be cautious with your spending. I bought this orchid seedling there. If it hadn't bloomed today, I'd think it was fake. Now I see that spending 5,000 yuan was really worth it. People who don't understand orchids just look at the leaves for fun. They can't tell anything. At least I know a few honest shops. When the time comes, don't be shy. Feel free to ask for help. After sending away Zhu Sha, Bai Mo came back again. He had a mischievous smile and handed a pure white lily to Shinko. Shinko glanced at him, blocked him at the door, and carefully looked him over from head to toe. She held her head high and asked, "Why are you coming back so often? Shouldn't you be resting upstairs?" Bai Mo was dressed in all white casual clothes, with a bandage soaked in blood on his arm. He looked indifferent and asked, "Do you know that woman in red?" He then pushed Shinku aside, threw his slippers on the ground, changed into his shoes, and went straight into the house. Shunko was used to his casual behavior, which was even more relaxed than being at home. She helplessly closed the door, pouted, and said, "He's the landlord of this house. Today, he came to talk about buying it. I bought this house." Bai Mo listened and looked very happy. He nodded and smiled, saying, "That's good. You're a good girl. Otherwise, I'd have to find you another place to stay." Shunko was too tired to argue with him. She said, "Later, when the workers come to move the furniture and take all her things away, I need to redecorate. Do you know any good renovation companies?" Bai Mo nodded, then suddenly burst into loud laughter. He said mischievously, "Since that's the case, won't you have nowhere to stay during the renovation?" "Yes, that's really a problem. Then you can stay at my place. I promise, I am a gentleman." The sickly face was covered in cold sweat, and he pinched the purple bruise on his other arm, grimacing. "Unless you become a eunuch, I won't stay at your house." Bai Mo kept begging for mercy, sighing as he took shallow breaths, refusing to give in. A good man doesn't fight with a woman. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no worry about firewood. I don't want to turn myself into a second-class cripple. You're really a bully. If you keep doing this, I won't dare chase after you anymore. And you have to believe in my perseverance and determination." The sickly person couldn't believe his nonsense. He opened his computer, and the remaining clothes had all been discounted yesterday. Orders were rapidly increasing. He started calling the delivery company, and soon the courier came to pick up the items. By then, there weren't many second-hand clothes left. In the afternoon, Zhu Sha called to say that workers had been sent to move the furniture. Bai Mo, pretending to be injured and needing care, stayed here on purpose. This gave him a reason to help. Sometimes he helped restore the computer for the sickly person, sometimes he helped carry things. Until his arm wound reopened, the sickly person finally stopped letting him run around. When the workers arrived, everything was suddenly cleared out. Not even the bed was left behind. Now only Bai Mo, the sickly person, a backpack with some luggage, and the colorful clothes from shopping remained in the room. "Tomorrow, I plan to buy furniture and appliances. I'll shop directly at IKEA for a full set. That way, I won't waste time on renovations." Although the sickly person said he wanted to go alone, his eyes kept flickering toward Bai Mo. His calm action seemed to suggest he was waiting for Bai Mo to ask to go along. Even if Bai Mo didn't want to go shopping, he resolutely said, "Take me with you. I promise I'll help pick out good things." The sickly person nodded happily, smiling. Good, good. Bai Mo felt miserable, secretly thinking this kid was too good at tormenting people. When a girl falls into IKEA, she won't come out for a whole day. Was he deliberately looking for trouble? Things were settled quickly, leaving no room for Bai Mo to complain or back out. That night, the sickly person still moved into Bai Mo's house. However, Bai Mo's home was over 300 square meters, with 2 rooms separated by a large hall, each with a bathroom. It was very convenient for washing up, so much so that Bai Mo couldn't even find an excuse to grab a towel. He tossed and turned all night in bed, but he dared not cross that boundary. She clenched her teeth in anger, feeling uncertain inside. She repeatedly stood up, trying to enter her room, but in the end, her reason defeated her crazy thoughts. She lingered at the door, pacing back and forth, but made no progress, her heart pounding like a restless kitten scratching at the door. She thought to herself, this girl is really a tricky one. The next day, Chin-ko slept very well. She lazily stretched and came out. She rubbed her eyes and saw Bai-mo sitting on the sofa, looking very tired, with eye masks on her face, so exhausted it was almost comical. Chun-ko kept asking what was wrong, but Bai-mo hesitated all night about whether to go to her room. In the end, she became a sleep-deprived treasure with dark circles under her eyes. Chun-ko turned away, secretly giggling. After breakfast, the two went downstairs. Bai-mo gave Uncle Hua phone number, and he was already waiting downstairs. Last time, they bought many clothes at the mall. Chun-ko changed into a new chiffon dress, looking elegant and soft, so beautiful that Bai-mo was stunned. Their car took them straight to the IKEA shopping center. When Chun-ko arrived at the mall, she seemed like a different person. Every girl is a star in a shopping mall, and even in this furniture store, Chun-ko was as lively as a bird returning home, chattering happily as she looked around, eager to take everything back. Last night, Chun-ko had already made up her mind not to look for a decoration company anymore. Bai-mo seemed to know a bit about decorating. The two chose a sample set at IKEA, including wallpaper and cabinets, everything needed, and it wasn't expensive, totaling less than 100,000 yuan. The surveyor also went back with them, and after measuring, all the items were delivered by the afternoon. Everything was arranged in 3 days. After 3 days, Chun-ko looked at her refreshed home and felt very happy. The living room's original sofa wall was still turned into a bookshelf, and all the new furniture was mainly white. But it wasn't as cold and stark as Bai-mo's house with black and white blocks. The sofa was covered with a soft, white sheepskin, making it very comfortable. She also bought a new computer, an all-in-one Apple in white. In short, she finished setting up her little nest, spending money like water. She roughly calculated. She bought the house for 600,000 yuan, paid a few thousand for miscellaneous expenses, and spent nearly 160,000 on renovation and appliances. Bai-mo wanted to pay for it all, but Chun-ko rolled her eyes, so Bai-mo had to stop offering. In the end, 760,000 yuan quietly disappeared from Chun-ko's bank card. The house was decorated very warmly. He even bought a large carpet to place in the middle of the beige floor in the living room. She has a repair skill, so things that are easy to get dusty are no problem for her. She is not afraid of dirt or mess. With her repair skill, anything she touches shines brightly and looks clean. Bai-mo was also very happy. The house was much more comfortable than he expected. In the end, he had to admire Shun-he's ability to organize. She managed to make the small house perfect in just 3 days, which is quite an achievement. However, Shun-he did not take down the entrance area. After working for 3 days, Bai-mo was finally allowed to rest and go home. Actually, he volunteered to do so. Shun-he sat alone on the ground, staring at the empty entrance area in a daze. That day, Zhu Sha had talked about the way to care for orchids, and her interest in it slowly grew. So she got up and sat at her computer, starting to search for all kinds of information about orchid care. She was surprised to find that there were many ways to learn about orchids, orchid websites, orchid enthusiasts, trading sites, and forums. She carefully searched for useful information and then ordered a large number of books about orchids from an online bookstore. She even found the words Tyrone Street on a website. It turned out that the orchid market in Zhuhang City was also very famous. She made up her mind. In a few days, she definitely wanted to visit the orchid market and try her luck. At around 6 in the evening, Bai-mo was so engrossed in writing that he fell asleep in bed. He slept for 2 or 3 hours before realizing he hadn't updated yet. So, the update is a bit late, sorry about that. Maybe the delivery company is in Zhuhang. The books he ordered arrived the very next evening. Over a dozen books about orchid care were stacked on the small bookshelf behind his sofa. She started with the basics of orchid recognition, flipping through page after page, and gradually became more captivated by the colorful and diverse orchids. Unconsciously, she had read about 1/3 of the book, but at this point, she felt dizzy and extremely tired. Deciding to refresh herself, Shun-hee used her repair skill a few times on herself. Instantly, her vision cleared, and the feeling of exhaustion disappeared. When she looked back at the pages, she found that the words seemed to come alive. Her reading speed increased, and when she tried to recall the pages she had just flipped through, the information was perfectly stored in her mind. Suddenly, she guessed a big idea, that this repair magic might not just improve her memory. Thinking this, she quickly started applying the repair magic to herself, covering her whole body. Normally, repairing the human body is very difficult, but maybe because she had some experience before, she cast the magic over herself multiple times without feeling dizzy or losing her mental strength like before. Could it be that the repair magic also heals her mind? This idea excited her as if she had found a huge treasure. From now on, she wouldn't need to worry about running out of mental energy and being unable to use the repair magic. When she got excited and suddenly stood up, she heard a loud crashing sound, like the faint noise of her movement suddenly amplified. What was happening? Had her memory been improved and her senses also greatly enhanced? She quickly went to the balcony and looked outside. As long as she concentrated and listened carefully, she could hear the sound of car wheels on the road. Her eyes could see every detail clearly. But if she chose not to look, her vision would blur and return to normal. It was like having a special zoom-in device in her eyes, better than a telescope. Feeling the changes in her body, she still found it hard to believe. She looked in the mirror and saw that her reflection had shrunk a little. Her once chubby face became more defined. The repair magic seemed to have improved her body functions. She became eager to test more, so she focused on the fridge in front of her. This fridge was a large double-door model. In the past, she was so small that pushing it would have been impossible. She approached the side of the fridge, not thinking about what was inside, and with one hand, she easily lifted the fridge up. After feeling ecstatic, she suddenly became worried. Her face changed color as she wondered if she had turned into a superwoman. Could her body have become a mass of tangled muscles? She suddenly remembered the picture of a female muscle competition she saw on TV, with those muscular girls and the two flat things on their chests. Thinking of this, she shivered with fear. Oh my, she didn't want to become like a flat-chested airplane. She hurried to the bathroom, stood in front of the mirror, and took off her pajamas. Luckily, her body hadn't changed into a strange shape. Everything was still there. When she looked at her slim waist, upright chest, and toned abdomen from the side, it seemed like a few extra bits of fat had disappeared. Could this repair technique really have such a beauty effect? Suddenly, a mischievous idea popped into her mind. She focused her repair technique on her chest. She acted on impulse, imagining the repair technique working on her chest. Unfortunately, there was little change. Slightly disappointed, she noticed that the flesh around her waist seemed to have shifted upward, almost to that area. Her legs also looked a bit thinner and longer. When she used the repair technique all over again, she could hear faint cracking sounds from her bones. Maybe that was another kind of change. After a long while, she suddenly shouted, "Wow, isn't this even easier than plastic surgery? This is a natural, green beauty method." She transformed into a perfect, golden ratio figure, like magic. What a big surprise. She was so happy, she jumped with joy. Then she went to a small walk-in closet between her bedroom and the living room. She tried on all her clothes, whether it was the tempting goddess dress or the dozen designer outfits her friend by Mo bought her. Everything was flawless and more perfect than before. Feeling proud of herself, she returned to the living room with a bright, rosy face, feeling calm and confident. Everyone loves to look good, and after this change, she couldn't help but feel proud. Being young and beautiful, this transformation was truly impressive. After accepting the unbelievable fact in front of her, she sat on the sofa and continued reading her books about nurturing orchids. But since she hadn't improved her memory before, she didn't remember much of what she read. So she decided to start over from the beginning. The repair technique had greatly improved her memory, and she found many benefits. Not only could she read quickly and remember deeply, but she could also vividly picture the images in her mind, as if she had fully understood the books. It was just as good as inputting information into a computer. Feeling so excited, she started reading books quickly. Before she knew it, it was dark outside. She had read over 10 books for several hours, but she didn't feel bored at all. As the saying goes, read 100 times and the meaning will become clear. Some ideas in these books were the same, and after reading, her knowledge about orchids formed a rough system. She learned about the leaves, flowers, types, regions, even wild orchid locations, as well as how to dig them up and how to prepare the soil. She remembered everything, including how to make compost. But now, she lacked real understanding of orchids. The information in the books was just what others had organized. If she didn't see orchids in person, her knowledge would just be theoretical and superficial. She thought it was just for fun. However, when it comes to orchid knowledge now, she considers herself somewhat of an expert. When she looked up again, she felt no sleepiness at all. To her surprise, it was already dawn. She thought for a moment and decided to search online for more books. Now that she had a good memory, she wanted to make use of it. She couldn't become an expert in all history and cultures, but she wanted to enjoy Chinese history thoroughly. So, the bookstore that shipped books quickly became her first choice. She ordered any book with a bit of fame, whether true history or rumors. The bookshelf behind the sofa was still empty, but now she could confidently say that she knew everything on her mind by heart. While browsing online bookstores, she unknowingly reached early morning. She was eager to try her luck on Tai Long Street, so she grabbed her bag and went out. Not long after she left, Bai Mo came downstairs, followed by respectful Uncle Hua. "Young master, the old master is back and wants to see you. You should go home quickly." "All right, Uncle Hua, I understand. I'll say goodbye to that girl first." They arrived at Shinka's house, but Bai Mo knocked for a long time without anyone opening the door. Finally, Bai Mo took out his phone and called Shinka. "Hello, why aren't you home?" Shinka was already in a taxi. She had left in a hurry this morning and forgot about Bai Mo. When she received his call, she remembered him. "I went shopping. I forgot to tell you this morning. Our old master is back. I need to go back. Later that weekend, Uncle Hua and I will come to pick you up for the banquet. Don't forget." "Okay, I understand. Are you not coming back these days?" "Probably not. But it won't be long. Wait for my call, all right." After hanging up, Chungha suddenly felt a strange sense of sadness. He thought to himself that he had really become spoiled by Mo, who still had his own big family. Unlike his own so-called family. His eyes started to water a little, and he looked sadly at the fast-moving traffic outside the car window. The world is so lively, with crowded streets and flowing cars. But why does it feel so lonely for me? It was already an hour later when they arrived at Tai Long Street. Chungha got out of the taxi, carrying a small bag. The strange feeling of melancholy he had on the way had faded. Today, he was here to see Manhwa, so he couldn't let himself be too gloomy. As the saying goes, don't be surprised that spring doesn't belong to me. One fragrance is enough to overshadow 1,000 reds. It often makes people want to pick it and give it to Han Yang's sleeve. It's not for the world's fancy. This thing is a refined art. If your mind isn't calm, your thoughts about seeing orchids will be disturbed. Walking into the flower, bird, and fish market, he saw the long streets stretching endlessly. The sounds of insects and birds filled the air, and the fresh, green fragrance drifted around. The crowd was dense, mostly gathered around one or two stunning flowers, while some ordinary plants like cacti and succulents were placed along the roadside. Having read many books, Chungha knew that truly rare orchids would never be sold openly in the market. Most are traded privately. Buying and selling orchids is just about their appearance. The truly exquisite orchids are taken to flower shows to compete for beauty, showing their rarity. They wouldn't be exposed to the sun and rain like this. Orchids are delicate, and common things can't match their elegance. Thinking this, Chungha strolled from shop to shop. Bai Mo had gone home, and he was quite bored. With so much time, wandering through the market was also a way to pass the time. He saw a flower shop called Huixiang Yuan. Under the wooden awnings on both sides, there were various plants on the shelves, competing in beauty, but not looking wilted under the bright sun. Seeing how well the plants were cared for, Chungha decided to walk inside. She was not interested in the common household decorations she saw on the surface. She liked shade, disliked direct sunlight, preferred moist environments, and avoided dryness. She understood these principles long ago. If a flower shop sold orchids, they were usually grown indoors and wouldn't be displayed outside. Thinking this, she entered Huixiang Garden and looked inside. Sure enough, as soon as she entered, she saw many pots of orchids. Most were not flowering with long, slender leaves. Most were spring orchids, but only a few had blooms. There were some showy orchids with bright flowers, arranged in tall, fancy vases and pots. She asked casually about the prices. She learned that these showy orchids cost around 700 or 800 yuan per pot, while ordinary ink orchids and spring orchids were only around 100 or 200. Most were not flowering, and even the ones that were, had dull colors and no rare flowers. The shop assistant greeted her. She asked casually, "Do you have some orchids with better appearance?" The assistant hesitated briefly, then said, "Please wait a moment," and turned to go inside. Inside, an old man sat unsteadily in a rattan chair, holding a pipe. His eyelids drooped. He looked through a glass partition at Lingyi. When he saw the young man come in, he asked what kind of flowers the girl wanted to buy. The assistant said the girl wanted to see some good-looking orchids. Could he take a look? The old man took a puff of his pipe, stood up, and beckoned to she. Seeing that the old man was the real owner, she followed him into the inner room. The old man squinted, looked at her, and asked, "Are you looking down on our orchids outside?" She was straightforward. She always told the truth about such old men. She said, "I'm just here to look. These cheap orchids, I might as well not bother." Hearing this, the old man became interested, chuckled, and asked, "So, what kind of orchids do you like?" She smiled slightly, calmly replied, "Orchids are about good eye judgment and cultivation. Even good varieties won't bloom well if not cared for properly. If you buy expensive flowers from a seller, the chances are like winning the lottery. So, I can only look at the orchids here." The old man was pleased by her confident words and asked, "Does the girl know a lot? How come you know we don't have good orchids here?" The old man nodded and pointed to a row of pots filled with orchids. He said, "Young lady, the orchids here are planted in just sand, not even bothering with compost. How good can they really be? Besides, if they were truly fine orchids, would they be placed among these bright peonies and rhododendrons?" The old man chuckled loudly, set aside his water pipe, and turned to walk behind. Though slightly bent, he looked calm and steady. He said, "Come, come, young girl. I will show you real good orchids. Usually no one gets such a special chance. Sadly, you might not get to see them for long." The curiosity about the orchids was very strong. Could this old man really have such fine orchids? But his last words sounded regretful, as if something had happened to upset him. Still, the beauty of the orchids distracted her completely. She was eager to see their faces. Over the past few days, her mind had been filled with thoughts about rare orchids, and she desperately wanted to see the famous hermit's orchids. She followed the old man to the backyard, which was surprisingly grand. There were many flower pots and some large, fancy bonsai trees. The backyard was decorated in a very charming and dazzling way. At that moment, her sharp nose caught a faint, pure fragrance. It was coming from a door nearby. She immediately looked toward that door. Sure enough, the old man was leading her toward it. For some reason, her heart beat faster, mostly filled with anticipation for the orchids he spoke of. When they entered, she was surprised by the room's simple decor. There weren't many orchids or other flowers inside, making it look more like a living space. There was a wooden table, a purple clay teapot, and a hanging vine chair, giving a peaceful, old-fashioned feel. On one wall, there was a small shelf holding tools for caring for orchids, and on the floor, there were some other items, probably used for fermenting orchid fertilizer and compost. Next to these was a beautiful carved wooden flower stand, with a pot of orchids sitting on top. The moment she saw the orchids, she was captivated by their unique appearance. The delicate fragrance alone made her praise them silently in her heart. The whole plant was perfectly balanced and elegant, showing how precious they were. When she looked again, the flowers were blooming beautifully. The petals spread like wings, pure white with a faint touch of green. It was a rare kind of orchid with the most precious leaf shape. However, Chinko could sense a faint feeling of decline coming from the roots. A hint of yellow had appeared there. It was a sign that the whole plant was about to wither. This flower was truly nearing its end. But she couldn't say that directly to the old man. Wisely, Chinko chose to stay silent. Instead, she praised it warmly, saying, "What a lovely, pure-hearted orchid. Its shape is balanced, its posture graceful, and its fragrance gentle. The petals are small and wrapped in green. Sir, you have such a good eye. To find such a fine orchid must have taken great effort. It's truly a masterpiece." Her words of admiration did not bring the old man any joy. He sighed deeply and said sadly, "Yes, it's indeed a fine orchid. Even the best varieties could hardly compare. But what a pity! What a pity! Miss, look here." As he spoke, the old man suddenly reached out and pulled the orchid from the pot. "No, please don't." Before Chinko could stop him, he had already lifted it out. What she saw at the roots shocked her. They were damaged, with no new shoots at all, almost completely dead. The yellowing at the base of the leaves truly was a sign of decay. She had not been mistaken. The old man looked at the broken roots with deep sorrow. His eyes filled with tears, and his voice trembled as he said, "I bought this orchid at the Dolly Flower Exhibition for 9 million. It was from someone I trusted. I always bought orchids from him when I gambled on rare plants. But who would have thought he would deceive me? When I brought it home, I found it was already dying. The deal was done, and I could do nothing. I spent all my fortune on it. A plant with broken roots cannot grow again, and there isn't even a single new bud. I tried everything, but nothing could save it. 9 million. Such a rare and beautiful flower, and it's dying in my hands. If I hadn't seen that you also love orchids, I wouldn't have shown it to you. When this flower dries up completely, that will be the end of my life as well." The old man finally started to cry, pounding his chest and crying loudly. No gardener could watch such a rare plant die before their eyes, especially after paying a lot of money. He bought a rare orchid for 9 million, but it was a rootless plant, which no one could accept. However, Shunku suddenly had an idea. She helped the old man sit on a bamboo chair, quickly poured him a glass of water, and carefully asked, "Sir, could you sell me this plant? Recently, I've been researching orchids online to write about them. Today, I visited a flower market but only found some common orchids like Cymbidium and Dendrobium. Since I live in the north, there aren't many good orchid varieties, which made me a bit disappointed. Oh well, I can only enjoy them through books. By the way, I recommend a book from Literature Network called Runaway at Dawn, by Zue Meng." The old man shook his head immediately after hearing Shunku's words. He glared at her and pointed again at the orchid, angry as he said, "That flower is broken like that. I was tricked. I won't let you be fooled, especially not by me. I've never seen such a fall for the orchid fragrance, and I didn't expect that guy to really cheat me. I bought the plant for its good appearance and a dragon root, but this plant has no root at all. It's useless and not worth a penny. Are you trying to embarrass me, old man?" Shunku couldn't tell him she could fix the orchid's roots. But she quickly thought of a plan and said, "Sir, you don't know this. I have a master from Sichuan whose family has been breeding orchids for generations. He's very knowledgeable and even has a strange method to keep orchid roots alive. Recently, he's gotten old, so he took me as his apprentice to pass on his skills. If you sell me this plant, I promise I can keep it alive." The old man's eyes lit up. His withered hand suddenly grabbed Shunku's sleeve, trembling as he asked, "Really? Is that true?" Shunku nodded seriously. The old orchid master immediately made up his mind and said firmly, "All right, I believe you this time. I won't ask about the sale. I'll give you this plant, but I have one request. If the dragon root truly recovers, I want a young seedling with roots and sprouts. If it cannot recover, well, then I will leave it to fate. Regardless of success or failure, please let me know when the time comes, young lady. I am getting old and don't have many days left." After saying this, the old man stood up, carefully holding the pot of flowers, and handed it to Shunhee. Shunhee nodded repeatedly, worried that the old man might regret his decision. That was a pot of orchids worth 9 million. She had never seen such an expensive plant before. Soon, the orchids seemed to wither more and looked even more fragile. The old man reluctantly saw Shunhee off, his eyes fixed on the orchids and unwilling to move away. He gently placed a soft support frame around the orchids and covered them with a special breathable cover. After recording all of Shunhee's contact information, he finally let her leave. After holding the pot of flowers, Shunhee felt uneasy and found it too inconvenient to carry. She couldn't focus on other flowers with this heavy pot. She was anxious about whether she could save the dragon root and also worried about the outcome. So, she decided to take a taxi home. After she left, the old man straightened up, holding a water pipe and gazing outside thoughtfully, smoking quietly. The flower shop assistant was carefully attending to the shop, bowing slightly. At that moment, a middle-aged man returned from outside, nodded politely to the old man, and said, "Chairman, I'm back." The old man responded with a hum and said, "I've already sent out that pot of flowers. The purpose of my visit has been achieved." There are truly many strange people in the world. This month, many people came to see the flowers, but only that young girl was confident she could save the plant. That was fate for that pot of orchids. I'm heading back to Dolly now. Don't scare the young shop owner. Return her flower shop and give her 10,000 yuan. Consider it the earnings from her shop this month. From now on, everyone can go back to their own work. And you, stop pretending to be a young assistant. It's getting old. Book me a flight back to Dolly immediately. If the girl has news, tell me directly through my internal line. If not, just consider I've found a good home for that orchid. Such a beautiful orchid. It's such a pity. The old man shook his head and left the flower shop. The middle-aged man wiped the sweat from his face and respectfully saw them off. Shunhee didn't know all this. She took the orchid home, removed the breathable cover and support frame. Luckily, she was careful during the journey and didn't damage the petals. She took a moment to rest, then began using her healing magic. Gentle white mist flowed from her hands and wrapped around the orchid. Instantly, a fresh, lively feeling spread from her hands. It was a vibrant energy that made her feel as if she were soaking in cool water on a hot day, refreshing and exhilarating. This special sensation made her tremble, as if her soul had been washed clean, filled with pure energy. Only then did Shinka realize that the orchid could bring her such a comfortable feeling. Her healing magic seemed to have changed. It had grown from a tiny point into a half-foot-long strand, now stretching about a meter and swirling around her arms. This feeling surprised her greatly. Could the spiritual energy from the orchid help her improve her healing magic? This was an unexpected discovery. After feeling it for a while, Shinka opened her eyes, but she was immediately shocked by what she saw. 5 white flowers had bloomed on a single flower sword. If she remembered correctly, when she bought it, there were only 2 flowers. How could 3 more have grown in just a moment? The healing magic seemed to have exaggerated the flower's growth. All 5 flowers had simple, pure lotus petals with clear, light green veins, delicate and tender, like a cherished gift. The yellow at the base of the flowers and leaves had disappeared. Shunka was eager to see if the dragon root had grown, so she pulled out the flower. Only she would dare to do such a bold move. Carefully examining it, she saw that the dragon root had already begun to coil and was slowly gathering in the pot. It was long and straight, with about 7 or 8 white buds sprouting, one of which was wrapped in green leaves, but she could faintly see the white inside. The dragon root had grown so long. These 3 seedlings of orchid were truly astonishing. She looked at the pot of pure-hearted green moss with lotus and lily petals. After thinking for a moment, she decided to name it herself. She took out a card and remembered that this orchid was originally a damaged lotus. She wrote "Damaged Lotus, Pure Heart" on the card. This was to remember the old man who gave her this damaged flower, and also to briefly tell its story. Usually, flower names are based on the shape of the petals or the type of plant, but Shunka's choice of damaged and pure heart sounded a bit odd, though it was meaningful. However, the serious illness didn't care about those things. She only knew that this pot of orchids was worth 9 million yuan. Now, it probably costs even more, and it's hers. How to name it is also her own matter. So she inserted a card with the name into the flower pot. She also remembered her promise to give the old man a dragon root and seedling. So she ordered some orchid supplies online, including pots and soil. Then she tidied up her balcony. She had long planned to turn it into a small greenhouse, so she had already prepared a rack, 2 long iron frames, just to place the flower pots on. After preparing everything, she took a deep breath and smiled. Looking at her precious orchid, her mood improved a lot. After lunch, the remaining clothes disappeared into the courier's hands. Her second-hand shop was finally closed. Mo left, and she felt bored. The 2 blue orchids were still alive, but she didn't bother to restore their vitality. She knew when she received them, and if anyone found out she used a repair spell, it wouldn't be good. She carefully separated the lilies and the blue orchids, placing them on the plant stand. Since she was bored anyway, she decided to buy a camera to take pictures of the orchids and share them online. The afternoon was a good time to go out and explore. She checked her bank account and saw she still had 4.24 million yuan. She was tempted to buy a car, but then realized she didn't have a driver's license, so she gave up on that idea. She didn't have much cash left, so she decided to go shopping, withdraw some money, buy a camera, and then get some food at the supermarket since her fridge was empty. At the fitting room, she noticed her home was filled with Mo's things, clothes he bought for her. There were 2 Chanel dresses, a black pearl necklace, a Louis Vuitton handbag, and even her shoes, which he bought from Christian Dior. All these items together were enough to buy that dress. Mo was very generous. But the only thing these items had in common was that they all looked very mature. Especially the pair of Christian high heels with red soles and black heels, with a heel height of about 12 centimeters. When worn, they can make her reach over 1.8 meters tall. These clothes are too mature and not suitable for her. In the end, she chose to wear her old white short-sleeve t-shirt and plain white-leaning sports shoes. These clothes are still too simple for her. She tied her hair into a neat ponytail. After thinking for a while, she realized her wardrobe was missing many suitable clothes. She decided she needed to buy some new ones. The Chanel, Christian Dior, LV dresses are nice for parties, but buying such expensive dresses just to attract attention is too much. Only she would feel shy about wearing items worth hundreds of thousands of yuan. If a woman in her 20s or 30s wore them, they would be highly desirable. She wore washed-out jeans, a white short-sleeve t-shirt, and a high ponytail, then left the house. She took a taxi to the best shopping spot near the University City, Bailong Plaza. This mall is where she and Mo had a fight with a golden retriever last time. The mall features fancy brand clothes upstairs and a 3-floor department store downstairs. Most items are ordinary, but it's the busiest shopping place. Inside Bailong Plaza, she saw rows of car showrooms. Beautiful models posed with various gestures. She glanced around, still hoping to own her own car someday. Mo's family's BMW 7 Series was nice, but it was just a showpiece. The interior had been heavily modified. The materials used for that car were 10 times more expensive than a regular BMW 7 Series, making its value hard to estimate. Mo mentioned this casually, and she wondered if they were being modest or showing off. Looking at the row of BMW 7 Series cars behind Mo's father, she felt dizzy, as if a convoy of thousands of BMW 7 Series was in front of her. On the first floor of Bailong Plaza, besides cars, there were also digital gadgets. She went into a Nikon store and chose a mid-range DSLR camera costing about 10,000 yuan. After paying with her card, she grabbed the camera and left. She went to the nearby iPhone store and bought a new phone. Her old phone was badly damaged, and surprisingly, she hadn't replaced it even after arriving in Zhuhang City. That was quite a miracle. She went to an ATM outside the mall, withdrew 10,000 yuan in cash, and put it into Louis's handbag, which she didn't dislike very much. Then she planned to go upstairs to look for some more casual women's clothes, but suddenly she remembered Bai Linglong. If she ran into Bai Linglong inside the mall, it would be trouble. Although Bai Linglong was clingy and clever, she was also a tricky person. If Bai Linglong got her hands on her when Bai Mo wasn't around, it wouldn't be just a matter of losing a layer of clothing. She might even get hurt badly. Thinking of this, she broke out in a cold sweat and quickly turned around. It was better to stay away from this mall. Across the street, there was a Wanhu department store that looked nice, so she decided to go shopping there. Holding her new camera, she crossed the underground passage and went straight to Wanhu department store. Wanhu is not much worse than the Baron Mall across the street, but its interior decoration was not as luxurious as Bairong's, and the brands inside were also a bit less fancy. The first floor had jewelry, gold and silver items, fine wines, and cosmetics. The second floor was dedicated to clothing and home textiles. She took the escalator upstairs, thinking to herself that having money made a big difference. Her father used to give her only 2,000 yuan a month for pocket money, which was deducted for school fees and other expenses. She had to save up about 1 or 2,000 yuan each year for her tuition, and her monthly allowance came from that 2,000 yuan. Life was tight. Her father basically left her and her sister to fend for themselves, giving them full independence. Maybe that's why their personalities were so different. She was bold and open-minded, not petty. But her sister, Chen Lu, was spoiled by their mother, narrow-minded, jealous, and stubborn. She had a princess-like arrogance. If not for that, she wouldn't dislike her sister so much. In her eyes, few people could truly annoy her because she always tried to see the good in others. Even her unfaithful boyfriend didn't bother her much. But her sister was an exception. She couldn't tolerate her at all. She also hated their father, who was like a chinshimi, and her mother's mistress, Lena, whom she despised deeply. In short, she is now living a good life. All the past events feel like clouds floating away, disappearing into nothingness. However, things are not always smooth. When she came up the escalator, she saw several people in front of her. These people were the ones she considered as clouds: her father, Chen Zicheng, her stepmother, Wang Lina, and Chen Lu, who also liked to be a mistress. Lastly, she saw a more disgusting face: her ex-boyfriend, Jiang Peng. The clouds are just clouds. Shen Ku wanted to ignore them and walk past confidently, not showing any fear. She turned to go down another escalator on the other side. But the clouds didn't give her face. Chen Zicheng, very sensitive, noticed Shen Ku just came up. His voice was full of anger. He stomped his foot and shouted at her back, "Chen Ku, stop right there. Don't even think about running." Shen Ku stopped and faced them with a calm expression, her face dark. "Darn it, I treat you as clouds, but you think you are the dark clouds. Can I just ignore you? It's the last day on the new book chart, and a new week begins. To start and end well, I'll be diligent today and update right after midnight. Please support me with some votes." Also, Bai Meng's new book, The Girl's Hidden Paradise, is very good. I've been following it and shamelessly got myself hooked. She will have a contest next month, so please help me vote pink for her. That book is really worth reading. Since she had already been discovered, Shen couldn't want to hide anymore. She turned around, her face quite calm, just thinking about what Chen Zicheng wanted to do to her. But maybe because she had become independent or because she now had enough confidence to look down on them, Shen Ku stood firm, her face unflinching. After turning around, Chen Zicheng strode forward boldly, approaching Shen Ku. Before she could speak, he raised his hand and slapped her. Shen Ku's senses were very sharp now. She had already figured out Chen Zicheng's intention. Without hesitation, she grabbed his hand and pushed it aside. She angrily asked, "What are you doing? Are you going to hit me just because we met?" The sick woman sneered coldly. "If I tear up the notice, does that mean I can't go to college?" Before Chen Zicheng could speak, Wang Lina and Chen Lu had already come over. Wang Lina sarcastically said, "Oh, isn't this the little dog that ran away from home? What? Come here to beg now. We might give some money to a beggar, but if you run off on your own, don't blame us for being harsh." Chen Lu didn't hold back either. She pulled Jiang Peng over, pretended to lean on him, and said weakly, "Duping, I feel dizzy. Maybe I just got tired walking. Can you check on me?" While saying this, she deliberately turned away from Shin Ko, looking disgusted and nauseous. Jiang Peng's face turned bright red. These things were his fault, and now he was caught in public. He wasn't as shameless as Chen Lu to argue with Shin Ko, but he also lacked courage. He weakly called out, "Chen Lu." Chen Lu didn't wait for Jiang Peng to finish and sweetly called out, "Hey, Zhuhong University, I don't think I can get in without the notice. Also, the tuition is 10,000 a year, and living expenses in the city center might be several thousand a month. Nearly 30 or 40,000 a year. SK, I wonder if beggars can earn that much." Shin Ko naturally saw through her and sneered disdainfully, too lazy to bother with her. But Shin Ko was still Chen Zichang's daughter. He shouted, "Shut up. How are you talking to your sister? Chen Ko, I tell you, come back to the hotel with us immediately. I'll pretend you never ran away from home, or you'll never set foot in my house again." The first part was directed at Chen Lu, and the second at Shin Ko. Shin Ko coldly watched the four of them acting, her mouth curling in indifference, not bothering to respond. However, Chen Lu, with sharp eyes, pushed Jiang Peng aside, shouted, "Oh, oh," and grabbed Shin Ko's handbag loudly, saying, "Wow, this is a Louis Vuitton bag. It costs several thousand. You're poor, but we don't look down on you. Still, there's no need to fake things to deceive people." While saying this, she waved Shin Ko's bag around loudly, as if trying to make everyone think the bag was fake. Shin Ko's face darkened with anger as she snatched back her bag, but Chen Lu refused to let go and threw it to Wang Lina. Then she looked at the Nikon DSLR camera she was holding and started shouting loudly. However, when Wang Lina was grabbing her bag, she accidentally knocked it over. Inside, her iPhone 4 and wallet fell out suddenly. The phone was immediately broken with a cracked screen. The scene froze at the sight of these falling items. The bulging wallet spilled out, and a handful of pink paper bills fluttered everywhere. These were 10,000 yuan she had just withdrawn from the ATM. When the money and the iPhone 4 fell out, Wang Lina's hand jerked as if electrocuted, and she released her LV handbag, staring in shock. Chen Lu's hands trembled as she pointed at Shin Ko and shouted, "You stole it. You must have stolen it. Otherwise, why would you be a mistress? Oh, I see. You must be broke and went to a KTV to be a hostess.
Haha, I knew it.
It must be that you caught a rich guy to get money." Chen Lu's accusations became more and more outrageous. Shin Ko remained calm and silent, not moving at all. It was as if the expensive bag and belongings worth over 100,000 yuan were just fleeting illusions. But even these things shocked the crowd watching nearby. Clearly, Chen Lu was just making a fuss. At this point, who couldn't see through her? Enough causing trouble. Shut up. Chen Zichang thought it was better not to spread the family shame, and Chen Lu was being too much. Jiang Peng quickly picked up the items, packed them back into the bag, and handed it to Shin Ko. Shin Ko took the bag, gave Jiang Peng a gentle smile, and said thank you. Jiang Peng felt extremely embarrassed, as if his face was burning, and if there was a crack in the ground, he would have immediately fallen into it. Chen Lu and Wang Lina hummed and pouted, but eventually fell silent. Shin Ko gently brushed off the dust from her bag, then held her Nikon DSLR camera as if Chen Lu, Wang Lina, and Jiang Peng didn't exist. She paid no attention to them at all. This made Wang Lina and Chen Lu feel humiliated, as if they had used all their strength to punch, but found it was just a tin can, soft and useless. The two looked like they were performing a big show, losing all face in front of everyone. Not only did they fail to intimidate Shin Ko, but they ended up slapping themselves in the face. Facing Chen Zichang, Shin Ko remained expressionless. She simply said softly, "My mother died. She died in Shitugu. From now on, I will no longer be your daughter. I don't care what you are doing here. It has nothing to do with me. Also, my affairs are none of your business now, Mr. Chen." After saying this, Shin Ko took out 10,000 yuan from her pocket, then sneered slightly, turned around, and walked up to Chen Lu. She slapped her face with a loud smack. "I tell you, Chen Lu, take your leftover junk and get far away. Don't let me see you again. I don't need your money. I earned it honestly in broad daylight, clean and pure. But since you've seen it, I'll give it to you. If a dog bites me, I can't just bite back with a hair, right? After saying this, she stood there for a few seconds, staring at Chenlu with a cold gaze. She then said contemptuously, "What? Not brave enough to fight back? I'm right here. I have money, and I want to slap your face. If you're capable, try to slap me back with your money. I'm waiting for you." "What? Too scared? Fine, I'll leave now. Never see you again." She turned around quickly, holding her DSLR camera and a small Louis Vuitton bag, walking down the escalator with a confident, disdainful smile. Her expression was full of contempt. The leftover junk she mentioned was obviously Jiangpeng. He was still foolishly picking up the money on the ground. Chenlu was so angry she stomped her foot and pushed him aside. She started crying loudly and cursed at him. Chen Zicheng, meanwhile, glared at Wang Lina with regret, veins bulging from his anger. Shen Ke took the escalator out of the mall, walking happily. Even saints get bitten by mad dogs sometimes. The long-held resentment in her heart finally burst out. She laughed loudly. Just 10,000 yuan, but it made her feel so good. Giving her the money might be a waste, but the feeling was simply 2 words. Awesome.
Ha ha ha.
Shen Ke returned the way she came, unable to continue shopping at Wanhu department store. Below Bailong Mall was Bailong Square. Opposite Bailong Square was Wanhu department store, and across the intersection from Wanhu was Hongqing City. All her 10,000 yuan was spent on hitting people. It felt good to do so, so she decided to withdraw more cash. She went back to the ATM and took out another 10,000 yuan. During that time, Chenlu had thrown her belongings on the ground, and her phone was already broken. Chen Ke reached into her bag and quietly fixed her phone before taking it out to check the time. Even though the sky was still covered with dark clouds, her mood remained cheerful. Hongqing City was a large department store, not many brand-name clothing shops, but the supermarket there was quite good. It was farther away than Carrefour, and thinking of Carrefour always reminded her of BMO. So, she decided to go straight to Hongqing City instead. The first floor of Hongqing City had a seafood specialty shop. Since Zhuhong City was near the sea, there was plenty of fresh seafood. There were also stores like Belle and Daphne. From the first floor, the basement, and the 5 floors above were all part of the large shopping area. Chen Ke left her belongings at the service counter, took a shopping cart, and began picking out items. The first floor had many clothing stores, mostly popular brands for young people. She bought some sportswear and casual clothes. White t-shirts were her favorite, and then picked out a few sets of comfortable pajamas and home textiles. Finally, she went to the food section and bought some groceries, spending several thousand yuan in total. After shopping for half a day, she came out of the mall carrying 2 large shopping bags. Strangely, even with so many things, she didn't feel tired at all. Could her repair technique have improved her physical strength too? She took a taxi back to Xinyuan Community. When the elevator chimed, she stepped out on the 9th floor. As soon as she reached her door, she noticed a lily flower attached to it, with a small card and a flower shop tag. It must have been delivered by the shop. That by MO, she thought, he really is persistent. He hasn't missed a single day. She took the flower down, unlocked the door, and went inside. A gentle, refreshing fragrance filled the room, instantly lifting her spirits. It wasn't as strong as the scent of lilies. Then she remembered, after repairing the lotus heart, she had left right away and hadn't checked how it turned out. She placed the 2 large bags on the floor, sat on the carpet, and began unpacking. The clothes went into the dressing room, the food into the refrigerator, and the home textiles into the cabinet. Then she removed the soft cover from her camera and took it out. After glancing through the manual, her sharp mind quickly grasped everything she needed to know. She held her DSLR camera and came to the balcony, planning to take pictures of the remaining lotus flowers with simple hearts, hoping to find a good opportunity to send them to the old man at the flower shop. However, when she opened the gauze curtain of the balcony greenhouse, she was immediately stunned by the orchid in the pot. Besides the flower spike that she had seen before, which already had several blooms, Another flower had bloomed. This flower was at the root of the orchid, seeming to be the same bud she saw earlier, but it was not like the other flowers that stretched out long flower spikes. Instead, it bloomed directly near the humus soil, and the flower was several times larger than the previous ones. It was all white, with no color, and the petals were broad and pure white. What surprised her most was not just the appearance of the flower. She carefully counted the petals, and this flower had 9 layers. 9 layers of white petals, all pure white and large, shining brightly, like a perfect white lotus flower. She was so amazed by the strange look of this flower that she was stunned for a while. Then she felt a strong sense of joy. This was a 9-layer pure lotus flower, so stunning and extraordinary. After praising the flower, she took photos of it. The flower was beautiful, and with her camera's high resolution, the pictures of the 9-layer pure lotus petals turned out stunning. Most rare flowers tend to have irregular shapes, sometimes looking like flames or mythical creatures like Qilin. But this strange orchid was perfectly symmetrical, completely white and transparent, a true treasure. After finishing the photos, she couldn't help but stare at the pot of flowers in a daze. Then she took out the contact address the old man had given her, which included a phone number and email. She initially wanted to send the photos directly to his email, but then hesitated. It was only one day, and the flowers had already bloomed so much. Wasn't that too exaggerated? Thinking about this, she calmed herself down and decided not to send the photos for now. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, she flipped through some books and then placed them back on the shelf. She sat there blankly, wondering how Chen Zicheng's family could appear in Zhuhang City. Oh, right. She suddenly realized she had been foolish. Didn't Chen Lu and Jiang Peng get into an art school in Zhuhang City? Different schools start at different times. Maybe it was already the start of the semester. She shook her head, thinking she should never meet them again in the future. There was no need to get angry. The next day was still very relaxing. Chen Ku wanted to visit the flower and bird market again, but she was worried she might accidentally reveal her secret, so she held back. Luckily, in the morning, the postman delivered all the books she ordered, giving her something to do. Chen Ku started reading the books eagerly, forgetting to eat, and whenever she felt tired, she used her special healing ability. She sat like this all day, without feeling bored. The information from the books quickly filled her mind, like a dry sponge soaking up water. That evening, the doorbell rang. Chen Ku's first thought was Bai Mo. But then she remembered Bai Mo had already left. She was a little disappointed, which surprised her. With a slight feeling of disappointment, Chen Ku opened the door and was stunned to see who was outside. It was indeed Bai Mo. "Didn't you go home?" she asked. Although she was a bit happy to see him, she quickly returned to her usual calm. She didn't want Bai Mo to see her looking like a little girl. Bai Mo smiled strangely and then took out a lily flower, handing it to Chen Ku. He still held a pair of slippers in his other hand, grinning as he said, "Hey, I wouldn't come back just to worry someone might get sick from missing me. That would make me sad. I really don't want to see you like that." Chen Ku looked at him with disdain and placed the lily in an empty vase at the entrance. "Why are you back so soon?" she asked. Bai Mo patted her head and asked, "Do you never look at the calendar?
Today is Saturday.
Tomorrow is the banquet. How could I not come back? I told you I'd come back on the weekend to take you to the banquet." Chen Ku was surprised and suddenly remembered she had been so absorbed in her reading that she forgot the date. Just then, Bai Mo suddenly moved closer, his eyes shining with a strange glow. He smiled weirdly and said, "So, it's been a few days. Don't you really miss me? Come give me a hug." Chen Ku chuckled and quickly slipped out of Bai Mo's arms, running to the sofa and laughing loudly. Bai Mo looked speechless, making a conflicted face. He seemed to be encouraging himself or making a vow. "Humph, Chen Ku, the revolution isn't over yet. I will keep trying. You little monkey, you can't escape from my hand." "Escape? No way." "So, what's the reason for coming back this time?" Whiting pushed aside the old illness and sat quietly, adjusting his decorative glasses. "It's nothing, just some notes about the party." "Oh, wait, what's that smell in the room?" Suddenly, Chen Ku remembered the orchid. Oh no, she couldn't let Whiting see it, or she'd have to explain. It's nothing. I just bought a new perfume. How does it smell? Nice, right? Whiting took a deep breath and smiled. It smells nice. I came back today because of something related to Bai Linglong. Seeing that the smell issue was resolved, Chen Ke relaxed and asked, "Oh, really? What does Sister Linglong want? It's about the Bai Linglong brand ambassador thing. Don't you remember? Sister Linglong wants me to bring you back early tomorrow. Tomorrow's banquet is your first appearance representing Bai Linglong. There will be some cameramen and makeup artists, but don't worry about that." Chen Ke forced a smile.
She had forgotten about this.
Yes, Bai Linglong had mentioned wanting her to endorse the brand. All right, I'll follow your arrangements tomorrow. Do you have anything else? It's so late now. Whiting smiled awkwardly, seeming hesitant to speak. Seeing Chen Ke's eager look, he finally said, I have a younger brother in France. He's returning to China soon. It seems he might be staying in the house upstairs. I'd like you to help take care of him when you're free. I can't always be with him. Then just find a nanny. Why do you want me to take care of him? Chen Ke blinked. What's going on? Am I supposed to be a babysitter? No, it's because my brother is very simple-minded. He needs a good playmate. That's so. It's not about me being a nanny, but about me being a kid's friend. All right, I'll think about it. When will your brother arrive? Whiting was relieved that she agreed. He said, he'll come back with me after the banquet. Also, Zhuhong University is starting soon, and I need to prepare. He'll be going there too. Chen Ke finally remembered why Whiting was living here.
She was surprised.
Are you really a student at Zhuhong University?
But you said you weren't that time.
What does your brother study? He chuckled. You'll find out then. My brother's situation can wait until he arrives. All right, I understand. You should go back now. It's late, and I need to rest. Bai Mo was silent for a moment, then nodded. After a short while, he was harshly thrown out the door by Shen Ke. The next morning, Bai Mo came rushing over. Shen Ke couldn't do makeup himself, so he didn't wear the dress this time. He just brought it along. Bai Linglong at home had already arranged for a makeup artist and stylist. All he needed to do was take the items there. Sitting in the car, Uncle Hua still looked like a wooden figure, driving seriously without saying a word. Bai Mo was dressed in formal clothes, white suit and chestnut-colored messy hair. This time, he didn't wear the decorative flat glasses, so his whole look was much more lively. Even Shen Ke, who was usually immune to his charm, felt her heart race and her face flush. Because Bai Mo was much taller than her, sitting beside Shen Ke made her feel a lot of pressure. Don't be nervous later. I will stay with you the whole time. Just relax and follow Bai Linglong's instructions. You'll find it's easier than you think. Shen Ke nodded repeatedly, but her mind was a bit dizzy with nerves, and her hands kept trembling. It was her first time attending such a banquet, and thinking about wearing that expensive dress worth hundreds of thousands, she felt a lot of pressure. It was like Cinderella turning into a princess. First experiences always bring some nervous excitement. The car slowly left the countryside, passing through endless green mountains and water. It was a mountain road with few vehicles. Although steep and rugged, the road was very wide and smooth. A wide guardrail was built along the cliff edge, and the road could even fit 3 lanes of cars side by side. Amazing! Shen Ke's heart gradually relaxed as the car moved slowly along the winding mountain road. Where are we going? Isn't that just a beach over there? Shen Ke had returned to her normal state and looked outside curiously. Bai Mo cleared his throat. You'll find out soon. This is a private road to my house. Only the Bai family uses it. If you don't have an invitation, you won't see anyone on this road. It's normal if you haven't seen it before. Also, this road doesn't lead to the beach. It goes up to the mountaintop. Some of the serious illnesses made me gasp. I couldn't believe that such a large road was actually Bai family's private road. As for the mountain, seeing the doubt in Chen Ke's eyes, Bai Mo helplessly said, All right, this mountain also belongs to our family. Chen Ke's eyes showed surprise and amazement, but he quickly calmed down. Seeing how wealthy the Bai family was, Chen Ke, who believed everything was decided by fate, no longer cared much about money. She only wanted enough to live comfortably and have some extra. So, Even though she saw the luxury of the Bai family, she wasn't overly impressed or envious. Bai Mo watched the change in Chinka's expression and was deeply surprised. Every guest who saw the Bai family's grand scene for the first time usually looked shocked, but this young girl, who was not wealthy, showed no amazement at all. It was hard to predict what was going on in her mind. What exactly was this little Chinka thinking? The scenery changed, probably because of the private mountain road. The guardrails on the road were very beautiful, with tiny sculptures on them. Looking out through the gaps, you could see the blue sea and sky, truly stunning views. When Chinka came back to her senses, she saw the car had already stopped. As Uncle Hua opened the door and Bai Mo helped her out, she was stunned by the buildings in front of her. Yes, buildings. It was like a villa area. The largest building looked like a small castle, winding up the hillside. Nearby, there were scattered luxurious villas with red roofs. The entire mountaintop seemed to belong to this group of buildings, and they were incredibly luxurious. Chinka quietly looked at the buildings in front of her, unable to stop marveling. It was magnificent, so grand. This was the highest level of private property. Bai Mo saw the look on Chinka's face and showed a faint smile. Luckily, this little fool was still a normal person. But Bai family was indeed too arrogant. Arrogant to the point of being annoying. It seemed that the small house of about 300 square meters suited him better, especially since there was a cute little thing downstairs. Thinking of this, Bai Mo looked at Chinka with a more gentle smile, as if he was about to drip honey. He realized he was starting to like this little Chinka more and more. Happy New Year, everyone. The car stopped at the gate of the villa. After Shinko and Bai Mo got out, Uncle Hua drove the car slowly to the other side. In the villa yard, there was a large lawn with some lights set up. Many people were busy walking back and forth, and some tables were already arranged. It looked like the party would mostly be outdoors. Shunko was looking around when suddenly a sweet, sticky voice came from ahead. "Oh, you finally arrived." Shunko immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Sure enough, a cool arm reached out with a voice. When Shunko turned around, it was Bai Linglong. Seeing her, Shunko greeted her, "Sister Linglong," but Bai Linglong grabbed Shunko and said, "Come on, follow me quickly. Don't mind Mo. Mo. Shunko was about to joke about Bai Mo's sweet nickname when Bai Linglong pulled him along. Bai Mo waved his hand with a bitter smile, pointing at himself to show she should go with Bai Linglong. Since that was the case, Shunko relaxed a bit. He glanced at Bai Linglong, trying to pull back the arm Bai Linglong was holding, but he couldn't move at all. The two bypassed the busy lawn and headed straight into the villa. Mo already told you, right? Today, you will represent our Yilinglong fashion as the first spokesperson. This party isn't just an ordinary gathering. Reporters will come to take photos. Before the event starts, you'll have a chance to show yourself with Mo. Just walk with Mo on the red carpet to the stage. Now, I'll take you to the makeup artist. They will check your skin and design your look based on your features. Show off your goddess charm, and when you change into this outfit, let the designer see. If reporters ask questions, you don't need to say anything. Just leave it to Mo. Bai Linglong's mouth kept moving nonstop since she greeted Shinko at the door. Although she seemed to be a perfect socialite, with excellent social skills, her occasional moments of calm and rationality made Shinka see her in a new light. I have never been particularly impressed by anyone, but Bai Linglong is truly a woman of the same kind as Jusha. She is a fierce woman leader, and someone I greatly admire. Although I haven't heard of the Bai Linglong brand, the clothes she wears are already at a level I have never encountered before. Moreover, Bai Mo once said that Bai Linglong secretly held a private talent show to find a suitable spokesperson for her brand. This event was held at top art schools and among star models. This means that even the most ordinary contestants in the competition could easily attract a large fan base. However, without participating in the talent show or having a large fan base, I directly became the brand ambassador for Jade Linglong. Bai Linglong's boldness was evident. She spent over 10 million on the talent show, but because of my appearance, she abruptly canceled it without hesitation or embarrassment. At that moment, Many contestants who had passed the preliminary rounds and hoped to appear on Jade Linglong's camera were disappointed. This decision not only offended the contestants, but also some organizers. As a result, the millions spent on the event went to waste. Yet, she remained firm in her decision, regardless of others' opinions. As Bai Mo summarized, Bai Linglong is someone who keeps pushing forward even when hitting a wall, never giving up until she achieves her goal. She is extremely stubborn and independent, which makes her very charming. Her only flaw is that she is overly clingy to those she cares about. At this moment, she was tightly holding onto my arm, not letting go. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. As we entered the grand villa, which looked like a castle, it truly revealed its grandeur to me. Bai Linglong chattered happily with me, her rich but not vulgar perfume filling my nose. Her small voice, like a cheerful bird, made me look up at the villa. The villa was incredibly spacious. Inside the main hall, tables were set up, and a huge black crystal chandelier hung in the center, looking luxurious and magnificent. Small sculptures decorated the corners, showing exquisite taste. Behind, there were 2 spiral staircases, and Bai Linglong held my arm as she led me upstairs. When Shen Ke went up to the 2nd floor and looked down, he saw that the tiles in the hall appeared to form a very regular and special pattern from above. Although he couldn't quite tell what it was, Shen Ke could feel that the design was not just randomly put together. At the corner, the seemingly decorative bagua diagram and small hanging bell were actually traditional symbols and customs. It seemed that the facilities inside the Bai family house were all designed according to feng shui principles. Every step was full of mystery and careful planning, with creative details everywhere. If you explored this villa without a guide from the Bai family, you wouldn't understand the true meaning behind this luxurious mansion. Shen Ke was pulled by Bai Linglong and turned a corner on the 2nd floor. After entering a room, he never came out again. Bai Mo handed Shen Ke over to Bai Linglong at the door. At this moment, Uncle Hua also parked his car and came over to Bai Mo. Although Uncle Hua was officially Bai Mo's driver, he was also considered Bai Mo's personal butler. It was a tradition in the Bai family that almost everyone had a loyal butler nearby who was almost like a personal servant. When will the old master return from Head Fu's place? Young master, the housekeeper just said that the old master and Head Fu will arrive soon. They went to pick up Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo, will he really come to the banquet this time?
Yes.
And his apprentice too. Bai Mo's nose wrinkled in displeasure, and he snorted coldly. Humph, that guy. At this moment, there was a commotion at the door. Bai Mo looked closely and saw a sleek black car approaching from afar. All the people in the Bai family immediately put down what they were doing and lined up in 2 rows at the villa's entrance. Bai Mo stood there, took a few steps forward, and then positioned himself right in the middle of the 2 lines. His pure white suit made him look tall and straight. The car stopped. A person stepped out from the driver's seat, wearing a black tactical vest and sporting short, spiky hair. His muscular build was tense, but his handsome face was lit up with a bright, sunny smile. As soon as he got out of the car, his gaze met Bai Mo's. When their eyes locked, sparks seemed to fly. The man in the tactical vest's veins bulged with tension. Perhaps sensing the strong magnetic pull between them, Uncle Hua naturally approached the car and opened the door. Old master, Head Fu, Mr. Mo, please get out of the car. The 3 men seemed to ignore the presence of the other 2, walking straight inside without a glance. The 2 servants who had been greeting them also left after escorting the elders in, as if this was a normal, silent routine. King, let's settle this once and for all, Bai Mo said softly, looking at the man across from him with a teasing smile. The short-haired, tough-looking man was obviously King. He crossed his arms, looked proud, nodded slightly, and with a nonchalant expression, raised a finger and shook his head dismissively. You can't. Try me and see, Bai Mo said slowly, approaching King. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small remote control. King's face showed a strange expression. Both men looked at the Rolls-Royce nearby, but King seemed a little nervous. Bai Mo pressed a button. Suddenly, there was a muffled bang from under the car. Black smoke started to rise from the vehicle, and the four wheels disappeared into smoke. The entire car was completely destroyed by Mo's remote control. However, the car's shell was very strong. Apart from being a little shorter, it was undamaged, and the glass didn't even crack. "You're so sneaky," King said, looking stunned. He couldn't believe Mo had set a bomb. "This isn't sneaky. It's disrespect," Mo replied. "You always make this mistake. Even if your car could resist rockets, I'd still ruin it from underneath. You've modified this car a lot, but it's still falling apart inside. You're so stupid. Hey, you're cheating, aren't you? Best 2 out of 3. If I lose again, I'll just keep being old Bai's bodyguard," King said. "Fine, that's what you said. Deal," Mo agreed. "Of course. Lead the way," King said. "Please," Mo replied with a mischievous smile, leading King toward an open space on the other side of the villa. Meanwhile, inside the house, Old Bai, Old Fu, and the mysterious Mr. Mo were chatting happily. Old Bai looked helpless and joked, "Mr. Mo, it seems King will lose to my grandson again. He might as well be my bodyguard, honestly, haha." The man called Mr. Mo was obviously Mo Wei. He was wearing a white cardigan and sweater, but he didn't look any neater just because it was the old man's birthday. The large heart-shaped neckline revealed his strong muscles, making his white sweater look like he was calm and relaxed. Mo Wei kept his signature smile and nodded, saying, "I never taught King how to modify cars. It seems Mo has truly inherited your son's skills, as he transformed the car so perfectly. I really admire that, especially in disguise work. You've been using that BMW for almost your whole life, haven't you? That's impressive." The dozens of collectible luxury cars in the warehouse are starting to gather dust. Upon hearing Mo Wei's praise, Old Bai looked very excited. Although he didn't speak, his hands kept trembling, pulling at Old Fu several times. Old Fu grimaced but had to smile and welcome him. Who exactly is Mo Wei that he commands such respect from these two ancestors of the Bai and Fu families? These two elders are one named Fu Delong and the other Bai Songhai. They are like brothers, having started their careers together and opening a company. Now, their company is a famous global brand. Fu Delong is well known for focusing on the service industry and some core research businesses. Bai Songhai, on the other hand, enjoys showing off in front of others and loves antiques. Although they each manage different parts of the business, they built the company into a large group and became incredibly wealthy. Both are powerful figures who can stir up trouble just by stepping on the ground. Yet now, they are listening very respectfully to one person, which feels strange. Mo Wei and the two elders entered the villa and went to the study. The room was filled with books and collectibles. Old Bai's collection was especially strange and diverse. Each item could make antique shops go silent with amazement. Mo Wei casually sat at the head of the table, while the two elders stood on either side. He took out an antique plate from somewhere and gently tapped it, producing a clear, pleasant sound. "Has she arrived?" Bai Songhai nodded, then turned around and pulled a stamp album from the bookshelf behind him. It was wrapped in red silk, with the large characters, "Stamp Album," shining brightly. He handed the album to Bai Songhai and said, "Mr. Mo, she has arrived. My son even bought a copy from her." Mo nodded slightly and casually flipped through the stamp album he was holding. "That's good. Old Bai, we've known each other for many years, so I won't bother with formalities. Today, I came to find her, so I won't be attending your banquet later. You know, I dislike loud gatherings." Yes, Mr. Mo, you're right. Just your presence is already a great honor. Your grandson is quite promising. You should nurture him well. You also know who should lead the Bai family in the future." Yes, Mr. Mo, I trust your judgment." Bai Songhai wiped the sweat from his forehead silently, thinking to himself that this man usually doesn't talk so much nonsense. Why is he so talkative today? Old Fu and he exchanged glances, both reevaluating the importance of that girl in their minds. Time passed quickly, and soon it was time for the banquet to begin. A line of luxurious cars drove along Bai's private road, quickly gathering a crowd in front of the house. Elegant women, proud as noble swans in evening gowns, and men stepped out of the cars, presenting gifts. then gracefully and confidently entered Bai's villa courtyard. Inside the courtyard, violins and other instruments played live music, and long rows of exquisite food were displayed. But the women moved their waists seductively, holding glasses of red wine, showing off. Such banquets rarely see young women eating heartily. Even taking a bite would be looked down upon for a long time. This was considered the most vulgar thought among upper-class women, fearing that even a little extra flesh would ruin the sleek lines of their kipeos. By the afternoon, Mo and King finally emerged from a large car modification factory. They looked at each other with displeasure. Mo's white suit, specially tailored for men, was covered in dirt and stains. "Ha, kid, you'd better stay close to my grandfather." Mo threw aside his dirty, custom-made white suit, the men's outfit designed for him. His gray shirt was torn at the collar, and as he wiped sweat from his forehead, a black oil stain smeared across his face. King shot a defiant glare at him. His bronze skin showed some oil stains from the car. He strode confidently through a group of beautiful women in fancy dresses, like butterflies fluttering around. Seeing King walk away, Mo quietly took out a small screw cap from his collar. He smiled slyly and casually tossed the cap aside. Uncle Hua was at the door greeting guests. When he saw Mo return, he bowed and said, "Young master, it's time to change clothes." Mo nodded happily and walked into the room, leaving behind cheerful laughter. He secretly thought, that kid tricked me again. Shin-yi was still sitting in a chair, while the designer was fixing her hair. Her hair was so healthy and shiny that the designer kept praising it. Surprisingly, she wasn't wearing heavy makeup, just a light touch on her eyes and some shiny gold powder at the corners. But these decorations didn't steal her spotlight because her skin was so bright and perfect that she didn't need any fancy accessories. "My goddess, I knew it was the best idea to make you our Yulinu ambassador," someone said. Bai Linglong had come in quietly. She supported Shin-yi's shoulders and looked at her in the mirror with a gentle smile. The mysterious, enchanting aura she had before was less noticeable now, replaced by sharpness and surprise. "Linglong, you flatter me," Shun-yi said. She knew her improved appearance was thanks to her healing technique. Without it, she was just an ordinary person. Bai Linglong didn't mind. She stood up and clapped her hands. The door to the dressing room opened, and a group of men in black carried a tray inside, which seemed a bit strange. "Shun-yi, come quickly and put these on. I prepared a special set of jewelry just to tempt the goddess. You'll wear them in front of the camera later." Shen-yi wanted to refuse, but after hearing Bai Linglong, she realized they were just props, not gifts for her. She felt relieved. Bai Linglong's enchanting charm was a little less wild now. She had shiny crystal nails and opened the box. Shen-yi was surprised, not by the beautiful jewelry, but because she sensed a faint spiritual energy. It was the same kind of life energy she felt from the withered lotus heart. "In front of me is a set of jewelry made with diamonds and jade. A faint aura seems to be coming from the jade. This is a piece of Mother Jade. I spent over 10 million to buy it from an old jade craftsman. I embedded small diamonds around the Mother Jade to make it look more natural and transparent, and to fully show off the beauty of the diamonds. This priceless treasure will be the first to appear at this banquet. The jade necklace is also a special feature of the event. Tonight, you will wear this necklace to the auction." The reason I went to great lengths to find someone to endorse Yulinglong was mainly to wear this. Using Yulinglong as an endorsement was just a cover. Such a treasure is not for ordinary people to see. With you, this jade necklace looks like it was made for you. Beautiful woman, beautiful jade, perfectly matched. Only a few insiders know about this, not even Xiao Momo. I don't know if it was seeing the Mother Jade necklace safely delivered or seeing Chen Ke's relaxed expression, but Bai Linglong's eyes sparkled again, and she returned to her charming look. Even Chen Ke was tickled by her sweet voice, getting goosebumps layer by layer. "This is very important. Sister Linglong, is it okay for me to handle this? I'm worried." "Oh, don't worry about anything. We have a distinguished guest tonight. With him here, even if the sky falls, nothing will happen." Bai Linglong blinked and smiled, then placed the shimmering, sparkling necklace around Chen Ke's neck. She stepped back a little to watch proudly. Chun could gently touch the mother jade, and the aura she felt confirmed one thing. The jade, like her orchid, was alive with spiritual energy. All right, that's settled. The banquet will start in an hour. I'll go prepare some other things. You get ready, and let Xiaoshui teach you how to go on stage. Don't be nervous. Okay, Sister Linglong. Don't worry. Now, Chunku could only steel herself and go forward. Xiaoshui was a quiet woman who helped Chunku with dressing and makeup, but she was very silent and cold-looking, which made her seem a little intimidating. However, she seemed to have Bai Linglong's full trust. After the big men brought out the jewelry box, only Xiaoshui remained nearby. Everyone else had been cleared out. As Bai Linglong left, only Xiaoshui and Shenke remained in the room. Shenke looked a bit nervous, while Xiaoshui spoke calmly. Soon, I will demonstrate the route you will take, along with how to handle emergencies and express emotions. Watch carefully. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. After taking a few steps back and steadying herself, Xiaoshui seemed to transform completely. Her entire demeanor changed gracefully, and a subtle, confident smile appeared on her face. Her steps became elegant and familiar, and the stubborn, cold aura from before vanished entirely. She looked like a star everyone admired. She then began to explain her entrance, her position at Bai Mo's side, how to respond to reporters, and how to handle all the attention, speaking clearly and confidently, with a performer's smile on her face. Shun Ke's eyes widened with amazement. He thought to himself that Xiaoshui was a natural performer. Her ability to change expressions so seamlessly made it impossible to tell her true feelings. The calm, cold look she had just now was her real self. This performance was like she had become someone else entirely. The Bai family was truly extraordinary. Even a young lady's assistant had such impressive skills. What kind of abilities did Bai Linglong have to be able to manage such talented people? Thinking this, Shun Ke knew her learning ability was no joke. In just one try, Xiaoshui had completely mimicked her, including her natural expressions and body language, perfectly. After she finished acting, her face returned to normal, but even her usual icy expression now showed a hint of surprise. "Miss Shun Ke, you're a genius," she said. Shun Ke chuckled, "Sister Xiaoshui, your smile is very beautiful. Just smile genuinely now. Find your true self. Wearing a stiff face is so tiring." Xiaoshui's body trembled slightly, as if her words touched her deeply. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Uncle Hua came to call Shun Ke. Thanks to Xiaoshui's training, she had become a completely new performer. She bid farewell to Xiaoshui and left, closing the door behind her. Meanwhile, Xiaoshui stood silently in the room, staring at herself in the mirror. Her face was stiff, but she forced a difficult smile, which quickly faded away. Xiaoshui only knew how to perform. She didn't need to be herself. Second update today, on Bai family's private road, cars kept arriving one after another. Famous cars, celebrities, perfume, and beautiful women all walked in proudly, but when they got out of their cars, they were all stunned by Bai family's luxurious mansion, which made them lower their heads in humility. Because this is Bai family. In the courtyard of the villa, a simple stage was set up on the grass, arranged in advance. Now it was the auspicious time, and Bai Songhai's birthday celebration was finally about to begin. First, some traditional birthday customs, like children and grandchildren offering blessings, were observed. But Shun, he was nowhere to be seen. She was behind the stage, repeatedly using healing magic to wash her body. Although it didn't ease her nervousness, it helped her feel a little calmer. Bai Linglong was doing a final check. Two burly men surrounded them, clearly trained fighters, definitely strong and capable. These were likely bodyguards protecting Mother Jade, and now they were also guarding Shen He. When the host from Bai family briefly introduced the main event of the evening, the auction of a string of Mother Jade necklaces, Shen He's heart sank. She thought to herself, finally, her turn had come. The bodyguards quickly stepped down and formed a circle outside the stage to prevent anyone from rushing in and stealing the Mother Jade necklace, which could harm Shen He. Shun He took a deep breath, walking confidently onto the stage. Her diamond-studded high heels sparkled under the photographer's lights. She wore a faint smile on her face, and her shimmering golden eyes made her already beautiful face look even more radiant. The alluring goddess-like aura she exuded seemed to come alive, vividly expressed through her presence. As soon as she appeared, the audience fell silent. Even Bai Mo, waiting to help Shen He onto her arm, was stunned, eyes wide with amazement. What a captivating goddess in her dress. Truly a perfect display of luxury, from the mother jade necklace to the tiny diamonds on her nails, which shimmered and added a natural, effortless elegance. It seemed as if the dress and Shen He were made for each other, no longer just a costume for her, but a seamless part of her, with no hint of deliberate contrast or show. What a perfect match. Chen Ke had completely mastered Qiu Shui's performance style. From her steps to her movements, everything looked natural. She even added her own expressions, making the performance even more perfect. She gently placed her arm around Bai Mo's. Bai Mo smiled slightly. The two looked at each other, then walked forward together. Ahead of them sat Bai Songhai, the elderly man on stage, enjoying the birthday greetings from the guests. When Chen Ke saw the old man, she suddenly lost her balance and almost fell. Bai Mo quickly reached out to help her, and Chen Ke gracefully lifted her arm, turning the moment into what looked like a well-rehearsed dance move. No one noticed the awkward moment at all. Applause broke out as the crowd, amazed by the elegant pair on stage, finally reacted. Chen Ke's surprise came from recognizing the old man. He was the same white-browed elder she had seen before when she was selling recyclables in a small town. He was actually Bai Songhai. That meant the other old man, Mr. Fu, was really Fu Delong. She couldn't believe that both of her former customers turned out to be from the same family. She had sold an antique plate to one, and now the stamp album had been bought by the other son as a birthday gift. She had just heard Bai Mo's father present the album to Bai Songhai as his gift. The old man nodded at Chen Ke with satisfaction. She and Bai Mo walked up beside him. Chen Ke moved her lips and whispered to Bai Mo, "That's not your grandfather, is it?" "Of course he is," Bai Mo replied.
Chen Ke stopped asking.
She kept smiling at the audience while the photographers changed angles to capture their pictures, though she couldn't help thinking how unbelievable the coincidence was. Bai Songhai took the microphone and said softly to the reporters, "Everyone, please put your equipment away. The filming time is over." His words worked immediately. The reporters packed up their cameras at once. Chen Ke and Bai Mo finally felt relieved. Pretending for the cameras was no easy task. Bai Songhai continued, "Very good. Thank you for your cooperation.
You may leave now.
Next, we will hold the auction for the jade necklace at my home. Guests, please follow us inside. However, my friends, the auction below is not suitable for the public.
Please all leave now."
White Songhai's words are like an order here at the White family estate. The reporters, under the watchful eyes of tall, strong bodyguards, each quietly exit one by one. The handsome men and women in formal dresses then begin to truly enter the White family's mansion. The birthday celebration is just beginning. The crowd disperses in the courtyard. Shin Ke looks at the old man sitting in a chair and suddenly says, "Old Mr. White, it's you. I really didn't expect to see you here. Haha, kid, come on, let's go inside with your Grandpa White. Old Fu has been waiting for you. Grandpa Fu is here too? That's wonderful." Shin Ke feels very happy. When she was in the county, without these two old men, her life wouldn't have been so comfortable, and she wouldn't have quickly earned her first big sum of money. That 15,000 yuan plate was her first major sale, and these two old men made her feel very close. Bai Mo looks surprised and asks repeatedly, "No way, Shin Ke, do you know my grandpa?" "Yes, of course," Shin Ke replies casually, amused by Bai Mo's shocked expression. White Songhai stands up and says, "A few days ago, I went to visit old Fu and met little Shin Ke." "Oh, Bai Mo, you should help out in the banquet hall and sell this necklace." Hearing this, Shin Ke realizes she should take off the necklace. She carefully removes it herself, somewhat attached, and hands the mother jade necklace to Bai Mo. She isn't particularly fond of the jade itself, but she is very interested in the spiritual energy it emits, which makes her feel very comfortable. Neither Bai Mo nor Shun Ku pay much attention to Shun Ku's expression. It's just a piece of mother jade, worth at most a few million, not a huge amount of money. Come here, kid. Don't worry about the banquet. I want to take you to see someone. Bai Mo, holding the necklace, leaves with a group of bodyguards. Shun Ku follows behind old Mr. White, entering the villa through a side door, passing the noisy hall, and heading upstairs. Grandpa White, who are we going to see? Shun Ku asks, but old Mr. White just smiles silently without answering. Shun Ku can only give up and quietly follow him. They cross the second-floor corridor and arrive at a study. The old man at the door suddenly became respectful. He gently knocked and said, "Mr. Mo, I have brought the heavy burden. Dear friends, why does everyone want to donate 12,000 to urge updates? I can't get it, I can't get it, I can't get it.
Sobi.
Maybe donate 6,000, then I might try harder. 3,000 words would make me happier." The mysterious burden looked at by Songhai. This old man was very powerful outside, almost able to command the wind and rain. He appeared very kind in front of him, a very noble figure in the Bai family, but at the door of the study, he was so respectful. Who exactly was this Mr. Mo? Why was he looking for himself? Someone Bai Lao respected very much. The burden couldn't help but feel a little nervous, guessing the identity of the important person sitting inside. Why would he want to see her? For the first time, Bai Mo was not by her side, and she felt a bit uneasy. After opening the door and entering, there were two people inside. One was Old Fu. When the burden entered, she saw Old Fu wink at her, signaling her not to speak. She looked at Bai Lao and then at Old Fu with surprise. Finally, her gaze fell on the figure sitting in the middle of the study on a swivel chair. When Bai Lao brought her over, the swivel chair finally turned around. Sitting in the chair was a young man. The young man wore a narrow gray shirt with a high collar, his hair was not short, and he looked very lazy. He had some blue stubble on his chin, his eyes were bright and wise, but he was holding something in his hand. The burden looked carefully. Wasn't that the porcelain plate she had sold, which she found in her mother's closet? Mr. Mo waved his hand, and the two elders immediately left. The burden felt a little nervous again, even starting to imagine how she might run away. But Mr. Mo was clearly not the kind of man to bully girls. He wore a lazy smile, asked her to sit across from him, placed the plate on the table, and asked, "Is this plate yours?" The burden nodded. Mr. Mo continued, "Since it's yours, where did you get this plate? Can you tell me?" She lowered her head and thought for a moment. Her mind flashed with her mother's image. She sighed softly and said, "I found it at my mother's house. To survive, I sold this plate to these two elders." After hearing Shun Ku's words, Mr. Mo's hands trembled slightly. He took a deep breath and said, "This plate, isn't it already broken into 4 pieces?" What? Hearing this, Shun Ku was the most shocked. The man called Mr. Mo, in front of her, actually knew that the plate was already broken into 4 parts? It's really good to see this plate again.
You
are her daughter. Haha. Then I am your uncle. Mr. Mo still looked at Shun Ku with a gentle smile, his eyes deep like a calm lake. Uncle? Where did this uncle come from? Shun Ku's eyes showed a hint of anger. Uncle? Now there's an uncle appearing. What about before? When her mother suffered hardships, where was this so-called uncle?
You are Kur, right?
This is a long story. Shun Ku suddenly stood up angrily. She said, "If it's a long story, then forget it. I don't have an uncle like you." She turned to leave, but at that moment, a shadow flickered in front of her. Mr. Mo suddenly appeared right in front of her. Just a moment ago, when she turned around, his speed was almost supernatural. "I am your uncle." A dark, gloomy aura suddenly burst out from Shun Ku. It seemed as if a layer of invisible anger surrounded him, making the air in the room feel stiff. Shun Ku couldn't move at all. "That plate was bought with her sister's money, and I broke it myself." This one sentence instantly extinguished all of Shun Ku's anger. What was really going on? Mo's arrogance finally eased a lot. He calmed himself down, as if this plate brought back countless memories and thoughts. That year I was only 10 years old. Your mother was 16. We, brother and sister, depended on each other, barely surviving in Shitugu. One day, my sister saved a guy named Chinzi Chung, spending all her savings. At that moment, someone said I was a born spiritual seedling and then used an ancient plate worth 10,000 yuan to exchange me. My sister actually agreed just for that 10,000 yuan. Hearing this, Mo Wei's eyes seemed to darken. His voice was a little hoarse, and the previous laziness now carried a faint sadness. However, on the night I left, I angrily broke that plate. It was with the person who replaced me. I left and didn't come back for decades. I never thought about finding her again. Chung Ke clenched his fists tightly. How had he never heard that his mother had a brother? This matter indeed seemed strange about the person in front of him. I can't tell you where I went. I can only say that when I had a disciple and my own close family, I understood the pain of helplessness. Sister. She didn't want to part from me either, but to keep all three of us alive, she chose the best way. But this way was very harsh. When I accidentally broke that plate, it was completely unusable. 10,000 yuan gone. Sister probably couldn't get that back. Thinking I might have caused her death, my heart feels like it's being torn apart. Finally, I understand that my sister didn't do it for the 10,000 yuan plate. She did it for me, because she found a way out for me. But I broke the plate, and misunderstood her for so many years. When I truly understood, she was gone. If I hadn't broken that plate, maybe she wouldn't have died. It was me. I am ungrateful and heartless. I caused my sister's death. I blame myself. And all these years, I still misunderstood her. If only she were watching from heaven. I should be dead.
Sister.
Mo Wei lowered his head, looking sad. He seemed lost in the painful days when he was separated from his sister. Finally, he said, I didn't expect that when I came out, time had changed and my sister had passed away. My impulsiveness caused us to be separated forever. And you are my sister's only daughter, my last family member. I regret and blame myself, but I can never see her again. Kur, from now on, your uncle won't let you be hurt again. You are my only family. I can't undo what I did wrong, but I want you to be truly happy. I want my sister to see her daughter living happily. I won't let you suffer anymore. Mo Wei's words made Chen Ku also tear up. She never imagined her mother had suffered so much, and she didn't expect that plate to be connected to so many things. Mr. Mo. I am your uncle. For the first time in many years, Chen Ku felt truly touched. Uncle, I actually have a family member, someone truly close to me. Just thinking about my mother, whom I barely remember from all these years, the love I never received from her, and my father, who always spoke coldly to me like an outsider, along with my stepmother and her daughter, who never showed me affection, she finally experienced genuine family care, the kind of closeness she had never known before. She finally has someone who truly cares for her, someone who only wants to help her. She finally has a family. Suddenly, a wave of mixed feelings, bitterness, happiness, and sadness, flooded her heart. Shinka's nose felt a little sore. Mo Wei also felt uncomfortable. Thinking about how she had once stubbornly shattered her sister's hopes, he wished he could pluck the stars and moon from the sky to give to Shinko as a gift. This is her niece, the only person in the world besides her disciple who is closest to her. Uncle. Shinko softly called out, leaning into Mo Wei's embrace. Mo Wei tilted his head and held Shinko tightly. Both of them shed tears. This hug felt as warm as a mother's, full of protection. It felt so good. Suddenly, Shinko felt a bittersweet happiness in her heart. From now on, she would never be truly alone in this world. At that moment, the door suddenly opened, and Bai Mo stood there, looking confused. Shun Ko was facing the door and saw Bai Mo standing there, looking lost. Then, Bai Mo suddenly turned and walked away. Oh no, he misunderstood. Shun Ko quickly let go of Mo Wei and rushed outside. But as soon as she reached the door, she saw Mo Wei leaning happily against the wall, and Bai Mo was blocked there by him. Uncle, why are you so fast? Shunke finally remembered what had just happened. Yes, how could he have such incredible speed? Mo was so stunned that he couldn't understand. How did Moe, who was just hugging Shunke, suddenly appear right in front of him? Moe smiled casually, watching Mo's surprised and confused expression. Mo blurted out, Uncle? Mr. Mo is actually Shunke's uncle? Moe burst into hearty laughter and turned to leave. A card suddenly flew out of Moe's hand and landed precisely in front of Shunke. Shunke reached out and picked it up, discovering it was a phone number. Moe's voice then rang out. Kur, your uncle is too busy. If you need anything, go to those two old men. From now on, if something happens, just call this number. Your uncle has got your back. I'm leaving now. After saying this, Moe had already gone downstairs and disappeared. Shunke looked at his figure and felt a bit sad. Was he really leaving just after meeting? Shunke, is that true? Is Mr. Mo your uncle? Shunke looked at him and tilted his head. Yeah, why do you ask? Ha, that's great. I thought. Shunke naturally knew he had seen her hugging her uncle earlier, and he was feeling a bit jealous. She deliberately asked with a sideways glance, What do you think? Mo smiled awkwardly and shook his head. No more talking. Come on, let's go dance. Do you all know my uncle? Shunke asked, meaning the two old men, and Mo nodded and gently suggested Shunke put her hand on his arm, then politely helped her downstairs. Later, I'll tell you more when we have the chance. I can only say that Mr. Mo is a very dangerous, terrifying, and unbeatable person. His strength is immense, truly unmatched in the world. That speed of his with that incredible martial skill, in a little while I'll introduce you to someone. He's downstairs now. Why all the secrets? It's all your fault. If you hadn't suddenly appeared, my uncle wouldn't have left so suddenly. He's the only family I have. Shunke glared at Mo in anger, but Mo just smiled bitterly. Under the flickering crystal chandelier, the two looked almost like divine beings, shining with a captivating glow that drew the attention of everyone in the villa's living room, who kept glancing toward the staircase. Seeing they had reached the bottom, Shunke quietly told Mo, When we go back, I'll settle you. Then the two entered the crowd. A slow dance began, radiating charm and attracting everyone to start dancing. Shunke wasn't very skilled at social dancing, and after she stepped on Mo's foot for the 10th time, he finally begged her to stop. They then went to the food area, took 2 glasses of wine from the servants, and found a quiet spot to sit. A quick shadow flickered before her eyes, and Shunke saw Bai Linglong chatting with a group of people. Suddenly, she remembered the Mother Jade necklace. Bai Linglong was the one who showed it to her. It seemed that old Bai had just asked Mo to auction the necklace at the banquet. She wasn't sure if it had been sold yet. If she had more money, she would definitely try to buy it, but her funds were too limited. Only a few million, which wasn't enough. The Mother Jade alone was worth tens of millions, so she decided not to embarrass herself by trying to buy it. With her current outfit, she probably looked just as wealthy as her assets. Thinking about the lively energy within the Mother Jade, Shunke couldn't help feeling a bit disappointed. Did you sell that Mother Jade necklace? Mo nodded. The necklace was very popular, especially because of the jade. It's similar to agate and can influence the body's functions. Wearing it for a long time might even keep you looking young forever. Of course, it only gives a slight sense of vitality. It's not as valuable as agate, but it still drives the small wealthy people crazy. Agate? What is that? Shunke had never heard of agate before. She thought about the energy inside the Mother Jade. Could agate be even more lively and energetic? It's just a legend. It's said that a small piece of agate buried underground can turn surrounding stones into spiritual jade. In other words, agate infects stones, transforming them into jade. Oh my, Shunke thought if that were true, the energy within agate would be enormous, almost like it could produce that vitality on its own. But agate is very rare. I've only heard of the legend but have never seen it. Our Bai family isn't super rich, but we've never come across such precious jade. At most, we have Mother Jade pieces, that's all. Sigh. Shunke shot him a glance. They were already the rulers of their territory. Not exactly wealthy or powerful. What more could they want? Still, it did highlight how rare agate is. What exactly is Mother Jade? Mother Jade is similar to agate, but its effects are quite different. It comes from the very center of the highest quality jade deposits. It's the purest and most beautiful type of jade. Some people mistakenly think that Mother Jade is the terminal point of jade radiating from the earth. Most people believe this, which is why it's so expensive. The story of the jade is just a story after all. Moreover, Mother Jade is very different from ordinary jade. You can only see the core part by carefully scraping away the outer layers. Usually, only the purest and cleanest large jade stones contain Mother Jade, and finding it often depends on luck. Think about it, getting a piece of Mother Jade might require wasting a lot of other jade stones. To find Mother Jade, you need to scrape away at least half of a giant jade stone, which makes people eager to try. That's why Mother Jade is usually small, and the piece on that necklace is considered quite large.
Suddenly, tjenkeskivi ko understår.
No wonder such a small piece of jade costs tens of millions. The value of that necklace must be sky-high. She asked quite plainly, how much did that necklace sell for? Bayamo smiled slightly and held up one finger. 100 million. That necklace was designed by top Italian jewelers and set with handmade French diamonds. The price is quite reasonable. 100 million. Chinko was shocked, her mouth opening wide. She never imagined that she was wearing jewelry worth 100 million. Now she wouldn't even think about buying that necklace. The price was just too terrifying. Thinking about her own 2 or 3 million, Chinko suddenly felt ashamed. Oh God, why did I think I was rich when I'm actually getting poorer? I can't even afford a necklace anymore. Recommended. Xiao Wu's book The Lucky Wife, link below. Today, Xiao Wu helped make a beautiful cover, which will be replaced in a few days. Wow, it's very pretty. Everyone, go check out Xiao Wu. The Lucky Wife, The Bond of the Ring. Choosing a husband depends on taste, but managing daily life also takes effort. Who doesn't want a husband who's proud and a wife who's cherished? A harmonious family brings happiness. Seeing Chun-Ka looking so down, Bayamo also felt helpless. Such a treasure jade depends on fate. It's not something you can just find by searching. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind spending 100 million. The key was that this piece of Mother Jade was already scheduled for auction here, and he had no way to change that. Chun-Ka only felt a bit reluctant about the spiritual energy, but she didn't know where her disappointment came from. After all, she wasn't a greedy person after spending so many days together. But seeing her like that, Bayamo could only think of ways to cheer her up. He looked around and caught sight of a short-haired man in a tank top. Suddenly, he snapped his fingers, and a flash of light flickered in his two colored eyes. He tugged at Chun-Ka and pointed into the distance. By the way, aren't you curious about your uncle's situation? Indeed, Chun-Ka's attention was drawn to him. Yes, you just said you wanted to introduce me to someone. Let's go. Bayamo led her across the dance floor to the other side. The man standing there, always wearing a vest, had his back to them. His short, striking hair was sprinkled with gold powder, and his bronze skin shimmered under the lights. His muscular back showed how strong he was. Chun-Ka suddenly let go of Bayamo's hand and stared wide-eyed at the man. Bayamo quickly turned him around. When King looked back, he saw Bayamo and snorted softly. He lowered his head and saw Chun-Ka, who was shorter than him, and froze just like Chun-Ka. How come it's you? How come it's you? Both spoke at the same time. Bayamo looked a bit annoyed and tilted his eyes, saying playfully, Do you know each other? Yes. Chun-Ka looked at King, feeling a bit nervous. She was worried that the last time she treated his gunshot wound might be exposed. King, knowing Chun-Ka had saved him, also turned a dark purple color on his bronze face. Bayamo felt a little jealous. He asked again, How do you two know each other? She saved me, he saved me. Their simultaneous answers made everyone feel awkward. Chun-Ka and King didn't dare speak, both hesitating. What they said was true. On the train, King helped Chun-Ka, and when he was badly wounded, Chun-Ka saved him. But Bayamo felt even more uncomfortable. Why was their understanding so perfect? Why did they always speak at the same time? It was like they shared a secret mind. Hey, can you two behave? This isn't a double act. You, explain yourself clearly. White Mo's gaze seemed to threaten King, making him shrink back. It was the first time he showed such a fierce side in front of her, as if he wanted to swallow King whole. But King just shrugged with a big smile, showing his white teeth, and hugged Shinko, shouting loudly, "Oh, great. Our savior. What a coincidence to meet here. I feel so lucky. I'll give myself to you, marry me." Chunko was stunned, but King held her tightly. This finally ignited White Mo's anger. He quickly pulled King's arm away and pulled Chunko back, furious. "What are you doing?" Okay, let's find a quiet place to talk." "A quiet place? Don't be angry, don't be angry." Hee. King's playful smile left White Mo with no choice. He snorted softly through his nose and led Chunko forward. Chunko felt warm in her hand from White Mo's firm grip, but her mind was completely confused. Why was he suddenly so angry? It was strange. It was like he was holding a grudge from a long time ago, and she hadn't even promised him yet. Thinking this, she tried to pull her hand away forcefully, but White Mo's big hand held her tightly. Still, she had already strengthened her body, and just as she was about to use her strength, she saw White Mo turn his head and glare at her with his piercing blue-green eyes. She dared not make any more small moves and obediently held his hand, secretly sticking out her tongue. Men can be really scary when they get jealous. White Mo pouted and muttered, "Such a big girl. Why is she so strong?" The three of them left the villa and went to the garden in the backyard. The garden was decorated with shining lights, and the sound of insects filled the air. It was quiet and peaceful, unlike the noisy and lively villa. Chunko finally let go of White Mo's hand. Her face flushed as she stood beside him. White Mo stepped in front of her first, loosened his suit collar, and looked up at King. King still smiled happily, showing how thick his skin was. He put his hand on White Mo's shoulder, but White Mo slapped it away. King then stopped smiling and looked at them happily. Seeing White Mo's fierce eyes glaring at him, he had to explain. "It all started when I bravely saved old Master Fu. Nobody wants to hear your hero stories. Just get to the point." King pouted and said, "That's the main point I was trying to make." Okay, don't glare at me. I was just saying, I took a bullet for old man Fu and got seriously hurt. The bullet went through my chest. But, I learned some other skills from my master, and I managed to slightly move my heart to avoid the bullet. It just grazed me, and I almost died. Then old man Fu took me to base 1 for treatment. I was almost back to normal when some things happened here. My wound wasn't properly treated, so I had to come back from base 1. Coincidentally, base 1 is hidden in a residential area, so we couldn't use a helicopter, and there's no airport nearby to Zhuhong. I took the train home. On the train, I saw someone trying to hurt her, so I saved her. Unfortunately, my gunshot wound reopened, and I fainted after getting off the train. Then this young girl saved me. When I woke up, I was in a hotel. She had already left, and that's how it happened. Shunko Lianlian nodded like a chick eating rice, confirming that King was telling the truth. But she was still worried that Bai Mo wouldn't believe her, so she added, "The person trying to hurt me was that guy with the triangle eyes, the one who captured us that day. My stamp album was put into a backpack by the train staff at that time. Now you know, right?" Seeing that King hadn't mentioned that he completely healed her wound, she let out a long sigh of relief. Bai Mo finally nodded, understanding everything. "Alright, I get it. You're clever." "Oh, right." Shunko Lianlian finally realized what King had said and asked, You're a killer? Then what about the news in the newspaper?" "The news is for the ignorant masses. You believe it?" "You're so stupid," King sneered, looking at her with disdain, as if she deserved a good scolding. "Hey, enough about that. Shinko, don't you have something to ask him?" Bai Mo interrupted, reminding them both, as he saw their teasing was getting a bit too much. Shinko Lianlian remembered her main goal and nodded, asking, "I just want to know, what exactly is my uncle's sudden ability?" White Mo felt that these two fools were about to make him lose his temper. He spoke in a low voice, saying, "It's Mr. Mo," but his expression clearly showed he was close to anger. "Master? Is he her uncle?" King widened his eyes and looked at Shen-yi.
Sen giviktin oddet.
Shen-yi was thinking, OMG, why is he still so small at 1.70 meters compared to them? Your master is actually your uncle? Oh my goodness, I've never heard. He is family. What's going on? Shen-yi looked at the overly dramatic king, feeling puzzled. How did this kid become a killer? Are there really such simple-minded killers with such a muddled brain? Here's what happened. Shen-yi told King everything about what MOA had said. White Mo finally understood the situation too. In the end, Shen-yi also brought the topic back to MOA. To her, MOA was a complete mystery, and she really wanted to understand him. He was her only family. That Chen Zichang could just go to hell. She thought of herself as someone who came out of a crack in a rock, without a father. The three of them moved forward. There was a swing here, made when Bai Linglong was still at home. Shen-yi sat on the swing, while the two big men leaned on the side, resting their hands. King also began to speak slowly. Actually, I can't tell you my master's true identity. Only two old men and I know here. Even you can't say. I can only help explain his abilities. He has a kind of instant movement ability which allows him to move close by. Simply put, it's a special skill. As for his relationship with the two old men, it's related to Bai Fu's family business. His relationship with these two families is that he provides research directions, projects, and specific methods, while the two old men are responsible for making things happen. The secret abilities he has are designed and made by these two families, expressed through external means for individual combat. Basically, it's about making high-tech weapons based on his skills. His ability can be summed up in one sentence. He's like a moving weapons factory. To be more exaggerated, he could cause chaos on Earth, conquer cities, and no one could stop him. When King said this, his eyes shone with admiration. Even White Mo nodded slightly, feeling deep and restrained. After calming down, the two people felt a bit worried. They wondered if this might make Shinka think more or feel scared. She was just slowly swinging on the swing, seeming to be lost in thought. After a moment of stillness in the air, she pressed her feet to the ground, stopping the swing. Then she stood up and walked toward the villa, but she smiled softly, making a sound like a yellow oriole. My uncle is truly a great person. He didn't let me down. But don't worry, I won't change because of my uncle. Having him is just a comfort in my mind. If he's gone, I still have to live my own life. As long as I know he's out there, my family, I am enough. Thank you all. Her voice grew softer and softer, and by Mo, and the others followed her. The party was lively, but after hearing about this, the three of them felt a little uncomfortable. The joyful mood was gone. Chen-ku's personality was cold and distant. She didn't feel excited because of her uncle's abilities, nor proud because she had such an uncle like a hero. Bai Mo could sense that her heart still had many layers of thick cloth, not allowing her to fully trust others to protect her. Even her invincible uncle in the world wouldn't do that. Let me take you back. When King spoke, Bai Mo shot him a sharp look. Chen-ku chuckled softly, finally breaking her cold expression. She asked, "What? Are you jealous?" "I'm not your girlfriend." Seeing that Chen-ku was in a better mood, King relaxed a little. But his eyes still looked at King with a strong sense of envy, and he didn't say a word. Seeing this, Bai Mo thought, how could he not be aware? He chuckled. Old Master Bai is waiting for me. Chen-ku, see you later. Bye. He then ran off, making Chen-ku laugh happily. Does he owe you money? Why is he so afraid of you? Bai Mo thought to himself. Good. He knows his place, and then stretched out his arm to block the person next to him, protecting Chen-ku as they walked to the villa entrance. He doesn't owe me money. He just can't beat me at racing cars. Cars? I told you you wouldn't understand. I'm taking you home. Chen-ku nodded. She wasn't interested in cars. She had only heard that some rich kids or officials liked racing cars. Could it be that Bai Mo and King also liked them? These are just luxury items for wealthy people. Her little money is nothing compared to the small splashes of water in those famous cars. Things that are too far away don't interest her at all. The two of them arrived at the villa gate. Cheng-yi immediately saw the abandoned but familiar Rolls-Royce that had been towed aside. That car was driven by old Fu and her when they were in a small town. She couldn't help feeling surprised and wondered how it was done. Mo acted as if he hadn't seen anything, making a call to Uncle Hua, but he kept getting busy signals. Grandpa might be busy with something else again. The banquet hasn't ended, and the trash hasn't been taken out. He's really busy. I'll drive you myself. Okay, whatever is fine. When they reached the parking lot next to the villa, Mo looked a bit embarrassed. Chang'e curiously knocked on his arm and asked, "What's wrong?" Mo took his hand out of his pocket and helplessly showed her his empty hand. "I forgot the keys are with Uncle Hua." "Never mind, I'll drive another car, even if it's a bit unsafe." "Unsafe? Let's go. I want to show you my collection." Confused, Chang'e followed Mo. Why did he say it was unsafe? Mo led her out of the villa gate to another small villa. The whole mountain belonged to the Bai family, and the private roads were connected too. He pressed his hand on a protruding keypad lock at the door, and it automatically opened. It was still fingerprint verified. This villa was uninhabited, so it was dark inside. Chang'e couldn't see the scenery clearly and clung tightly to Mo's clothes, feeling a bit scared by the dark and gloomy atmosphere. Mo was slightly surprised. He thought to himself that she was still a girl. No matter how strong she wanted to seem, she was too adorable. He didn't take her into the villa, but stopped in front of the garage door. "Our family has many high-tech assets, so fingerprint locks are quite common now. Hee. Don't be surprised when you see what's inside later." Mo still placed his hand on the lock, and the garage door slowly opened. But inside was completely empty, which puzzled Chang'e. Suddenly, all the lights in the garage turned on, revealing a wide metal door on the wall. It was still a concealed keypad. When the metal door opened, inside was a fully enclosed elevator. "This can't be an elevator, right?" Shunke looked surprised at the cabin. Mo smiled and took her inside. After closing the door, a downward force was felt, and there was a button from 1 to 10 on the door. Mo gently pressed 1. Shunke was surprised. "There are 10 floors underground?" "What are you thinking?" "Nothing, I just didn't expect your family to be so big." Let's go." "Beautiful lady, we'll pick a car to take you home." Pick a car? Soon, Shunke understood why. The elevator door slowly opened. When Shunke and Mo appeared, the underground lights automatically turned on. The floors extended back layer by layer. After a few seconds, the entire underground garage was revealed in front of Shunke. "Wow, are these all yours?" Shunke looked at the endless garage and the many shiny luxury cars under the lights. She felt a bit overwhelmed. There was a long, narrow corridor in the middle, with perfect cars on both sides. The luxurious lineup made Shunke blink repeatedly. She had seen luxury cars before, but never so many at once. It was truly eye-opening. "Of course not. These are our families." Every villa underground connects to each other. This underground garage isn't part of any house, or it wouldn't be so big. "Let's go." Shunke followed Mo forward, not going too far back, just choosing the nearest convertible Maserati. After they sat in, a flat sensor appeared above the car. Mo put on his glasses, and the car immediately started. "A pupil scan?" No need to laugh. "Let's go home." "But how do we get to the surface?" Before Shunke finished asking, Mo's car drove to the elevator they came in. When the elevator opened, the garage lights started turning off one by one. Surprisingly, the elevator actually expanded in sections after the car entered, just big enough to fit a car. When they drove out of the garage, Shunke was still a bit stunned. The BMW he drove outside was the cheapest car here. The car left the villa and slowly descended along the mountain road. Its sleek body shone under the streetlights, looking very beautiful. The chronic illness leaned against the car seat, feeling very comfortable. It reminded him of what he had said earlier, so he asked, "Those cars have been modified. They look like BMWs on the outside, but the materials, including the glass, are specially made. Basically, they can ignore hand grenades. These cars are part of our collection. We didn't want to turn them into monster cars. They look more pleasing this way, don't you think?" "I think your family is full of monsters," he replied. "Little girl, your words are too harsh. Do you believe I could fly off this road and land right at the foot of the mountain? I don't believe it." "You don't believe it?" Mo grinned mischievously, stepped on the gas, and suddenly the car sped down the mountain road. Chien was so scared, he clutched the handle tightly, cursing him repeatedly. Meanwhile, the unscrupulous man burst out laughing and drove quickly toward the city. By the time he got home, it was already early morning. Bai Mo had been chased away by Chien and gone back to his own house. Chien supported himself at the doorway, took off his high heels, and rubbed his sore, swollen feet. He repeatedly used healing magic on himself, and soon the fatigue and discomfort caused by Bai Mo's mischievous driving disappeared. He carried his high heels to the dressing room, carefully took off his evening gown, and placed it back in the box. After changing into his casual clothes, he went to the bathroom and carefully wiped off his makeup. Although his makeup wasn't very heavy, Chien still found it a bit troublesome. He used makeup remover, olive oil, and nearly half a bag of cotton pads to thoroughly clean his face. He then fixed his hair and finally felt refreshed. Back in the living room, Chien took out the black pearl that Bai Mo had given him. It was worth about 30,000. The necklace Bai Mo gave wasn't as precious as some mother jade, far from it, truly worlds apart. But it was simple and elegant, with just one pearl, which suited Chien's taste perfectly. Wearing such an inexpensive yet charming piece of jewelry was ideal for everyday use. I'm not sure if it's because I use the repair magic too often, but she doesn't seem tired at all and isn't feeling sleepy. She walks to the bookshelf. A few books sent over in the past few days are still unread. She sits on the sofa and starts reading. The next morning, she lazily stretches after finishing the last book. Then she goes to the balcony to check on her precious orchids. The remaining lotus and the delicate 9-layer pure lotus enjoy the coolness of the summer morning. Their fragrances are still there, and a gentle spiritual energy flows from the orchids, similar to the calming aura of Mother Jade. She reaches out to touch the leaves of the orchids, feeling the refreshing and comfortable sensation that spreads layer by layer, which she finds very pleasing. She compares the spiritual energy on the 9-layer pure lotus with that on the residual lotus. The 9-layer lotus has much more spiritual energy. However, the spiritual energy in the orchid she once nurtured at the entrance with cinnabar is less than 1/10,000th of that on the residual lotus and the 9-layer pure lotus. The Mother Jade has even richer spiritual energy than these orchids. Suddenly, she really wants to keep the 9-layer pure lotus for herself. Currently, both the 9-layer lotus and the residual lotus are in the same pot. Although it looks like a rare flower arrangement with 2 different flowers in one pot, she doesn't want to expose the 9-layer lotus. It's simply too beautiful, and she feels reluctant to part with it. Thinking of this, she immediately takes action. Maybe others can't keep such rare flowers alive, but she can. The shape of the flowers depends not only on the species but also heavily on cultivation. She uses her repair magic to nurture them, which most people can't replicate. Even if they have the same dragon root and white sprout, in someone else's hands, they might grow grass instead of beautiful flowers. Plus, splitting the 3 orchids in the pot is not easy. If the roots, leaves, or flowers get damaged, their value would drop sharply. But she's not afraid of that. Her repair magic is not just for show. She takes out a new flower pot and ready-made planting materials. She pulls the 9-layer pure lotus out of the original pot, roughly tearing it from the tangled roots. Then she plants it into the new pot and uses her repair magic several times. This way, the flower won't die and will bloom even more beautifully. On top of the 9-layer pure lotus petal, white sprouts have already appeared. Shen-Yi carefully repotted it with fresh soil. Soon, the faint spiritual energy above the flower returned, and Shen-Yi knew that the transplant was successful. If the old flower shop owner saw this, he would definitely be upset and might even come with a cane to scold Shen-Yi. No one has ever been so rough with transplanting flowers. It's almost like wasting something precious. What if it doesn't survive? That's a rare 9-layer pure lotus flower. After finishing the flower, Shen-Yi felt very happy and relaxed. She ate some breakfast and suddenly wanted to go out for a walk. She had been here for a while but never explored near the community. To avoid being found early by Mo, Shen-Yi changed into sportswear and went for a morning run. The Xinyuan community is very big, with small waterfalls, rocks, and some scattered exercise equipment. The area is surrounded by a tall iron fence. Shun Yi ran out of her building and jogged slowly around the fence. Outside the community, it was lively and busy. It was mid-August and some schools were about to start. Shun Yi's own school registration was in half a month. She ran along a small path and on the other side of the community, she saw a grand building. Curious, she ran over to it. In front of the building was a large square with transparent glass walls. Inside, she could see rows of bookshelves, and big characters on top made her understand immediately. Zhuhong City Library? Haha, it's really big. The library looked like it had 5 floors, grand and impressive. It was a great place. Shun Yi went inside, wiped the sweat from her forehead, and took the escalator. The signs near each floor showed what kind of books were there. She headed straight to the 3rd floor, which had more professional books. The professional books were a bit quieter. Unlike the 2nd floor, which had popular novels, this area was less crowded. Shun Yi looked through the shelves, finding books on history, documents, and various professions. Everything was here. It truly was a city-level library, well-deserved. Soon, she found what she was looking for, books on flowers and antique collectibles. These were on 2 adjacent shelves. She grabbed one book and quickly entered a state of intense focus. For her, there was nothing better than this super-efficient way of learning. Her method was simple. Find the right book, then use her excellent memory to memorize everything. Time passed quickly. At noon, her phone vibrated. She brushed her hand to open the screen and saw it was by Mo. Hello. Where have you been? I haven't seen you all morning. Shoo, keep your voice down. I'm at the library. What's up? Watch the news at 8 p.m. It will be on TV, my dear Shun Ke. TV? Shun Ke suddenly remembered. Yes, she had somehow become the spokesperson for the Yilinglong brand and even appeared at a public event with Bai Songhai.
Yes.
Sister Linglong just told me. Don't go far these days, keep your phone on. She said she's going to take some photos of you for the store sign. Also, Yilinglong is starting to invest and find agents. With a brand ambassador, everything is ready. Okay, I understand.
Come back.
I'll take you to lunch. Okay. After hanging up, Shun Ke didn't feel like reading anymore. A brand ambassador?
Can I do that?
She suddenly remembered what Bayamo called her, my dear Shun Ke. Ugh, is he tired of life? But she didn't feel particularly uncomfortable about it. She simply left the library, put her hand in her pockets, and strolled leisurely back. She seemed used to Bayamo spending every day with her. Eating together had become just a normal thing. Back at Xian Garden, the car parked in front was Bayamo's open-top Maserati from that day. Bayamo got out and leaned against the car, waiting for her. He glanced at her outfit and frowned. Shun Ke was wearing sportswear, which didn't match Bayamo's casual suit at all. Change your clothes. Are you still wearing the clothes I bought you for the expo? I'm downstairs waiting for Uncle Hua to drive this car back. She chose a simple black chiffon dress from Chanel and tidied herself up before going downstairs. When she arrived, Uncle Hua was already there. He respectfully greeted Mr. Chen and then handed the keys to Mo, who got into a Maserati and drove away. Get in. I'm starving. Mo opened the car door for Mr. Chen and slipped into the other side. Where are we going? The car started slowly. Mr. Chen still felt some aftereffects from Mo's wild driving yesterday. Normally, Uncle Hua would be the one driving. There's a new French restaurant at Bailong Plaza. I want to try it. Seeing Mo start the car made Mr. Chen a little nervous, so he reminded him, drive slowly. Don't worry, this is downtown. I'm not that crazy. Sure enough, they arrived safely at Bailong Plaza after a short drive. It was only a few minutes away, and Mr. Chen finally relaxed. After sitting down, Mr. Chen looked around. It was a romantic spot for couples, with soft curtains hanging around the seats, making the area feel private even though it was in a large hall. Soft violin music played in the background, and the lighting was elegant, creating a very romantic French atmosphere. But what was strange was that there was no one else in the restaurant. Mo handed him the menu, but Mr. Chen shook his head. He had to order for her, and also asked for a bottle of red wine. After chatting for a while, the food arrived. Mo elegantly used his knife and fork to cut his food while talking to Mr. Chen. At 8 p.m., Apple TV's entertainment channel will focus on my grandfather's banquet and the auction of the Jade Mother necklace.
Huh.
Weren't the reporters already sent away during the auction? They stayed outside the door. As soon as the auction ended, they knew the results. But I'm curious, who bought that necklace? Mo put down his utensils, wiped his mouth with a napkin, took a sip of red wine, and smiled. It was a very special person. A woman. And you know her. Mr. Chen looked up confused. Could it be Zhu Sha? Mo nodded with a smile, his two-toned eyes looking charming behind the transparent glasses. Yes, Zhu Sha. And the person who bought the necklace was my father. I'm very curious. Shinko wiped her mouth, picked up a glass of red wine, gently clinked it with Mo's, and took a sip to calm her nerves. Although she appeared calm on the outside, her heart was pounding. Cinnabar. How could it be connected to the Bai family? Thinking of those proud high heels, Shinko felt a strange discomfort. She always saw Cinnabar as an elegant, refined woman, even someone she admired. So, why does this matter seem to clash with her image? I originally moved here to investigate Cinnabar. Sorry I didn't tell you before. But now, everything is clear. As soon as she said this, Shunko's wine shook in her hand. A wave of helpless sadness suddenly overwhelmed her. What does he mean by that? Are you saying you came here to investigate Cinnabar? And now, she's appeared in your hall. So there's no need to investigate anymore? The truth is out, and you can leave. I'm just an ordinary person, right? Shunko spoke calmly, but inside, she was sneering. Mo, what are you really saying? What do you think of me? No, Shunko, you misunderstood. I just want to tell you the truth. I don't want to hide anything about Cinnabar anymore. But I've always been sincere with you. Can't you see that? Mo's good manners were left speechless by Shunko's words. He only met Shunko because of this matter. How could he think of her as just an ordinary person? Women, if you don't speak carefully, you might be misunderstood. So Mr. Bai. I'm full. Thank you for lunch. Shunko stood up to leave, but Mo suddenly grabbed her hand, applying gentle pressure to hold her down. Why are you so impulsive? Are you angry? Seeing her anger, Mo thought for a moment. Instead of becoming anxious, he felt a surge of happiness. She's angry. That means she has feelings for me? Looks like all my efforts these days weren't wasted. This stubborn little mule, I must keep her close. I wouldn't dare be angry with you. Young Master Bai, I'll do whatever you say. I've never questioned you. You are like the sky. Shunko deliberately avoided his gaze, shook off his hand, and turned her head to the side. However, Chunko's cold voice made Mo more determined in his thoughts. This girl must also care about me. Zhu Sha is my father's lover. That's what I found out. Chunko was shocked inside. Although he didn't want to believe that the elegant woman in high heels had such a background, he still pretended to be calm on the outside. Does it have anything to do with me? It does. She moved into the house my father bought for her. That house was sold to you. What are you trying to say? I want to say, I'm really glad because of Zhu Sha I met you. Mo stood up, his two colored eyes staring directly at Chunko. There was a strange, enchanting aura in his gaze that made Chunko feel deeply drawn in. Truly, those two colored eyes made it easy for people to stare for a long time, as if trying to uncover the secrets hidden within. With you, I no longer think about my father's betrayal. I no longer hate that woman. With you, my world has hope and happiness. You bring me endless joy. I will never forget the moment you fell in the supermarket and the expression you showed. From that moment, I liked you. Isn't this fate falling from the sky? Mo's face got closer to Chunko, his gaze becoming even more deep and charming. Chunko couldn't help but lean back in the chair and whisper, Mo, don't you think this is kind of gross? Mo was instantly annoyed. How could this girl be so unromantic? He almost got so angry he felt like bursting. Feeling helpless, he decided to act differently. He stood up, snapped his fingers, and called out, Waiter. After a moment, the waiter pushed a small cart over. On it were a violin, a cake, and a pure white rose. I said I would give you a flower every day. Bai Mo handed the white rose to Chen-ke. Although Chen-ke was covered in goosebumps from the gesture, she was also moved to tears by these romantic acts. No girl could resist such a passionate and romantic man. Bai Mo picked up the violin, placed it on his shoulder, and gently started to play. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. It was the familiar birthday song. Chen-ke looked at Bai Mo in a daze, completely immersed in his tender affection. He surprisingly knew his own birthday and arranged so much without him knowing at all. But it seems this song isn't sung by him. Shun-hee and Bai Mo turned around together to look at the person making such an unharmonious sound at the door. Bai Mo immediately became very angry. A person strolled in casually from the door. The person had dark skin, wore a sports vest, and had a bright white smile that looked like a sunflower. If not King, then who else? Haha, happy birthday, my dear Shinhee. I've been looking for you guys for a long time. If I hadn't asked Uncle Hua, I wouldn't have known you two were secretly celebrating here. Really not calling me, that's so rude. King, you jerk, ruining my good mood. Get out of here. Don't be so fierce. Wow, you really went all out, even renting the whole restaurant. But such a big place. It's no fun without anyone here, right? Come on. Don't be so stingy. Just bring me along. After all, I'm somewhat related to Shinhee. King, get out now. Bai Mo's face turned very pale. He was so angry, he almost wanted to tear King apart. How could he come at this moment? He had planned to use the moment he was moved to confess his feelings, to win her heart. This guy, he completely ruined his plan. The environment was perfect, just one last step. He had planned to say those 3 words after playing the violin, and under such circumstances, how could the girl possibly refuse? But this fool. Don't be mad. We're all friends here. It's nothing. Besides, I didn't come here alone. I swear, I was sent here by someone. Who? Bai Mo's face turned red with anger, and he clenched his fists tightly. He set the violin aside, his eyes almost glowing with a fierce look. King walked up to them, chuckling as he pulled out a package. He had no sense of being an outsider at all. His smile was sly, clearly showing he came on purpose to stir trouble. It's my master. My master. My master asked me to bring Shen-hee a birthday gift for her 18th. I swear, this has nothing to do with me. Chen-ke chuckled quietly, feeling amused for no reason as she looked at Bai Mo's face, red with anger. Bai Mo glared at her, then calmly placed his hand on the small cart. King, you're done for. King looked up just in time to see a piece of cake flying toward his face. As a top assassin, how could he be hit by something so small? He quickly ducked, dodging the cake, and shouted, "Oh yeah? Watch this." He grabbed another piece of cake and threw it back. His aim was much better than Bai Mo's, and soon Bai Mo's glasses were covered in cream. Chen-ke burst out laughing. She had never seen Bai Mo act so playful before, and she laughed so hard she almost couldn't breathe. Bai Mo glanced at her, gave a cold snort, and smeared a handful of cream on her face. That set off her fiery temper, and she shouted and joined the chaos. What was supposed to be a romantic dinner turned into a complete mess. Bai Mo sighed to himself, thinking, good thing I booked the whole restaurant. If anyone saw this, my image would be ruined. When the cake fight finally ended, the 3 of them cleaned up and sat down again. They ordered another meal and celebrated Chen-ke's birthday properly. As she clasped her hands to make a wish, 2 tears suddenly rolled down her cheeks. Bai Mo saw it and felt a sharp pain in his heart. King glanced at both of them, popped a piece of foie gras into his mouth, and silently wondered what he was really feeling. After dinner, King handed Chen-ke a gift from Mo Wei and then drove away. Bai Mo opened the car door, helped her inside, and got into the driver's seat. As he started the car, he asked, "What's that? Aren't you going to open it?" Chen-ke held the small box gently, running her fingers over it, but not opening it. She didn't really want to know what was inside. Just receiving a gift from her uncle made her happy enough. She had never celebrated her birthday before, and now this sudden happiness left her dizzy. This year, she wasn't the only one who remembered her birthday. There were people who cared enough to be with her. Even if they had found out in a less than perfect way, it still showed their kindness. She decided not to mind their little investigation. By Mo, thank you. Thank you for always being so kind to me. You really are a good person. White Ink suddenly slammed on the brakes, almost hitting the car behind. He looked upset and said, "Are you giving me a good person card now? Hee, you can think whatever you want." Chunka smiled happily, placing the gift box in front of her, then immediately rolled down the window. She suddenly shouted outside, "I'm really happy today." This sentence made the people on the street turn their heads. She stuck out her tongue and quickly retracted her head, a move that made White Ink feel even more fond of her. He couldn't help but look down on himself, realizing that lovers can be so silly. He found everything about her so adorable, even her silly actions. He turned the steering wheel, and the car slowly moved onto the main road. Suddenly, a cheerful phone ring sounded. Chun-Ko gently swiped the screen. It was a completely unfamiliar number. She answered softly, "Hello." The other person's voice was that of an elderly man. "Hello. Is Miss Chun-Ko? I am the person who sold you the orchid last time." "Oh, it's you." "Yes, it's me. Is there something you need?" White Ink turned his head to look at her, but kept driving seriously. "Miss Chun-Ko, I want to ask if Master Ling has found a way to treat that flower. You know, I'm getting old, and when something happens, I can't help but worry." Chun-Ko hesitated. She looked at White Ink, who was focused on driving but clearly listening to her phone call. Should she tell him about the orchid? "Old sir, don't worry about this." "All right, goodbye." Chun-Ko quickly hung up without mentioning the orchid. She wondered why the call came when White Ink was right beside her. White Ink's good manners weren't just for show. He didn't ask who was calling or what was going on, which made Chun-Ko feel a bit more comfortable. Everyone has their privacy. He didn't want to ask because, instinctively, he felt that her matters probably had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to be nosy and end up annoying Chun-Ko. "Do you really like that mother jade necklace?" The car was heading along the east side of Bailong Square toward the opposite direction of Xinyuan Community. White Ink asked softly after she hung up. "I don't want to talk about the phone issue, but whenever I mention that mother-of-pearl necklace, I can't help but nod. Actually, I like the mother-of-pearl itself, not the necklace. There is a jade exhibition and sale in the East District, which will run until the end of October. Since you like it so much, I can take you to see it, okay? A jade exhibition and sale? That sounds good." A hint of surprise flashed through my mind, but then I remembered the high price of that mother-of-pearl, worth millions. I gave up the idea of buying it. Just looking is enough. I'm not crazy enough to spend 2 million on a piece of mother-of-pearl. I leaned back in my seat, lost in thought, staring outside. I've never been to Zhuhong City before. Recently, things kept happening one after another, so I haven't had a chance to go out. Everything I see feels unfamiliar. After about an hour and a half, I finally saw an advertisement for the exhibition. Our car drove straight into the parking lot from behind the exhibition. The pedestrian exit of the parking lot is right at the front entrance of the event. The Jade Exhibition Hall is provided by the city's talent market. The sign for the talent market hangs above the building. The yard of the exhibition is large. The bicycle racks that used to be there have been turned into booths covered with all kinds of agate stones, yellow jade, some valuable stone tables, and various crafts. These items are light, only a few ounces, or very heavy, weighing several tons. They can't be moved upstairs, so they are displayed in these temporary tents for visitors to see. I and Mo walked around downstairs. The real good stuff is upstairs. These heavy pieces, weighing several tons, are meant to be placed in yards. Who would buy them to keep at home? Most of what I saw were agate stones and stones filled with broken crystals inside. If I want to find good jade, I need to go upstairs. At the end of the stalls, I saw a jade Mithria statue, about the size of a regular teacup. It didn't look very beautiful, with no luster and many flaws. The price was quite cheap, only 3,000 yuan. But I kept feeling that the Mithria seemed to be smiling at me. I remembered my childhood neighbor's grandmother saying that buying a jade Buddha depends on fate. If it looks like it's smiling at you, that's true luck. Just as I was about to pick it up to look closer, Mo received a call, said a few words, and then came over, looking a bit guilty. Sorry, Chun-ku, something came up at home. I need to go there. I'll take you back. Chun-ku smiled and pointed at the street stalls. Go on, you can head back. I want to look around a bit more. I just got here. How could I leave so soon? If I go home, I'll just be sitting there anyway. It's better to walk around. Then should I come pick you up later? No need. I brought some cash. I'll take a taxi back.
All right.
Oh, your uncle's gift is still in my car. Take it with you. Okay, thanks. Chun-ku and Mo went back to the car, took out the package, and watched him leave the exhibition. She quickly turned back, relieved to see that the jade Buddha statue was still there. She held it carefully, looking at it from every angle, feeling more and more pleased. It wasn't expensive, but it was perfect for decoration and quite affordable. Without Mo beside her, she suddenly felt relaxed. When he was around, she didn't feel like buying things that required a good eye. He would probably tease her for it. Now it was better. She could buy whatever she liked, and it felt freeing. Chun-ku put the jade Buddha into a small shopping bag. The bag bulged a little, and though the statue wasn't large, it was surprisingly heavy. Carrying it was tiring. She was wearing her black high heels with red soles, and after walking for a while, her feet began to ache. Still, she didn't plan to go home yet. Holding the package and the bag, she went upstairs. There were far fewer people upstairs. The exhibition had 3 floors. The first floor displayed large pieces of jade and agate, not much different from what was outside, and many of the crafts looked almost the same. She walked up to the second floor, where they sold fine decorations like traditional paintings and jade jewelry. Most of the paintings were by modern artists, priced in the tens of thousands, with only a few reaching hundreds of thousands. The jade pieces were more delicate than those downstairs, but none were worth millions. Those were rare to see. Chun-ku felt a bit disappointed. She had hoped to find a special piece of raw jade, but she couldn't sense any of that lively energy she was looking for. Losing interest in the other displays, she went straight to the 3rd floor. There were even fewer people there. This floor was for antiques. The items looked genuine, but it was hard to tell real from fake. To find something truly valuable, one needed sharp eyes and deep knowledge. Certificates from famous experts didn't always guarantee authenticity. I'm not sure if it's because I walked for too long, but Chun-ku glanced at the items and lost interest quickly. She felt uncomfortable holding these 2 things, so she went straight downstairs via the escalator. After leaving, she called a taxi and headed straight to Xianyuan Community. At home, she placed the items on the coffee table, changed her clothes, and sat down. The jade Buddha was of poor quality, but its appearance was quite charming. Chun-ku wondered if all jade stones had that kind of spiritual energy, so she placed her hand on the jade Buddha. Her repair technique naturally arose from her heart, slowly wrapping around the jade. Then, as she applied her repair technique to the jade Buddha, faint green light appeared. The soft, pale green was gentle. Chun-ku was surprised by the change in the jade, but she didn't feel the kind of soul-stirring energy she expected. But what was this green glow about? Curious, Chun-ku increased her repair effort. She seemed to sense her technique entering the jade Buddha, like sinking into a muddy pond. However, her repair seemed to be fixing something inside, constantly consuming her energy. Her stubbornness pushed her to see what this jade Buddha was up to. She split off some of her repair power to restore her mental strength while continuing to send her repair energy into the jade. Clenching her teeth, she closed her eyes and fully committed to this strange, aimless repair. Suddenly, her spiritual awareness flashed, and a faint spiritual energy appeared from the center of the jade Buddha. The energy was very tiny. Chun-ku kept sending her repair power, trying to grasp that faint spiritual energy. The more she used her repair technique, the more energy she accumulated. Eventually, she couldn't use it anymore. The feeling of dizziness from overexerting her mental strength hit her, and even her small mental repair was completely drained. She had never exhausted all her repair techniques like this before. But the jade Buddha seemed to have a pull, actually drawing her repair energy into itself. Chun-ku wanted to let go, but her hand felt glued to the jade. No matter what she did, she couldn't free it. Finally, With a soft pop, it was as if the jade absorbed her repair energy to capacity, and her hand was pushed back. A sharp pain shot through her head, and she collapsed onto the coffee table, fainting. Time passed quickly. Shin Ko, in her unconscious state, unexpectedly woke up to the evening. She frowned and opened her eyes. The room had already grown dark. Her arm was sore from being pressed, so she instinctively used her repair technique, but she found her mind was blank. The repair only activated a faint trace. She then remembered the earlier incident with the Jade Buddha. She turned her neck gently, rubbed her arm, and looked up. Just as she was about to stand and turn on the light, her foot suddenly slipped. It turned out she had spilled water when she fainted, and the carpet under the sofa was not covered. She accidentally fell onto the coffee table. Suddenly there was a sharp crash sound. She thought, "Oh no, I knocked over the Jade Buddha." She quickly turned on the light. When she looked back, she was shocked by what she saw. The broken Jade Buddha on the ground had turned into a hollow shell. The outer layer had become a dark, hard shell. When she touched it, the Jade Buddha fell to the ground, smashing the hard shell into pieces. As the light shone and a green glow flickered, she was stunned to see a small, delicate object peeking out from the black shell. Excited, she moved closer and peeled away the hard shell, revealing a tiny Jade Buddha, only 1 centimeter tall, smaller than her pearl necklace. Its expression and pose were still very detailed and lively, just as vivid as the larger version. Suddenly, she understood what had happened to the Jade Buddha. It was because of her repair technique. The pure jade at its core had been restored, forcing out the impurities, which then solidified into a black, waste shell on the outside. The most precious part remained inside. It was like she had applied her repair skill to herself, leaving the true essence, keeping the original heart. Looking at this tiny Jade Buddha, she felt very happy. She never expected her repair technique to have such an effect. It truly surprised her. Jade can be hard or soft. Hard jade is also called jadeite, while soft jade, especially valuable, is called yangji jade. This small Jade Buddha, with a waterdrop shape and a bright green color, was undoubtedly hard jade. She sat on the carpet, holding the miniature Maitreya Buddha, feeling the spiritual energy emanating from it. She was overjoyed because, after her repair, the spiritual energy inside this tiny Buddha was almost the same as that in the original raw jade. This tiny Jade Buddha was too small. She thought for a long time, but couldn't find a place to put it. Finally, she took out a box that once held her black pearl necklace. This box was quite large, originally used for a blue enchantress. Chinya placed the small Jade Buddha in the jewelry box, fitting perfectly. Looking at the time, she realized it was already past 7 in the evening. Her healing magic was gradually restoring her energy, and she felt much better. She went to the balcony, where the scent of orchids lifted her spirits. Then she took out her phone and dialed the old man's number. To her surprise, the caller ID showed it was from Yunnan. Was this old man not local? The call was answered quickly. "Hello, are you the mister from Huixiang Yuan?" The old man was momentarily stunned, then remembered that the flower shop in Junhong City, where he had temporarily rented a pot for the orchid, was called Huixiang Yuan.
Huixiang Yuan?
"Oh, yes, that's me." "Haha, young lady, have you asked your master about this?" "Yes, I have. I also saw the flower now. The roots have been cultivated by my master." "Old sir, when are you available? I can send you a photo of the flower." "What? The roots are really healthy now." The old man was so surprised he almost jumped out of his chair. Growing roots takes at least 3 years, sometimes over 5. It's a patient and careful process. He had never seen anyone revive a doomed orchid so quickly. "Of course. My master has a secret recipe passed down through generations that can make dead wood bloom again. Cultivating this orchid's roots is just a small task for him." Chinya started making up a story about her master, since she didn't know if he really existed or not. No one could guess what she was saying. "That's amazing. I wonder if your master has some free time. I'd like to ask him a few questions. I'm sorry, but my master has been living in seclusion in the mountains for many years. He rarely contacts outsiders. I handle everything for him. It's not very convenient. In response, Chinya said, "All right then, girl. Please send me the photo of the orchid. I believe I gave you my email address earlier. We can keep in touch by email." "Of course. Just wait a moment. I'll send the photo now," Chinya replied. She took out her camera, but after connecting to her computer, she noticed the photos had dates on them. She thought for a moment and decided to retake a few pictures. Under the light, the remaining lotus leaves and the pure heart of the flower looked even more beautiful. The 3 original orchid plants had become 2, and the missing one was the mutated rare flower with 9 layers of pure lotus petals. Shinka had already moved it into another pot. It was truly strange. These shoots had all grown from the same root, yet the flowers turned out differently. The one with 9 layers of lotus petals had only been a bud before, but after Shinka used her restoration technique, it bloomed into a rare flower. Perhaps her technique had caused this unusual change. Shinka took photos of the 9-layer lotus flower, but didn't plan to show them to the old gentleman. She connected her camera to the computer, organized the pictures, and sent all the photos of the withered lotus heart to the address he had given her last time. Moments later, just as she stood up to get a glass of water, a reply from the old gentleman arrived. His letter was full of words of disbelief and excitement. At the end, he apologized and said he no longer wanted the seedling. He wished to buy back the pot of lotus instead. Shinka didn't care much about the withered lotus heart. She replied simply, saying there was no need to buy it. She would give it to him as a gift. After all, she had gained the 9-layer lotus flower because of it, so she had no reason to keep the old one. Besides, since the 3 orchids had become 2, she felt a bit guilty. She told him that the missing one had died and been cleared away. But the old gentleman was stubborn. He insisted that since he had broken the agreement first, he must pay her properly. He said that if this rare orchid could be cultivated on a large scale, it could lead to a whole new orchid variety within 5 years. He also didn't feel sorry about the failed plant. After all, saving 2 from such damaged roots was already a miracle.
Shinka thought about it.
She didn't have much money left, and if this orchid could bring her some income, that would be a good thing. She hadn't done anything wrong. She used her own ability, so earning money from it was only fair. So she agreed to the old gentleman's proposal. Soon, he wrote back again, saying they would discuss the price in person when they met. Shinka understood that for such a rare plant, no one would make a proper offer without seeing it in person. The serious illness immediately responded to the old man's words, and their connection ended here. The plan was that the serious illness would find a time and place, then bring Orchid along, and make an appointment 3 days in advance. After leaving the computer, the serious illness fell into deep thought. How much money would the old man spend to buy back this pot of flowers? Thinking of this, her gaze fell on the gift box on the coffee table. Oh, right. She hadn't opened the birthday gift her uncle gave her yet. Thinking about her birthday, the serious illness couldn't help but blush. After more than 10 years, this was the first time she had such a happy birthday. She opened the outer packaging, and what was inside surprised her. It was the plate her mother had left her. She gently touched the plate, recalling her vague memories of her mother, and her eyes became a little moist. Then the gift was not finished. Under the plate there was a document. The serious illness carefully took out the well-protected document. A small sealed plastic bag fell from it, containing a key. She opened the document and found a letter and a property certificate inside. The name on them was exactly her own.
She was shocked.
She didn't expect her uncle to give her such a big gift. She picked up the letter. It said that her uncle couldn't always be by her side and didn't want to give her too much help. He could only give her a house, and how she used it was entirely up to her, whether to live in it or sell it for money. He wouldn't interfere. If she faced difficulties, she could go to Old Bai or Old Fu. That was all he could do for her. The letter also mourned her mother and was signed with a flourish, MOA. The letter was printed, showing her uncle was quite lazy. The serious illness smiled as she carefully stored everything away. She looked at the property certificate and was so surprised that her hand trembled. She hadn't heard of the community name, but looking at the size, she couldn't help but gasp. It was a 280 square meter house with a garage, basement, and a small garden. She immediately thought of one word: villa. Her uncle was really generous, casually giving her a villa. But then she felt relieved. Someone who could earn the respect of old Bai and old Fu probably had a larger estate. Even the Bai family owned such a big property, so it was normal for Mo Wei to give her a small villa. At this moment, she suddenly thought, since she had a place, why not send the orchid to the villa and use that place as her base to sell to the old man? She felt justified in accepting what her uncle gave her. If she pretended to refuse again, it would be too pretentious. She really needed a house to hide some things she didn't want Bai and Mo to get involved in. Also, the house was too small, and she kept thinking about Cinnabar every time. She never thought that Cinnabar could be a homewrecker, a mistress who destroys a family, specifically, the Bai family's first son's family. By the way, Bai Mo's mother is French. It's impressive that Cinnabar could do such a thing. The feeling of superiority she once had in Shun Ke's mind suddenly collapsed completely. It's not that she disliked such things, but her impression of Cinnabar was just too different. Bai Mo's father is nearly 50 years old, but Cinnabar looks like she's not even 30. Oh well, everyone has their own fate. Shun Ke packed up her things and turned on the TV. She remembered Bai Mo mentioning that tonight the Apple channel would focus on the Bai family's banquet. She washed some fruit to eat and sat on the sofa watching TV. Meanwhile, there were some special viewers watching too: Chen Zichong and his family, who had only been in Zhuhang City for 2 or 3 days. Chen Zichong was somewhat well off. He came to Zhuhang City to send his child and Jiangpeng to college. They stayed at a 3-star hotel. That evening, the family was sitting in front of the TV chatting. Of course, the main topic was Shun Ke. Ever since the last time Chen Lu was slapped in the face by Shun Ke at the mall, she hadn't been able to calm down. Every day, her main topic was how Shun Ke managed to make her money. Wang Lina felt the same. She had also been unhappy since she got together with Chen Zichong. She was attracted by his car, house, and the fact that his wife was a rural woman. She risked becoming a mistress and eventually won a major victory in her class revolution, turning from a concubine to a wife. She also successfully gave birth to Chen Lu, using her pregnancy to threaten Chen Zichong, who then happily signed the divorce papers, leaving his old and ugly wife in the countryside and starting a new life with her and their child. But that child was ungrateful. She gave him food and shelter, but was never satisfied, always thinking about finding her real mother. Wang Lina looked upset as she thought about the past. It had been 3 or 4 days since the incident, but her family still hadn't recovered. Bored, she turned on the TV. As soon as she did, she was so shocked that she dropped the remote control on the floor. What's wrong? Look, do you see that? Is that Chen Ke? Next to her, Chen Lu was boredly playing cards with Jiang Peng. When Wang Lina said that, she immediately looked like a cat that had been stepped on and jumped up. She quickly walked to the TV, her eyes wide with surprise. The show was showing a scene where Shun Yi was wearing a necklace worth over $1 billion and walking on a red carpet with Bai Mo, who was carrying a white bag. The host was enthusiastically talking about the Jade Linglong brand, which matched the image of the mother Jade. Bai Linglong, the CEO of Jade Linglong, was introducing Shen Yi, highlighting her family's wealth and the guests at the banquet. It was like a big entertainment industry gathering, with each beautiful actress accompanied by a successful person, just as a partner. With such a star-studded lineup and top industry elites, the reporters were completely captivated. Although no reporters were present during the auction, interviews with those involved revealed that the necklace was sold for a sky-high price of over 1 billion yuan. To promote their first brand ambassador, Jade Linglong introduced Shen Yi again, showing her in every shot with perfect clarity. Her elegant aura perfectly matched the goddess-like necklace, shining brightly on stage like a proud goddess. From then on, she became the exclusive ambassador for Jade Linglong. Chen Lu's eyes burned with jealousy. She was not only watching Shen Yi but also the handsome man beside her, who looked at Shen Yi with affection. He was a polite, extraordinary-looking mixed blood with 2 different colored eyes, fine hair, and golden glasses. Every detail reflected his gentle, refined, and handsome nature. Such a perfect man. Yet why was he with Shin Yi? Chun-Lu couldn't help but turn her head to look at Jiang Prung, who was also staring at the TV in a daze. The contrast between them was like heaven and earth. She thought that winning over her boyfriend would be a victory, but he had already found another wealthy and charming partner. Looking at Jiang Prung, it was as if all the dirt of the world was gathered on him. Why was this man so terrible? How did she ever fall for him in the first place? Get out. Just get out. Chun-Lu suddenly lost her temper, grabbing a pillow from the bed and throwing it at Jiang Prung. Jiang Prung didn't expect her to suddenly act so crazy. Just a moment ago, she was fine. If it weren't for the weekly allowance he gave her, he wouldn't have stayed with her. Chun-Lu was not gentle or kind. She was hot-tempered and treated him like a pet she could call anytime. He had long wanted to get rid of her. Now, seeing Chun-Lu calm and elegant on TV, with a graceful presence, made him even angrier. When Chun-Lu threw the pillow at him, he immediately stood up with a dark face and started packing his bags quietly. Wang Lina was so anxious she didn't know what to do. These two kids had already met their parents, and now Chun-Lu was officially Jiang Peng's girl. If he just left now, what would happen to Chun-Lu? Jiang Prung, you little brat, stop right there. Jiang Peng snorted coldly and looked at the Chung family with anger. He picked up his bag and turned to leave. Wang Lina tried to stop him, but Jiang Peng was just an 18-year-old young man. How could he fight a grown woman? He simply flicked her away lightly. Chun-Lu shouted from inside the room. Jiang Peng, you scoundrel, get out of here. Humph, I've wanted to break up with you for a long time. We're done. After saying that, Jiang Peng slammed the door and left, fully retreating. At this moment, only Wang Lina, crying and shouting at Jiang Peng, was left in the room, along with Chun-Lu, who looked furious, as if she wanted to eat the TV. In the end, Chung Zichang quietly smoked. When Jiang Peng left, he threw the cigarette butt on the ground and shouted angrily, "Enough fighting, all of you, Zichang. Dad, get out." Chung Zichang, full of anger himself, turned and slammed the door behind him.
He needed to calm down.
Was that person really Chen Kuo? Was his rebellious daughter really that perfect? Chun Zichang didn't understand how his family reacted. The world was so big, there were so many TV stations. Who would have thought they would happen to see this? Looking at herself on TV, Shen Kuo was even a little surprised. She had never realized she had such natural talent for acting, and under the camera, Mo seemed more like a born gentleman. He really looked good. Seeing that Mother Jade again made Shen Kuo feel more upset. Money, money. She thought she should sell the orchid plant early. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to buy better things in the future. Holding the property certificate her uncle gave her, Shen Kuo decided to go see the house tomorrow. Wu Hua Tianbao Residential Area. What a nice name. Wu Hua Tianbao, a place blessed with treasures, where talented people gather and heroes emerge. The name is very elegant for a neighborhood. Shen Kuo was very happy with the house. She liked everything about it and wished she could go see it right now. But it was too late, so she just washed up and went to sleep. The next day, Shen Kuo was excited. She took a taxi and followed the address on the property certificate. When she arrived at Wu Hua Tianbao, the first thing she saw was a grand European-style gate. Outside the fence, there were rows of thick trees. It was summer, so everything was lush and green, with shadows dancing in the breeze. The security guard at the gate was very diligent, wearing a headset and walkie-talkie, armed with a baton, fully prepared. The neighborhood felt very safe. The taxi stopped at the gate, and Shen Kuo didn't bother them. She showed her ID and the property certificate, then registered as a new resident at the guardhouse. From now on, she wouldn't need to show her ID again. In front of the residential area, there were tall apartment buildings and behind them, individual villas. Black asphalt roads led to each villa, and rows of small Western-style houses appeared before Shen Kuo. The neighborhood was very big. Shen Kuo walked for a while before she found her villa, number 10. The key her uncle left her was for the main gate. The villa's door was a small European-style wooden door, with a beautifully designed angel mailbox outside. It still smelled faintly of paint, as if it had just been renovated. Inside the gate was a lush green lawn, with 2 asphalt paths leading to the entrance and garage. On the grass, there were wooden tables and chairs, and a small umbrella. Because the villa was surrounded by tall trees, she could often hear birds singing. When she reached the door of her room, Shunko felt a little unsure. Her uncle only gave her 1 key, but that was for the main gate. How could she open the door to her room? Unable to resist, Shunko called King. She didn't want to call her uncle casually. She always felt a special sense of pride and didn't want to bother him too much. King, are you free now? Shunko, oh my, you called me. I'm so surprised and happy. Stop joking. I'm in front of the house my uncle gave me, but I can't figure out how to open the door. It seemed King was busy. There was a long beeping sound before he replied. The door handle has a password lock. The password is the last 4 digits of your birthday. After entering, you can do a retina scan to unlock it. Retina scan? Hello? Beep, beep, beep. Really, you're so busy even when talking. Shunko entered the password. It beeped softly, and the door handle turned twice. Then the door opened. She pulled the door open but didn't step inside before a mechanical arm reached out and moved in front of her. It had 2 lens-like parts, which she immediately recognized as a retina scanner. She stared at the scanner for 10 seconds, following the system prompt, and after a successful recognition, the arm automatically retracted back into the wall. Inside the room, Shunko was completely amazed by the decor. It was a full European style, with sheer curtains, high-quality wallpaper, and a vintage ceiling. The most striking feature was a leopard print rug, making the room look wild. Long candles sat on cabinets, and a black crystal chandelier hung from the ceiling. In the sunlight, there was a brand-new piano. The medieval-style sofa and chairs, along with a coffee table and cups, blended perfectly. On the wall was a movable, adjustable LCD TV, and on the coffee table were 2 remote controls. One was for the TV, and the other was quite strange. It had buttons labeled for curtains, door locks, bathroom lights, and living room lights. Curious, Shunko pressed the curtain button. Instantly, the curtains in the living room slowly drew closed. It was amazing. How could there be so much high-tech stuff? After trying these features, Shunko happily explored around. The villa wasn't very big. Each floor has over 100 square meters. In the middle is a large living room. Next to the first floor is the kitchen, and on the other side there is a bathroom and a guest room. She took the upstairs stairs and admired the design of the second floor. There is a study, a master bedroom, a second bedroom, and a bathroom with a walk-in closet. The walk-in closet is quite spacious, about 20 square meters, filled with various clothes hangers and a large mirror. The study has very few items. The shelves are mostly empty, with no books on them. There is a computer desk, a chair, and a wide windowsill. She looked around the upstairs and then slowly came downstairs again. The window in the middle of the living room isn't floor to ceiling, but it has a low windowsill about 20 centimeters high. The sill is wide enough for her to sit on. There is a white cushion on it, which looks stylish and very comfortable. She remembered there was also a basement in this house. When she looked back, she saw a small door under the stairs. It still uses iris recognition. Once she is verified, she can simply scan her iris whenever she comes in, which is much more convenient than a key. But when she opened the door and stepped into the basement, she was startled by what she saw inside. The basement was dark and gloomy. But what was inside? A huge scientific computer, a table with various bottles of green liquid, and most surprisingly, a coffin in the center. There was a transparent crystal coffin placed right in the middle of the basement. Faintly, she could see inside a small girl dressed in white with black hair. She slowly approached, feeling nervous, but not thinking the thing was dangerous. After all, the house was a gift from her uncle, and there shouldn't be anything dangerous inside. She reached the crystal coffin, leaned over to look inside. The girl lying inside was about 1.40 meters tall, with pale skin and delicate features that didn't look quite human. It seemed every detail, even each hair, was carefully designed. But her cute face, framed by long eyelashes, told her that this was a very beautiful and adorable doll. At this moment, she also discovered a densely written instruction manual on the coffin. Chinga picked up the manual and looked closely. To her surprise, it was a letter left by her uncle. Dear Kur, since the first time I saw you, I knew I had to protect you. You are the only blood relative of my sister, and I want you to live happily and safely. I can't keep you close because my life is very unsafe and unstable. If you stay with me, it will only be chaos and constant worry. Also, I see you're growing up, and I don't want to limit your freedom anymore. Do you know why I don't want to be too close to you? It's because I don't want to cause you trouble. I have many enemies, and it would be easy for them to harm you. So please don't blame me for not living with you. My work is special. Just know that it's related to advanced military technology. To protect you, I've given you the latest humanoid computer from my group. This computer is the little girl in front of you. She's not real. We created her from a cultivated embryo and advanced technology. We also implanted a special signal in her brain that makes her loyal only to you. She will only listen to you. Below this letter is the manual for this humanoid computer. After reading it, you can activate her. But she can't be too far away from you and needs to be restarted every 24 hours, or she will enter sleep mode. We don't know exactly what she can do. Only you can find out through testing. In the underground warehouse, I've stored many weapons. Not for your use, but to arm this little girl. Your best uncle, MOA. After reading the letter, Chingha couldn't help but become fascinated by what she saw. She never expected her uncle to give her such a big gift. It turned out that the villa was just a surface appearance. This was what he truly wanted to give her. She picked up the manual, which only briefly explained how to turn on and maintain the humanoid computer. There were no detailed descriptions of its functions. Chingha felt warm inside. She really needed a powerful bodyguard to protect her. Bai Mo wouldn't be with her every day. If she encountered another situation like last time, she honestly didn't know what to do. But the little creature in front of me might be a high-level humanoid weapon. It's hard to imagine. Thinking of this, she put the manual aside and pressed the red button next to the crystal coffin. From the manual, she learned that the square object wasn't a coffin but a storage and recovery chamber for the humanoid computer. The recovery chamber slowly opened. Next to the girl's hair, there was a thin syringe. Using the manual, she understood its purpose. She inserted the syringe into her own vein, drew a full dose of blood, and quickly used a repair technique to remove any discomfort. Then, she aimed the syringe at the little girl's temple. She was still quite nervous. Although this was just a humanoid computer, she had never given anyone an injection before. Especially such a small and cute girl. No one wanted to hurt her. In the end, she decided to trust her uncle. Her blood had already been drawn, so she might as well try. The manual said that she needed to inject her blood into the main brain chip slot of the humanoid computer. By inserting the fine needle into the girl's temple, the blood could be transferred. Finally, she mustered her courage and followed the instructions. She moved the girl's hair aside and carefully injected the bright red blood through the thin needle. Afterward, she quickly withdrew the needle and, with her sharp eyesight, noticed that the skin where she injected healed instantly. Truly, something humans can't do. She threw away the needle and closed the recovery chamber. To avoid any unexpected problems, she wanted to ensure her own safety. The manual repeatedly emphasized that this was a very powerful device. She leaned over the chamber, watching the little girl inside. The girl slowly opened her eyes, but her pupils were blank, with lines of numbers flashing rapidly. After a full minute, she closed her eyes again. Then a sweet, childlike voice sounded. Master recognition complete. Blood abnormal. System upgrade in progress. Blood abnormal. Yes, she could repair things, but could her blood also be problematic? What does system upgrade mean? Hopefully, it won't get out of control. She looked nervously at the girl. After a long wait of several minutes, the little girl's mechanical voice finally sounded again. Upgrade complete. Everything is normal. Hearing this, Shinka finally relaxed. Suddenly, he felt a sweet voice flash through his mind. Big sister, hello. While Shinka was lost in thought, the little girl inside the repair pod had already opened her eyes. Now her eyes were clear and black, no longer showing the messy, computer screen-like gibberish from before. It seemed she was just verifying her blood components. She smiled sweetly and greeted Shinka. Hello, big sister. I am number 89757. I am in normal mode. Please choose to change my name. Wow, it felt so real, like a real girl. Shinka thought to himself that his uncle was truly amazing to give him such a big gift. Since you're all white, let's call you Snow. Snow understands. May I ask if Big Sister Snow's combat mode should also have this name? Although the girl's questions still sounded mechanical, her speech was becoming more natural, like a normal person. Snow, do you have a combat mode? What does it look like? Curious, Shinka asked. Suddenly, Snow in the repair pod changed her appearance. Her body stretched taller, her black hair turned silver, and her eyelashes and lips became pure white. Her slim waist and long legs were wrapped tightly in white armor, which looked like some unknown material blending perfectly with her skin and figure. She even seemed taller than Shinka. Just lying in the repair pod, she looked icy and cold, sexy and enchanting. Number 89757, combat mode activated. Please inspect. Her cold voice sounded like it came from hell, and her sharp chin, slender pale hands resembled a cold witch, completely losing the pure and cute look from before, becoming cold and elegant.
Oh my.
Just seeing number 89757 lying there was already shocking enough for Shinka. Please name me Master. Just call you Schwanger. Please return to normal mode. You look so scary like that. Yes. The command was fully mechanical, making Shinka feel that Snow's cute and charming appearance was gone. After a few seconds, Snow returned to her little girl form, smiling sweetly as she looked at Shinka. Big sister, Snow is going out. Snow wants a hug. Shinka just remembered that the training chamber was still closed. She quickly pressed the button to open the door and gently picked up Snow. Snow's height is about the same as a typical middle school student, but she is very light. She wears a beautiful white spinning dress. Snow, do you know what you are? Shinka put Snow on the ground and gently ruffled her hair. Snow nodded, her delicate voice sounding very different from her computer identity. She cheerfully said, Snow is the best product of the heavenly path. Snow is here to keep Sister company. Snow's spirit told me that Sister is my new owner. Spirit? Yes, the main computer that created Snow. Are there many other similar humanoid computers? Snow suddenly stiffened, and then a system voice came from her mouth. Confidential business. Please do not ask. Then Snow relaxed again, pouting her little lips and looking at Shinku with a sad expression. It seemed she couldn't control this either. All right, Snow, be good. It's okay. Although Shinku knew that Snow was just a computer and all her actions and expressions were carefully designed, she still couldn't help feeling affection for this cute little girl. Wait, sister. Schwanger doesn't have a weapon yet. Without a weapon, she can only use her main body skills in battle. Shinka suddenly remembered her uncle's letter, which said that the weapons in the basement were for Schwanger. So, where are the weapons? Shinka held Snow's hand and started searching the basement. She realized that if this basement only had this small training room, it was too tiny. It didn't look like the size listed on the property deed at all. When she turned around, she saw a steel door on the wall. The door had a password lock. She had been so focused on Snow and Schwanger that she forgot to look around carefully. She pulled Snow to the password lock, entered her birthday, and sure enough, the lock opened. She then changed the password to her usual one and led Snow inside. As soon as they entered the secret room, Shunku was stunned by the many various heat weapons stored there. She was amazed. But next to her, Snow suddenly broke free from her hand, turned around, and transformed into Schwanger, the fierce and cold attack form. Number 89757. Does that sound familiar?
Hehe.
But my robot is a girl. Mo had never been teased like this before, especially by such a small girl. He was both amused and helpless as he drove the car. Snowa and Shinka sat in the back. The two of them originally wanted to have some alone time, but this little girl completely ruined that plan. Fortunately, although this little girl looked clever, she wasn't as mischievous as he had imagined. She was quiet and obedient. Still, Mo felt a bit upset thinking about how Shinka would have to take care of this little thing in the future. How could he pursue Shinka with this happening? On the way, Shinka told Snower about her virtual background, crying as he explained. It was as if everything was tragic, and if Shinka didn't take care of her, she would have no way to survive. Actually, Shinka didn't need to explain so much to Mo, but since Mo was so kind to Shinka and Snowa was trying to hide her identity, Shinka made up a story. Because Snower and Shinka could communicate directly through their minds, Shinka had already told Snowa that these stories were to hide her identity. Snower nodded repeatedly, and Mo could only accept this harsh reality. Then he thought about his brother, who was about to return from France. Sigh, he couldn't keep having just the two of them together forever. It was just a little earlier than expected, so he didn't mind. After a while, the car stopped in front of a tall building. Shinka looked up and saw the big, flowing Chinese characters on the building. Yulinglong, why is it such a big scene? Mo, tell me honestly, how big is Linglong's brand? I've never heard of it before. Mo led them inside and explained. It's a long story. In our family, everyone has to go out and earn their own living depending on their abilities to plan for inheriting the family assets later. Linglong's brand was established not long ago. The store where you buy dresses is just a trial shop, so we happen to meet her there. Since Yulinglong's clothes are expensive and mainly formal wear, it has created a direct route to high-end sales. But Linglong naturally has bigger plans. She wants to connect with the international market, open the door to the world, and promote Yulinglong's brand worldwide. Our family's banquet was just the beginning, marking the start of Yulinglong's market debut. The building was also bought by Sister Linglong herself, and all the employees worked under the Yulinglong brand. From now on, Yulinglong would feature all kinds of women's clothing, no longer limited to formal dresses. Mo really knows a lot about Yulinglong, talking endlessly about it to Shinka. Shunku pulled Shui aside, and the three of them took the elevator to the 24th floor. This top floor is the heart of the building, where Yulinglong's core operations are located. At this moment, Linglong was surrounded by a group of people, all listening respectfully to her commands. She spoke clearly and logically, with no expression on her face, looking like a strong, confident woman. After Mo and Shunku had been there for about 5 minutes, she finished giving her orders and dismissed everyone except Chiu Shui, who had trained Shunku for the runway show that day. Oh, little Mo, and little Shunku, you finally came to see your sister. You haven't thought of me all these days. Her sweet, coquettish voice reached Shunku's ears again. Shunku couldn't imagine that the powerful woman just now was the same as this woman, who looked like a graceful water snake. Shui held Shunku tightly, her hair showing signs of turning gray. Shunku kept comforting Shui, preventing her from transforming into frost and turning this water snake into a target. Linglong hung around Mo's neck, then swung onto Shunku's arm. She looked down at Shui and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, what a cute little girl. Sister loves you so much. Come here, let me give you a kiss." Shui kept retreating, but Linglong was not angry. She smiled happily and took Shunku's arm, walking away. "Chiu Shui, prepare the contract. When it's ready, come to my office."
Yes.
Chiu Shui still had that serious, deadpan face. Shunku knew that some things couldn't be changed with just a few words. The three of them followed Linglong into her office. Linglong's office was very luxurious, with all kinds of clothing sketches scattered messily on her desk. She sat on a leather sofa and handed 2 glasses of juice to Shui and Shunku. "Shunku, I officially invite you to be the spokesperson for Yulinglong. Later, you just need to sign the contract. Wait, Sister Linglong, I have something to say." Shunku thought about the overwhelming cameras and reporters, feeling quite upset. She said, "Well, I still need to go to school. If I become a brand ambassador, will it affect my living environment?" Linglong shook her head and smiled. "Of course not. Being a brand ambassador just means taking some promotional photos or walking on the runway. There's no need to worry about affecting your life. If you don't want to show your face or become famous, you can wear makeup to hide your face. But with your looks, it's hard not to become popular." Of course, life and stage are very different. I can change all your information to top secret or create a fake identity, so you don't have to worry. At most, you'll just look like a celebrity who endorses a brand. That's the best option then. Haha. At this moment, Mo interrupted. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. I won't let your future girlfriend be shared with others. You can only be the ambassador for Yulinglong, and I won't allow other brands to find you. His words sounded like he already knew a secret about her, but Shen Ke helplessly glared at him, and Mo ignored him. Bai Linglong's gaze flickered, and she looked at Mo and Shen Ke with a teasing expression. Recently, Qiu Shui had arrived. She showed Bai Linglong some contracts. Bai Linglong nodded, and then handed one to Shen Ke. After you sign this contract, you'll be our only brand ambassador for Yulinglong. Soon, I will also fulfill my promise. I haven't paid you for your last appearance. I already got your bank account info from Mo. Once you sign this, I will transfer 5 million to your card. Last time? Sister Linglong, I don't need it. I was just accompanying Mo. Hey, just take it. Didn't we agree before? If you become my ambassador and take some photos, I'll give you 5 million. Last time, there was even a video. How could I lose out on you? Shen Ke forced a smile. Such a good deal, this money came so quickly. She had no choice but to accept. Miss Shen Ke, from now on, I will be your exclusive manager and assistant. Anything you need, I will contact you, Qiu Shui said seriously, taking the contract. Okay, alright Qiu Shui, take Shen Ke to shoot the promotional video. Shen Ke, be good here. I have some things to handle at home. I must go back and deal with them. When I'm done, I will come back to pick you up. White Ink gently placed his hand on Shen Ke's shoulder, seeming a bit worried as he advised him. Yulinglong giggled nearby, watching the two young lovers say their heartfelt goodbyes. Shen Ke was not as sentimental as White Ink. He simply nodded repeatedly. Meanwhile, Snower, who had been ignored until now, spoke up. Handsome, goodbye. I will protect sister. Everyone in the room was taken aback by her words, feeling a bit embarrassed. This little girl really had a surprising way of making an impression. Especially White Ink, who helplessly crouched down, pinched Snower's nose, and said seriously, Don't call me handsome anymore. Don't cause trouble, understand? Snower rolled her eyes in disdain and ignored him. But among these people, only Chen Ke knew that Snower was speaking the truth. With her around, no one could harm herself. White Ink hurriedly left. He had been busy these past days, looking hurried yesterday. But even so busy, he still found time to safely send her here. Chen Ke was very grateful that he stayed until everything was settled. Actually, how dangerous could a little girl be? She wasn't carrying any treasures, so there was no need for him to worry so much. The filming went smoothly. Snower sat at the set, watching Chen Ke pose various ways under Qiu Shui's guidance, very obedient. The makeup artists had free time during shooting, so they played with Snower, but she paid little attention to them, her eyes fixed on Chen Ke. This made the bored makeup artists quite disappointed. The busy day ended by night. They finally finished arranging Yulinglong's promotional album, so Chen Ke didn't need to come anymore. After the photo shoot, Bai Linglong transferred 1 million yuan into Chen Ke's account, saying it was today's fee. Chen Ke didn't understand much about money and didn't want it. Bai Linglong was Bai Mo's cousin. It was just a small favor. She blinked and earned so much money easily, almost unbelievable. In one day, Chen Ke's account had grown by 6 million. Plus the 2 million she had left earlier, she now had over 8 million yuan. White Ink was very punctual. A call was made, and the BMW arrived promptly. Linglong gave me 6 million today. Isn't that too much? The serious illness asked by Mo, who had already put Schwer into a deep sleep. At this moment, Schwer was just lying on her lap, sleeping, even though the computer was already turned off. Not much. Just take it, Mo replied, but his tone seemed a bit off. He looked especially tired today, lacking energy. Shen Ke looked at him from behind but couldn't see clearly, so she had to turn her eyes back. Suddenly, a large truck turned the corner ahead. Its headlights swept through the darkness, blinding Shen Ke's eyes. Mo, watch out. Before she finished speaking, The truck was already heading straight toward them. They slammed on the brakes, but it seemed too late. Second update today. Please support with pink tickets. Just one more ticket, and it will go up. I plan to set the update times at 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. If there are extra updates, they are usually in the evening.